The Italians unified in the middle of the 19th century, and right away they began to seek out an empire. One of the first places they hoped to get was the Nicobar Islands. Luigi Torelli, the Minister of Agriculture, was actually pretty close to purchasing the land from Denmark, but the ruling government was ousted when they entered the Austro-Prussian War in 1866. So even before the Italians had actually taken Rome, they had their eyes on faraway lands. Plus, fortunately for them, as they were on the rise, some old colonial nations were on the decline, like Spain, Netherlands, Denmark and the likes. So there were opportunities to buy colonies and expand. But first it should be said that the Italians had colonies before unification. The Normans in Sicily, for instance, once controlled chunks of North Africa in medieval times. The Venetians controlled islands around the Mediterranean, Genoa controlled land as far away as the Black Sea, and even the Pisans controlled parts of Tunisia. But the only real effort to take a colony outside the Mediterranean came in the 1600s, when the Grand Duke of Tuscany Ferdinando I sent an expedition to what is now French Guiana, but he died shortly afterwards, and his successor had no interest in pursuing this. So the idea of creating colonies came naturally to the Italians, who, after all, also had the Roman Empire to look back on for imperial glory. This meant a unified Italy quickly began looking for colonies, and the first colony they created was out in East Africa in modern-day Eritrea. This colony came largely thanks to the work of Giuseppe Sapeto, who was a missionary in the area for a long time. He became convinced that the Europeans should colonize the area, and when Italy unified, he convinced the new government to push claims on the region. Plus, what made this region so appealing was that the Suez Canal had just opened up, so a port in Eritrea would have been a good coaling station. In 1870, an Italian shipping company purchased the land around Assab Bay from the locals, and then it fell under Italian protection shortly afterwards. Although this was just a minor bit of land, this, along with German and Belgian claims elsewhere, essentially started the scramble for Africa. From their new base in Eritrea, the Italians expanded out into Somalia and signed a number of treaties with local states like Hobyo and Mojateen. But the French and British Somalilands prevented them from connecting their colonies. So, as I'm sure many of you will know, they tried to invade Ethiopia, but were promptly defeated. However, East Africa was not Italy's first target. They in fact wanted to claim Tunisia shortly after unification. But to understand why Tunisia was so important, you have to understand the concept of Mare Nostrum. This was the belief that the Italians should be the ruler of the Mediterranean Sea, essentially turning it into an Italian lake. Tunisia then was ruled by an independent beylik, so would have been an easy conquest. But they were beaten to it by the French, who invaded in 1881. This of course angered the Italians, and they hoped to curb any further French gains. So, along with the British, they signed the Mediterranean Agreements. The other signatories to this agreement were the Austrians and Spanish, and it was in theory there to maintain the status quo, but it was really an alliance to curb Russian and French expansion in the area. However, this was just one of many alliances signed before the First World War that sort of faded into nothing. Meanwhile, over in China, there was a bit of a rush for colonies, as the Germans, Japanese, French, British and Russians all managed to claim concessions, and they looked poised to divide China into spheres of influence. The Chinese, fearing reprisal, offered them a way in their unequal treaties, so the Italians tried to get involved, and they claimed Sanmun Bay and also a railway concession. However, the Chinese actually stood up for themselves this time, called their bluff and denied the Italians, forcing them to leave humiliated back to Europe. The Italians did manage to claim some small concessions in China after the Boxer Rebellion, but really, the whole period of new imperialism was a bit of a disaster for the Italians, who really wanted a lot more. They failed to take Ethiopia, the Nicobar Islands, Tunisia, and even parts of the Chinese coast. Obviously, some of their failures like Ethiopia came in the battlefield, but elsewhere the new largely liberal government played a slow game. They encouraged migration and investments into the region before staking a claim, like in Tunisia. However, they were beaten to it. Plus, Italy was in a somewhat unique position as they had no real natural enemies, well in the same way that Germany was the natural enemy of France at that time. So they could and did work with all nations. Yet this came with their downsides, as they also had no chief allies or supporters. And even the British supported French claims in Tunisia to prevent the Italians controlling the Straits of Messina and therefore shipping in the whole region. But the calls for empire grew louder, and in the early 20th century, the Italians satisfied themselves with taking Libya. Libya at that time was ruled by the Ottomans, but was separated from the empire by British Egypt, and this would go on to form what nationalists called the Fourth Shore. The French and British gave them the go-ahead in exchange for their support during the Moroccan crisis, and the Italians quickly moved in. They successfully defeated the Ottomans, took Libya and a few islands in the Aegean Sea, but still they had claims on a number of territories around them. One of their first targets was Albania, which was in rebellion against the Ottomans. So the Italians in 1910 began to ship weapons to the rebels, and some Italians like Ricciotti Garibaldi looked to join in. But the Albanians gained their independence without Italian aid and became a monarchy at the crossroads of many empires who wanted to assert their power in the region, like Austria and Russia. Otherwise, there was British-controlled Malta just to the south of them, Nice and Savoy, which were given away to get French support during their unification movement, and also Corsica, which used to be Italian. In Austria, they claimed Trentino and Trieste and pretty much all of the Dalmatian coast, which had a large number of Italian speakers there since the days of the Venetian Empire, and in between all of that, there was the Italian-speaking regions in Switzerland as well. So, when the First World War broke out, Italy had a choice. Do they take Trentino and Dalmatia from Austria, or Corsica, Malta, Nice and maybe Tunisia from the Entente? They were, in theory, part of the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austria, but for some time they had been in negotiations with both sides. During negotiations with the British and French, they returned home with the impression that, if they were to enter the war against the Central Powers, they would get a chunk of new land. This should have included British and French Somaliland, modern-day Djibouti, and an Ethiopian protectorate, or maybe a future colony there. Plus, their united Somalia would be expanded to include Jubaland, while one of the most audacious claims was pushing Libya far south beyond Lake Chad. Their reasoning behind this claim, by the way, was that the British and French signed agreements on the division of the region without including the Italians. So Gaspare Colosimo, the colonial minister, said, "Given that the arrangement in the Libyan hinterland was forced upon us, no compensation should be made, inasmuch as this concerns a tardy recompense for one of the greatest outrages recorded in the 19th century colonial history." Colosimo and the foreign minister Sidney Sonnino in fact came up with a number of plans to propose to the Allies, all of which had a maximum and minimum claim. This would include parts of Sudan and, in their words, an accord with England over Arabia. Plus, interestingly, they hoped that they would be able to secure colonies from Portugal, who, although were a neutral nation, were in fact bankrupt. So they'd be forced to sell their colonies to the Italians. During their minimum plan, they hoped that the Portuguese colonies would just be brought into their sphere of influence, but their maximum plan was to outright annex Angola. With all of these claims in Africa and Europe, well, they entered the war on the side of Britain and France, as they offered them expansion of Libya, Austrian territory including Dalmatia, the possibility to expand into Albania, specifically Vlora, and even into Anatolia. During the war, the partition of the Ottoman Empire seemed to be a given, and all sorts of people were promised a part of it. The Arabs were promised their own independent country, the Jewish people were promised Israel, the Russians were promised land in the north, but the Armenians were also promised their independence. There were plans to turn Istanbul into a free city, but the Greeks also wanted it and a chunk of land along the coast. Then Britain and France just agreed to split the Middle East between themselves. So Italy had some grand plans. However, when the war ended, there was a bit of a panic. Franco Caroselli, for instance, hoped for a repartition of Africa and pointed to Italy's apparently spotless past in their civilization efforts. And German Cameroon was also mentioned a few times. G.A. Rosso, on the other hand, as well as wanting huge parts of Turkey, also wanted Yemen. But they were really not in a position of power to make demands. They had been left stuck on the Austrian frontier for most of the war, while the rest of the world was being fought over by everyone else. The only real advances that they made were in Albania, which they moved into pretty quickly. So when Woodrow Wilson pushed for self-determination for people in Europe, and the French and the British divided up German colonies in Africa, the Italians were taken by surprise. They were still free to move into Turkey, especially around Antalya, but the Greeks also wanted this for themselves and protested against Italian forces in the region. So the two countries struck a deal. In return for the Italians leaving Anatolia, the Greeks would support the Italians occupying the rest of Albania. But both countries failed in their objectives. Ataturk chased the Greeks out of Turkey, and in Albania, the Vlora War removed the Italians from the country. As for Dalmatia, this was given to the new nation of Yugoslavia. Well, except for Zara. This, along with Trentino and Istria, proved to be Italy's only gains. So the Italians had entered the war believing they would acquire new colonies and a great deal of land, but ended the war having just pushed their borders a little further northeast. Yet the Allies were aware of the growing anger in Italy, but only offered very small bits of land near Libya. Many saw this as a betrayal, and not everyone was willing to accept it. So there was an attempt to take the city of Fiume. Gabriele D'Annunzio, who has been described as John the Baptist of fascism, took his paramilitary into the city and hoped that the Italian government would formally annex it. Yet, under international pressure, they initially refused. However, by now many more Italians were turning against the Allies, and they joined Mussolini on his march on Rome. His first order of business was to sign an agreement with Yugoslavia and annex Fiume. As he got to work changing the country, Mussolini meanwhile received praise from many nations initially as a stabilizing influence. But there was no clear course for him to take, again with no natural enemies or even allies. As such, he could have gone in any direction, and weirdly he was the first Western nation to recognize the Soviet Union in 1924. These two nations actually signed a pact in 1933, and the Italians gave the Russians weapons in return for raw materials. So the world was really open to possibilities. Very early on he reorganized the Libyan colony and even expanded it a bit, as the British gave him a little bit of land to appease him in the mid-20s. Then he looked into the possibility of creating an Atlantic-Mediterranean corridor. Well, this is according to the French papal attempts. They believed rightly that the Italians were still looking to claim more land of the Libyan hinterland, going to Lake Chad again, and from there the Italians would claim Cameroon. This former German colony was then under the control of a League of Nations mandate, so it was sort of up for grabs. This would have given the Italians a link to the Atlantic Ocean without needing to take Gibraltar or the likes, and open them up to new markets around the world. While in Europe, one of their first potential allies was Turkey. Obviously these two had been enemies just a decade before, and Turkey would have been part of Italy's Mare Nostrum plan. But in 1926, the French signed a treaty with Romania and Yugoslavia, Italy's #1 target for expansion. Thus Mussolini, should he want to expand, would have to fight a war on two fronts, and Turkey would help them turn the tides. The Turks and Italians also both had ambitions on Cyprus, which was controlled by the British. The large Greek population there obviously wanted to unite with the Greeks, but the British were unwilling to relinquish control. As one official in the Colonial Office said, Greek Cypriots are afraid that if they were handed over without some such arrangement, the island sooner or later would be snapped up either by Italy or Turkey. The Turks meanwhile were worried about Yugoslav goals to unite the Balkans. While in the east, the Turks already had a border dispute with the French over in Syria, and in 1925 they claimed Mosul from Iraq, which could have ended in war. In fact, Italy had sided with Britain during the Mosul crisis, and there was even talk of landing the Italians again in Turkey. But essentially Turkey was left desperate and diplomatically isolated should a conflict erupt. So Mussolini, and particularly his son Giano, worked together on bringing Turkey into their sphere. Yet really, across the Balkans, countries could have gone either way. Each country had claims on another, and all of them could have flipped a coin and gone authoritarian or democratic. For instance, Hungary wanted bits of Romania, Bulgaria wanted parts of Yugoslavia, the Greeks wanted Turkish land, and even the Austrians eyed up Slovenia. So even to say that Yugoslavia was Italy's main target for territorial expansion is a bit misleading, as even in 1938 and 1939, they were negotiating with the King of Yugoslavia, hoping to bring him under their influence. But at the same time, the Yugoslavs were part of the Little Entente with France, the Czechs and Romanians. But then the Yugoslavs would later join the Axis for a little bit, and then the Allies. So again, the Balkans were up for grabs. But going back to Turkey, they appeared as a likely ally, although Ataturk never really liked Mussolini. But after Turkey came Greece. Now obviously later on the Italians would invade Greece. Plus, as soon as Mussolini came to power, there was a dispute in Corfu. The Italians bombarded the island in 1939 until the League of Nations stepped in and pressured Italy to leave. But in the aftermath of the Corfu incident, this is when the British eventually gave the Italians Jubaland and Jarabub in Libya. However, during the 1920s, the Greeks and Italians actually began working alongside each other. They signed the Greco-Italian Friendship Agreement, while under Venizelos, the Greeks actually repaired their relationship with Turkey and exchanged populations. This sort of set the stage of an opponent to the Little Entente, being led by the Italians, Greeks and Turks. The other possible allies in this bloc were Hungary and Bulgaria, both of which claimed Yugoslav lands. The Bulgarians under King Boris initially tried to mend relations with their neighbours, but they had claims on pretty much everyone. Plus, operating from within their country, there was the IMRO, which tried to claim all of Macedonia as part of a greater Bulgaria. As for the Hungarians, they were being led by Admiral Horthy, and ever since the end of the war, they looked to reclaim a lot of lost lands. Plus, Horthy was also an anti-communist and an authoritarian, so an alliance with Mussolini would be advantageous to him as well. So Yugoslavia was a target for all three of these nations, and they began funding the IMRO in the south to destabilise Yugoslavia and lure an expanded Bulgaria into their sphere. While in the north, they helped fund the Ustashi. These were Croat nationalists, and during the Second World War, they would be given Bosnia and would commit genocide of Serbs. Under Ante Pavelic, this group operated from their base in Rome and often worked alongside the IMRO. Both carried out small uprisings and attacks, but their most audacious move was to assassinate the King of Yugoslavia, Alexander I. And in exchange for Italian support, the Ustashi were willing to grant territorial concessions, especially along the coast. As for Slovenia, that would probably just be absorbed into the Italian state and endure a period of Italianization, just like what occurred in Trieste. As Mussolini wrote in 1920, "When dealing with such a race as Slavic, inferior and barbaric, we must not pursue the carrot, but the stick policy. We should not be afraid of new victims. The Italian border should run across the Brenner Pass, Monte Nevoso, and the Dinaric Alps. I would say we could easily sacrifice 500,000 barbaric Slavs for 50,000 Italians." So, essentially, Slovenia would cease to exist. Then, of course, further down the coast, there was still Albania, which was still their chief target, and this would be placed in a personal union with Italy. However, just like in the past, they played the long game, hoping to increase commercial activity and therefore the chance of conquest. In a report in 1930, V.K. Sukarev said that the Italians only made up 1% of the population along the Dalmatian coast, but owned 95% of the industry. In Albania, they largely controlled most industries and even the National Bank. They loaned a lot of money to Greece, gained railway concessions in Turkey, and set up banks and factories in Bulgaria. Then, the plan would be, once they invaded, they would carve up Yugoslavia and do the same with Serbia and Montenegro, thus putting every nation into their sphere of influence. Bulgaria probably would have kept North Macedonia, while Hungary and even Albania would have expanded too. This formed the bulk of the idea of spazio vitale, or vital space. Think of it like the Italian version of Lebensraum. Yet, rather than outright conquest like the Nazis pushed for, the Italians sought to exploit the rich minerals from the Balkans, and although not included here, you could probably include Romania in this as well, but I'll get to them in a little bit as they were part of a separate plan, a Latin Union. However, their delays ultimately cost them, and so too did their conflicting messages and aims, so this sort of early Italian bloc wouldn't last for very long. They began to build up forces in the Dodecanese Islands, and there were spies caught along the Turkish coast, showing there could have been more ambitions on Turkey. Then Mussolini made some pretty inflammatory speeches in 1935, saying that Italy's historic claims lay in Asia and Africa, angering Ataturk, who then looked west for security guarantees. Then the IMRO and Bulgaria in general worried all of their neighbours. After all, they continued to push to expand into Greece and Romania as well. So in 1934, the Balkan Pact was created, with Greece joining Turkey, Yugoslavia and Romania. So a united Balkan region under Italian rule was looking further away from reality. Yet again, it should be mentioned that these pacts were far from set in stone. As Ciano wrote in his diary as late as 1939, "The Turkish threat is what particularly concerns Belgrade. We must take advantage of this psychological condition to pull the Yugoslavs more and more into the orbit of the Axis." So all nations seemed to distrust one another despite their alliances. Then in 1933, the Nazis came to power in Germany, and this began a rush to form alliances across all of Europe. The Italians found an ally just north of their border in Austria, where, around the same time, a fascist called Dollfuss took power. At this point there was a clear difference, by the way, between fascists and Nazis, although today they are often used interchangeably. To completely oversimplify it, the Nazis focused a great deal more on race and sometimes dabbled in old pagan ideas, whereas most of the fascist leaders had a strong connection with the Catholic Church, or at least professed to. So Dollfuss, like other fascist leaders, were actually worried about the Nazi parties and their plans, so he formed an alliance with Mussolini in the south. Austria-Hungary and Italy then signed the Rome Protocols. So when the Nazis assassinated Dollfuss in 1934, Mussolini actually sent troops to the Austrian border and threatened war if Germany were to move in. So, at least for now, the north of Italy seemed set, and Mussolini was actually prepared to go to war against Hitler. But moving further west from Austria there is Switzerland, and the Italians did claim the Italian-speaking region of Ticino. Mussolini helped create a fascist party there, and they even attempted their own version of Mussolini's March on Rome, called the March of Bellinzona in 1934. But this was a complete failure, and the fascists received around 2% of the vote in the elections before just fizzling out. But during the war, the Germans and Italians did plan on invading Switzerland. This was called Operation Tannenbaum. Hitler obviously wanted the German-speaking areas, but while debating how to divide up the country with Ribbentrop, Ciano asked for more of the country, saying they should be given Valais and Grisons as well. But this planned invasion never got off the ground. Further west still we get to France, and here the Italians still wanted Nice, Savoy, Corsica, Tunisia and the likes. And immigration to Tunisia never slowed down. As the Times reported, Italy's consuls and their agents have long been busy systematically undermining French influence of authority. Italians have their own schools, loyal to the fascist state of Italy. Radio programs tell Muslims that Mussolini alone is their protector. This will be a recurring theme, as Mussolini does a lot to try and show himself as the protector of Muslims. The Italians actually demanded Tunisia from the French in 1940, and when France fell, they just moved in to take it with German help. But keeping to the 30s, the Italians were making similar moves across the British colonies as well, like over in Palestine. Mariano de Angelis began working alongside the Mufti, and during the Arab Revolt, the Italians lent at least their diplomatic support to the rebels. However, it was all a delicate balance, as promoting Arab nationalism in Palestine could lead to problems in Libya. Then the Catholic Church denounced the Arab rebellion, but Mussolini still needed the support of the church. Also, Mussolini also tried to appease the wave of Jewish immigrants to the area and presented himself as a peacemaker and a viable threat to British rule. Yet, as a side note, before adopting anti-Jewish laws, Mussolini actually proposed to create a Jewish state in Italian East Africa, or in other words, a Jewish country somewhere in Ethiopia. So Palestine, albeit far from Italian control at the moment, seems likely to have been a long-term target, but in the way was British Egypt. Mussolini, like many, saw themselves as prisoners in the Mediterranean Sea. As it was said, Italy will not truly be an independent nation so long as she has Corsica, Bizerta, Malta as the bars of her Mediterranean prison, and Gibraltar and Suez as the walls. So clearly, the Suez and British Egypt were going to be annexed, and when war broke out, they did try to take over it. Along with the annexation of Cyprus, this would have nearly removed the British from the Mediterranean Sea, except for Gibraltar and Malta. In the small island of Malta, there was already some sort of linguistic war going on between the Italians and Brits. Many there did actually speak Italian, given its proximity and cultural ties, and some, especially within the National Party, actually wanted to align with the Italians. As for Mussolini, control over Malta was vital for controlling the seas, and many just saw it as an extension of Italy, and their efforts there actually really worked, as the National Party won the election of 1932. So Italian Maltese were essentially in control, but when war broke out, many of the prominent Italian speakers were deported to Uganda. Plus, going back to Egypt, this was still in a union with Sudan, and therefore the Italians could finally link up all of their colonies in Africa. As for the other French colonies, they still desired Djibouti, and during the Munich conference they actually asked for it. Obviously they were denied, but this news led to some huge protests in the street, of people chanting Nice, Corsica, Savoy, Tunisia, Djibouti, Malta. So Djibouti was as important to them as Nice. Plus we can also add their claims to British Somaliland here as well. Then we can add all of the land to Lake Chad and Cameroon to their claims as well. Plus, in the long term, there was talk of Algeria and at least a port of Morocco. Like in Palestine and the likes, there was the usual push for the Arabs to see Mussolini as a liberator, and the occasional French paper spoke of fear of Mussolini's designs. But there was nothing major set in action in that direction at least. However, on the other side of the sea, way back in 1927, the Italians could have just been handed Syria. As the New York Times reported on December the 1st, the possibility of France ceding her mandate over to Italy as a concession of goodwill is being discussed in parliamentary circles today. And this could be why the French and British, despite having so many territories the Italians wanted, weren't necessarily natural enemies. After all, there was always the possibility to be handed territories peacefully. This was more true when Hitler came to power, as the French and British hoped to entice the Italians back into an alliance. One way they could do that was to offer them parts of Ethiopia, where there was already a crisis brewing as skirmishes broke out. It was in this climate that the British and French met with Mussolini at Stresa to discuss containing Germany. Mussolini, however, took their silence over the Ethiopian issue as approval to move in, which he did in 1935. This was met with widespread condemnation and sanctions, but Italy was finally making some moves, and some Allied leaders were still willing to look beyond it. Pierre Laval and Samuel Hoare met with Mussolini and practically offered him the country in exchange for his support against Hitler. Plus, both countries would offer him more land for the Libyan hinterland. Yet Laval, along with many other French conservatives, could well have been brought into a larger Italian plan, a Latin bloc. As the Times reported in 1935, Laval in private made a pact with Mussolini, giving him a free hand in Ethiopia. In return, Premier Laval won Italian support and friendship for France in place of bitterness, which had estranged these two Latin sisters for decades and more. So there was a possibility of joining France with Italy in a Latin bloc, and this idea would be brought up again when the Vichy government took power. However, Italy's main ally in a Latin bloc would be Spain. During the Spanish Civil War, the Italians sent men and weapons to help Franco seize power, and they even threatened war if the French were to intervene on the side of the Republicans. Plus, throughout it all, it seems that the Spanish were more willing to enter into the Italian sphere of influence rather than the Germans. For instance, the Spaniard Serrano Suner told Ciano that the Nazis' anti-Catholic policies were very troubling to the Spanish fascists. Franco himself echoed this sentiment and said the influence of Rome is to prevail over that of Berlin in the future politics of Spain. So the Italians continued sending thousands of men and all sorts of machinery to help Franco in securing victory. But it seems that they did have designs on the Balearic Islands, as they moved in to occupy them in 1936, and their commander boasted that they would stay forever. Now you may just assume that Portugal would fall in line with this Latin bloc. They were, after all, ruled by Salazar, who was an authoritarian anti-communist, and he introduced youth movements which gave the Nazi salute. But Salazar didn't agree with Mussolini on a lot of things, in particular religion. As he said, the fascist dictatorship is leaning toward a pagan Caesarism. So while Franco criticized the pagan leanings of Hitler, Salazar questioned Mussolini's Catholicism. Further afield there was Romania, which I mentioned before. Now this may seem a little less likely, but maybe French influence could have brought them in. However, obviously nothing came of this before the war, but this union of Latin states would be brought up again when all countries were ruled by fascists during the war. However, before the war, the Italians could have united with Latin countries across the Atlantic. There they had some leaders who were very sympathetic to Mussolini or Hitler, like in El Salvador, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Many of these countries maintained relations with the Axis powers, and even offered recognition to the Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo. Otherwise there was Moronego in Paraguay, Villarroel in Bolivia, Contreras in Venezuela, and a lot more. But these countries largely looked to Germany for trade deals and support, not the Italians. However, really, Italy's main focus lay in Brazil and Argentina, which already had huge Italian populations and leaders who were at least a little bit sympathetic. Propagandists like Franco Ciarlantini got to work. He toured the country and promoted Italian literature, reporting back that Argentina was a prime location to advance Italian ideals abroad. Along with other writers and playwrights, there was also the arrival of party members who set up a fascist party. But many reported that the descendants of Italian immigrants were more likely to call themselves Argentinians rather than Italians. So largely, the propaganda efforts weren't really successful. Yet generals like Juan Pistarini were sympathetic to the Axis powers, and Juan Perón would later come to power, and his politics, Peronism, was just an Argentine implementation of Italian fascism. This in the words of Carlos Fight at least. So maybe Argentina was a long-term goal. Other Italians began to work in Brazil, particularly in regions with high Italian populations like Sao Paulo, where they set up 35 fascist groups by 1934. Newspapers, sports clubs and the likes all pushed Mussolini's message forward. Then they financially backed the integralists, who, dressed in black shirts, gave the salute and the likes. But they failed to take power in a coup in the 1930s. Italians, however, had already shifted to supporting the idea of strengthening their relations with Vargas, the ruler of Brazil. However, Vargas would later, like most of the rulers in the West, follow the United States. But in the case of an Italian victory, we could put Brazil down, possibly as a target. Nearby, the Chileans also had a large Italian population, but they sided with the Allies early on. This was sort of out of spite, it seems, of the Argentinians' Axis leanings, and the perceived threat of Japan across the Pacific. Otherwise, there were groups across the continent, like across the world, that emulated Mussolini's black shirts, like the gold shirts in Mexico or the Revolutionary Union in Peru. But they merely emulated Mussolini and didn't seem to have any real connections, just like the blue shirts in China, for instance. Plus, obviously, there were Italians in the United States, and there the Italian government helped found the FLNA, or the Fascist League of North America. The US government didn't see them as a threat initially, as they were anti-communist. This was particularly important in the Italian-American community, as this community had produced a number of anarchists and communists in the past. But by 1929, the violence committed by the group turned the press against them, and Mussolini just dissolved it. So, going back across the Atlantic, Mussolini signed the Easter Accords with Britain, who wanted to pull him away from Germany. In the agreement, the British agreed to keep navigation in the Suez Canal free, but importantly, they also agreed to maintain the status quo around the Red Sea, ignoring the invasion of Ethiopia. This also meant that the British were essentially asking the Italians not to invade Yemen or Saudi Arabia. But Italy had already signed a treaty of friendship with the Yemeni king, and it's largely believed that this increase in trade would have resulted in Yemen falling under their influence. Plus, the Yemenis still claimed British-controlled cities like Aden, so an Italian puppet in southern Arabia would be on the table. The Saudis also wanted to remove British influence from their country, or at least welcomed another power in the area. Gradually more trade deals were struck, and Italian planes were sent to Saudi Arabia. Saudi cadets actually were trained in Italy, and this proved to be incredibly effective. As Carlo Tempesti said, it resulted in a nucleus of pro-Italian feeling, represented by Saudi cadets returning home from our schools. But the Easter Accords actually undid a lot of this work. Ibn Saud said it was a perfidious attempt by London and Rome to put the Arabian Peninsula under their protection. So he turned away from both the British and Italians and began looking further afield for allies in Washington and Berlin. Yet in the case of an Italian victory, we could probably add the Saudis and Yemen to the Palestinians, Syrians and the likes. How the Italians would restructure the region, though, is anybody's guess. But all of this sort of came to nothing. When the British signed the Anglo-German naval agreement with Hitler, Mussolini saw this as a betrayal, and also as weakness among the Allies. So he pulled out of the Stresa front, and therefore the alliance with France was off the table. Then, even though he threatened war with Germany after they assassinated Dollfuss, the Italian invasion of Ethiopia had left them isolated. So they signed an alliance with Hitler, and essentially gave him a free hand to annex Austria. But then Hitler demanded Czechoslovakia, and was actually given it. Mussolini had played a long game and got very little, while Hitler had taken over half of Central Europe in next to no time. Plus, the Nazis hadn't actually informed Mussolini of what they were going to do, and from all reports, he was mad about this. As Ciano wrote, it is useless to deny that all this concerns and humiliates the Italian people. It is necessary to give them the satisfaction and compensation. Albania. So, rather hurriedly, they sent an ultimatum to King Zog and took over their first territory in Europe. But Mussolini was worried that the Croatians would declare independence and seek an alliance with the now far stronger German Reich. As he said, in such a case these are the only alternatives, either to fire the first shot against Germany or to be swept away by revolution, which the fascists themselves will bring about. No one would tolerate the sight of a swastika in the Adriatic. So an alliance with Germany was far from secure at this point. The Italians therefore still maintained relations with the Polish and the like, completely unaware that war was coming, and when it did come, they stood still, debating on their course of action. But eventually Mussolini did join in, stating, "I only need a few thousand dead so that I can sit at the peace conference as a man who has fought." This was met with condemnation though, as Italo Balbo told him, "You are licking Germany's boots." Plus, the war went terribly. They barely moved in France, and only advanced in North Africa with German help. They did have some success in British Somaliland, but this was undone and they were chased out of all of Ethiopia. So many people realised that a German victory would leave the Italians in a terrible position, almost a client state of the Germans. Whereas the Germans had taken Poland and most of France, the Italians had just expanded their border a tiny bit. This threat became more apparent when countries the Italians saw within their sphere began to ally with Germany. Like in 1940, the Germans led the way in handing over a great deal of land to the Hungarians, thus turning them into a German ally. That same year, the Soviets demanded Bessarabia from the Romanians, and this resulted in the Iron Guard taking power in Romania, and they reached out to Hitler for an alliance, not Mussolini. The Italians then acted rather hastily and invaded Greece before yet another nation decided to join Hitler's sphere. But this was a fiasco, and they once again needed German assistance. Plus, the Germans gained another ally in Bulgaria in 1941, as Tsar Boris signed the tripartite agreement. In the middle of all this still lay the Yugoslavs, who had been moving closer and closer to the Axis. But their young king, Peter II, was largely dominated by his regency. This regency agreed to join the Axis powers, signing the tripartite agreement, but this just prompted the British to pull the trigger on a coup they'd been planning, allowing Peter II to take full power. So the Germans and Italians invaded through Yugoslavia and finally into Greece, carving up the territories between themselves and the Bulgarians and Hungarians. Italy was able to secure the coast, including Dalmatia, bits of Slovenia, and some land for a greater Albania. But this was all far from what they had envisioned. Further south, they also had to share Greece with the other powers, so again another disappointment. So they'd lost most of their claims, and even the Ustashi and their enlarged Croatia fell under German protection. So to try and undermine German dominance in the Balkans, Giuseppe Pichi began to push for the creation of a Bosnian state, as he argued the Catholic Croatians had no right to rule over the Orthodox and Muslims of Bosnia. But this came to nothing. Generally though, the fear of Germans encroaching in on their claims spread across the whole of the Mediterranean. In North Africa, the Italians had pushed into Tunisia and a little bit of Egypt, but the German-dominated Vichy government would have kept control of Algeria in the west. Otherwise, in the east, even if the Italians had beat the British, it was still a bad situation. Hans Bohler held a conference to discuss Nazi plans to create a pan-Arabic federation. This came after many discussions with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who would have probably led such a country, and of course would have completely wiped out Italian plans for the region. Plus, to make matters even worse, if this plan went ahead, Italy would have actually lost Libya, as the Arabs were angered by Marshal Graziani's treatment of the locals. Mussolini heard of these plans, but the Nazis were unwilling to confirm or deny them. Plus, sticking in the Arab world, in Iraq there was a coup led by a pro-German group of officers. The British couldn't allow the oil of Iraq to be lost, so they invaded and reinstalled the king to power. During this Anglo-Iraqi war, the Italians did send a number of tanks and planes to the coup leaders, hoping again to assert their influence somewhere, but it was all for nothing. Further east still, the Shah of Iran turned to Germany to counter British and Soviet influence in his country. He, like many leaders, was compared to Mussolini very early on and imitated his style, yet he turned to the Germans for real support. But the British and Soviets invaded to stop any potential alliance from taking place, and it seems that Iran really served as the limits of the Italian plans in the east. Mussolini therefore made limited gains in the Balkans, lost potential allies, were losing in Ethiopia, and now the Germans were looking to give away their remaining colonies. So Mussolini turned again to the Latin bloc, this time made up of Vichy France and Franco. Hitler actually supported this plan, as Spain, and ideally Portugal as well, would have helped to have challenged British dominance in the Mediterranean, and they could finally seize Gibraltar. Franco-Petain and Mussolini could well have upset the balance of power as well, but their claims often overlapped. For instance, back in 1940, Franco met with Hitler, and there he put down his conditions to enter the war. This would have included a vast amount of supplies and the likes, But also he wanted to claim French Morocco and Cameroon, as he wanted to expand Spanish Guinea. So Hitler couldn't keep the Spanish Italians and Vichy happy, as they all claimed each other's land, so this alliance was never to be. Italy would soon fall anyway though, and all of this was for nothing. Their empire came to an end. But maybe if they had been victorious, maybe they'd have ambitions to claim a lot more, like potentially Oman, Uruguay and the likes. But here is a possible map of an Italian victory. When looking at Japan, most seem to believe they were isolated, then forced to open up, and then began to conquer. But Japan had a history of expansion overseas just before they closed off their country. When Toyotomi Hideyoshi unified the country, he tried to invade Korea and then China. In fact, when he started the Imjin War in 1592, he wrote to the Koreans saying, "My object is to enter China, to spread the customs of our country to the 100 provinces of that nation, and establish there the government of our imperial city, even unto all ages. My wish is nothing other than my name be known throughout the 3 countries." The 3 countries that he refers to are Japan, China, and India. Meanwhile, the Wokou pirates terrorized the seas, and Japanese emigrants and samurai mercenaries were setting up communities across the continent. These communities spread thanks to the Red Seal ships, which was somewhat similar to the Spanish Manila galleons or the Portuguese armadas. Licenses were handed out to people who could then sail across Asia in search of trade, following the same trade routes, and establishing quarters. Many went to the Philippines, Taiwan, Borneo, Vietnam and the likes. In Thailand, for instance, hundreds of Japanese served in their army as mercenaries. They even began to challenge the European monopoly over trade, worrying the Dutch in particular. Yamada Nagamasa in fact rose up to the rank of nobility within Thailand and led his samurai into battle. Elsewhere, Arima Harunobo landed in Taiwan, but his forces were driven back by the native Austronesians. As for the Spice Islands, they were employed once again as mercenaries, but here by the Europeans, fighting alongside the Dutch and the English, like during the Amboyna massacre in 1623. Otherwise, in Vietnam, if you travel to Hoi An, you can still visit the Japanese bridge, which was built to connect their quarter to the rest of the town. And finally, in Cambodia, they once again had their own villages, some were employed as guards, and others served in their court. Many of these emigrants were Christian, who either converted abroad or fled persecution in their home country. So you could draw some comparisons here to the Pilgrims of North America. Other Japanese sailors like Tenjiku Tokubei travelled even further and arrived in India in the 1620s, and he gained some fame on his return. Hasakura Tsuninagi even travelled to the New World and onto Europe where he visited Rome. Yet what's interesting here is he travelled on the Date Mura, a ship that they built themselves in just 40 days, far faster than the Europeans, and a ship capable of travelling across oceans. So it's not hard to imagine that they could well have become a major sea power in the 17th century, just like they did in the 20th century. However, fearing the spread of Christianity in their country, and having failed to even take Korea, Japan closed their borders, ending their colonial dreams before they really had a chance to get going. So they were closed off for hundreds of years, until Matthew Perry and the Americans opened them up to the world again. The Meiji Emperor fought against the shogun for dominance, and won this, the Boshin War. But once in power, they needed to establish a new government style. After exploring a couple of options, they were impressed by the Germans, especially after their victory against France. So they adopted the Prussian model, but this would cause many problems later on. This is because even though they had a democracy with a prime minister and the likes, the armed forces were under the direct control of the emperor, and they had the power and autonomy to make their own decisions. So when looking at Japanese plans, it's hard to pin down any centralized plan, as some invasions were launched by the army or navy without authorization from Tokyo. Plus, like in other Asian countries like China, secret societies often filled with military men would push for conquests. And these plans for conquest began straight away, as after they modernized their armed forces and removed the shoguns, the Japanese began to look outwards. For instance, in 1873, there was a debate over launching a punitive expedition against Korea, because they refused to recognize the Japanese emperor as an emperor. However, this debate, called the Seikanron, went against the war party, and no expedition was launched. The following year, though, they did launch an expedition to Taiwan in response to the local Austronesian population killing Japanese sailors. Although they quickly left Taiwan, this move weakened the Qing government, and with their new power, they could formally annex the Ryukyu kingdoms, which had, up until that point, been a tributary state of both the Japanese and Qing government. Otherwise, weirdly, they looked hundreds of miles away to Hawaii, which was then independent. In 1871, they signed a treaty of friendship with the kingdom, and King Kalakaua was keen to lease land to the Japanese and enter into a federation of sorts, even offering his niece's hand in marriage to a Japanese prince. Japan at that time, though, was still weak, so they didn't want to antagonize the Western powers. Yet, although the emperor rejected a federation, he did say, "I ardently hope that such union may be realized at some future day. It cannot only be the fortune of Japan and Hawaii, but also of whole Asia." Nevertheless, in the 1890s, Hiroharu Kato thought Japan should protect Hawaii's independence, seeing it as a stepping stone further afield. But again, nothing came of this, so Japan largely decided upon their first two targets, being Taiwan and Korea. Korea in particular became a focus of expansion, as even their German advisor Jacob Meckel described it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Japan. Fortunately for the Japanese, Chinese power was on the decline, and Korea had lost their main protector. Plus, the Westerners had failed to open up Korea, but then the Japanese sent a ship into their waters, and this resulted in the Gangwa Island incident of 1875. Finally, Korea was opened up, but inside Korea, there were disputes over whether or not to modernize like Japan or keep to their old ways. This led to a couple rebellions and disturbances like the Imo incident, which was led by the conservatives who wanted to keep Korean traditions. They chased the Japanese out in the 1880s, and the Japanese-aided coup, the Gapsun coup, failed shortly afterwards. But both China and Japan were unprepared for a full-scale war, so they both agreed to withdraw from Korea until, in 1894, Korean peasants rose up in the Donghak Rebellion. When the Chinese sent troops in to put down the rebellion, the Japanese used this as a cause for war, and the First Sino-Japanese War began. Quickly, the Japanese crushed the Chinese fleet, and their troops landed in Manchuria, Weihaiwei, and Taiwan. In the resulting peace treaty, Japan gained full control over Dalian and Taiwan, and Korea was now firmly under their influence. But the Russians, who also wanted Dalian for themselves, joined forces with Germany and France to force Japan to pull out of the colony. This would be one of the first of many incidents that humiliated and angered the Japanese, and made them incredibly angry at the Western powers, as almost straight away, Kaiser Wilhelm would claim parts of Shandong for Germany. This almost led to a scramble for China, as Britain, Russia, France and the likes all claimed chunks of the country to be under their sphere of influence. The Japanese tried to join in and get the Japanese to recognize Fujian to be under theirs, but the Americans helped pressure the countries to withdraw their claims, and the scramble never really took place. Now you may assume that China would have been the natural next target, but really it was Russia. In the 1890s, Fukushima Yasumasa undertook an epic journey, travelling from Berlin to Vladivostok on horseback, all while learning about the various people living under Russian rule and the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway. Then, in 1900, Kashimoto Jiro was sent to Europe as a member of the Secret Service, and he helped find and fund Russian revolutionaries and independence fighters. One of his main targets was Finland, and he met with Koni Zeliakus, the leader of the resistance there. Kashi then began looking into the idea of funding Muslim rebels in Central Asia, and even met with Vladimir Lenin, who at that point was living in exile in Switzerland. Otherwise, there were groups like the Black Dragon Society, an ultranationalist group whose sole goal initially was to expand beyond the Amur River. They carried out their own spying missions, again without any legitimate support from the government, and most of their early missions were conducted against the Russians. But weirdly, central to their missions were the Karayuki-san, a group of prostitutes. They usually came from impoverished villages in Kyushu and were sent to Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, Australia, and importantly, Eastern Russia. They would then meet Western officials and military men, like in the Philippines, where they set up just outside of American military bases. For their efforts, they were called Roshin Gun, or female warriors, by the Black Dragon Society, who essentially saw them as the advance guard of Japanese expansion, paving the way for merchants, other settlers, and eventually Japanese occupation. The newspaper, the Nanyo Nichi, said, "In industry we had nothing to boast about overseas. As for merchants, they lacked courage. It was due to the lead of the adventurous women of Kyushu, who sold their pleasure west and east, that Japanese trade expanded." And it's believed that they may have stole documents from Russia in the lead up to their war. But this idea of encouraging Japanese emigration to a country prior to an invasion would continue for decades. Anyway, Japanese hatred over Russia goes back to the issue over Dalian. Then, during the Boxer Rebellion, thousands of Russians arrived in Manchuria and oversaw the construction of railway lines, thus bringing Russian influence into the region. This also meant Japan would never be able to claim the resources of Manchuria, and the Russians refused to recognize Japanese control over Korea. So the Japanese formed an alliance with the British, and in 1904 they went to war with Russia. Against all odds, they began to win the war, and one man in particular paid close attention to this. Joseph Pilsudski of Poland, who wanted to break free from Russian rule, came up with the Prometheus plan. He believed that the Russian Empire was merely a collection of conquered people, and it could easily be broken up. So he tried to form an alliance with the Japanese. But he wasn't the only person watching this war closely. People around the world watched on as an Eastern power defeated a European. Many even in the Ottoman Empire celebrated their victory. For instance, Halidi Edip, a famous novelist, called her son Togo after the Japanese admiral. Then nationalists from India, the Philippines, Indonesia and beyond all saw Japan as a potential liberator, and this mindset would be crucial later on. Yet the war was over too quickly as the Americans brokered a peace deal. The Japanese were able to secure Dalian and South Sakhalin, but many felt this did not go far enough. So the Hibiya riots broke out, and generally, nationalism began to grow. Japanese nationalism, by the way, was often linked with their Shinto beliefs, and state Shintoism developed. In fact, as soon as the emperor seized power, he began to dismantle many Buddhist temples and ban temples from worshipping both Buddhism and Shintoism, as they had done for hundreds of years. Shintoism also teaches that the gods first created Japan, and the ruling Yamato dynasty was almost descended from gods. This sort of belief is echoed in the imperial rescript for seamen and soldiers. There, Japan was referred to as a sacred nation protected by the gods. But it wasn't just the Shinto believers who developed these sort of ideas. For instance, a Buddhist helped develop Haku Ichiu, which, to grossly oversimplify, was the idea that Japan had a divine right to conquer the 8 corners of the world. Then Yasutani Roshi, a famous Zen Buddhist, said, "Exorcising evil spirits from the world and leading to the realization of eternal peace and happiness for all humanity. I believe this is truly the critically important mission to be accomplished by our great Japanese empire." So really, we could mark down some of their ambitions as total world conquest. So many rightfully suspected that Japan would continue to expand, and the Dutch were some of the most fearful. Papers across Europe and even the Al-Liwa newspaper in Cairo speculated that this signaled the end of Dutch rule in Indonesia. In fact, in the Islamic world, from Indonesia to Egypt, there were rumours that Japan was prepared to accept the Islamic faith. As for Indonesia, the Svarbisha Merkur wrote, "Asia for the Asians, which is already resounding more openly from Tokyo into the world, would pose a threat to the world order." Then Kuiper, the Prime Minister of the Dutch East Indies, feared a combined Japanese-Chinese invasion, and many locals in Indonesia celebrated Japan's victory over Russia. Even the Dutch consul to India worried that Japan was the first successful champion of the Asiatic race to have arisen since the Tatar invasion of Russia. And their fears weren't completely unfounded, as there was already a network of spies there, and in 1918 it was revealed that the Russian Tsar was willing to support Japan taking over Borneo, Celebes and Java in return for a more active participation in World War I. But going back to some more immediate plans, there seems to be some movement across the Pacific in Latin America. It's sometimes hard to grasp which American reports are true or just hysteria, but the reports of Japanese spies in Mexico did scare the Americans enough to debate forging an alliance with Germany. Hermann Speck von Sternberg met with Teddy Roosevelt and reported that the president said, "If Japan invades America with powerful forces, our army will suffer a crushing blow. Japan's army will be annihilated if she is left in America, and America will take her revenge. Then in 1907, American war games envisioned a Japanese invasion of Hawaii, and during these games, they believed that many Japanese immigrants would support the invaders, so this sort of set the stage for internment in World War II. As for the mainland, they theorized that Japan would use Mexico as a base for such an invasion, as the country was already in the midst of a civil war, and possibly open to an alliance with Japan. But the Japanese had actually had their eyes on Mexico for a while, and there was an attempt to make a Japanese colony in Chiapas. This came towards the end of the 19th century, when Foreign Minister Takoyaki created a migration company to encourage Japanese migration across the Pacific. The Mexicans, then under Diaz, welcomed the Japanese colonists, believing they would help industrialize the region somewhat and create coffee plantations. Takoyaki had actually fought against the emperor during the Boshin War and has been called the last samurai, and he seems to have got the idea to settle in Mexico from Jules Brunet, the Frenchman who fought with the samurai. However, the settlers faced diseases and poor harvests, so the colony failed. Well, around 1911 to 1913, all sorts of reports began to emerge of the Japanese in Mexico. Some were obviously planted by German agents, who weirdly hoped to start a war between Japan and America. Some were planted by private citizens, and some were just published by journalists. For instance, reports on Japanese spies in Guantanamo Bay were proven to be false. Others, like the headline in the Cleveland Leader, 60,000 Japanese in Mexico, why are they there and what did they do besides fish, was clearly an attempt to drum up anti-Japanese sentiment. But it seems that the Japanese were trying to woo the Mexicans somewhat, and there are reports of the Mexicans toasting Japanese admirals and all that sort of stuff. So maybe a potential alliance with Mexico was possible, but really Germans and Americans were both busy working in the region as well, so how likely this is debatable. Then, as mentioned, Hawaii was already a target, and the Japanese had spies in the Philippines for years, meaning there were calls for a war with the United States. But the whole Pacific region changed dramatically with the construction of the Panama Canal. This changed shipping lanes, and the canal allowed the Americans to reinforce their Pacific fleet at a moment's notice. So again, there were reports of spies in and around the canal, and again, it's hard to see which of these reports are to be believed. But yellow peril, or the fear of a growing Asian power, led the Americans to restricting Japanese migration. This, though, led to the Japanese to look elsewhere, and they created communities across Latin America. Like the parents of the future Peruvian president Fujimori, migrated there in 1934. Thousands emigrated to Brazil, and fewer to Chile and Argentina, but really they didn't have a great influence there, as compared to Hawaii, for instance. Japan, though, was still mainly focused on Asia. In 1910, they formally annexed Korea, and then in 1911, the Qing dynasty was toppled and warlords divided up China. This presented Japan with some new opportunities, but First World War I broke out, and Japan joined the Allies' side to claim some German colonies like Qingdao and Shandong. But there was also the Mariana, Caroline, and Marshall Islands, which would be essential for control over the Pacific. The Japanese also exploited the war by sending 21 demands to Yuan Shikai in China. This would have given Japan control over mines, harbours and the likes, particularly in Shandong, Manchuria, plus Japanese advisors would be brought into the Chinese government, essentially turning the country into a puppet state. They tried to keep these demands secret, but they became public knowledge, and a wave of anti-Japanese sentiment swept across China. They also caused some concern among the British, even though they were allied with each other, and the Americans. So Japan promised to drop some of their demands. But relations between Japan and the Western powers grew worse at the end of World War I. Although Prime Minister Hara Takashi hoped to keep good relations with the West, at the Paris Peace Conference, he proposed that there should be racial equality for all coloured people that were part of the League of Nations. He intended just to elevate his own country's position, but he didn't realise the huge potential ramifications this would cause in the huge empires or racially based societies like the United States. Countries like France, Italy, Brazil, China, Greece, Serbia and the Czechs all voted in favour of it, but Woodrow Wilson overturned it. So, although the Japanese were given some German colonies to appease them, this was still a major blow and a cause of great humiliation. They allowed their alliance with Britain to expire, and then many saw the white nations of the world as treacherous. This would set the stage for some Japanese trying to push for the unification of all non-white people under their control, but I'll get onto that in a bit, as the Russian Civil War had also broken out. Japan sent an expeditionary force into the east of Russia to aid the White Movement. Initially though, the government rejected plans to participate in military action, but the army just went ahead and planned on securing the resource-rich region. Thousands of Japanese landed in Vladivostok and then continued to advance far further than most anticipated, reaching Lake Baikal and beyond. They even seized North Sakhalin, but by 1922, the White Movement had all but been crushed, and the Japanese agreed to withdraw. There were some successes though, as the Black Dragon Society did support Baron von Ungern Sternberg in taking power in Mongolia. He was a White Russian who had dreams of creating a Mongolian empire and could well have been a Japanese ally. However, the society and Japan in general had a history of supporting competing forces. Like in China, they supported Sun Yat-sen in rebelling against the Qing dynasty. Then, after the fall of Yuan Shikai, they supported Duan. Duan, however, would use Japanese loans to invade Mongolia, so Japanese money and their weapons were on both sides of that conflict. So all of their potential allies at this stage lost. The communists took power in Mongolia and in Russia, and then Duan was defeated by other Chinese warlords. So Japan focused on supporting Zhang Zhuolin, the former bandit who ruled over Manchuria. They helped industrialize his region, and eventually Zhang and his Fengtian clique took Beijing in the mid-20s, putting Japan on the verge of placing China under their influence. But he would slowly be defeated by the KMT, and as they made their way onto the Japanese colonies in China, the Japanese had to send in troops to defend them. This could have brought Japan into war against China, but at home, this period has been called Taisho democracy, named after the ruling emperor. Suffrage had been expanded and party politics began to take over the diet. But no prime minister served for very long, as there were 9 of them in the 1920s. Those that were perceived to be weak internationally faced grave consequences, like Hara Takashi, who was assassinated by a nationalist in 1921. He, after all, despite cracking down on Korean nationalists, began the withdrawal from Russia and signed the Washington naval treaties with the Western powers, agreeing to limit the number of ships built to prevent another naval arms race. Japan also faced a number of problems like the Kanto earthquake of 1923, and eventually the stock market crash crippled the country. This was particularly bad in Japan, as the country had a huge population and no resources. The international market therefore proved unstable, so many pushed for self-sufficiency, and fortunately for them, Asia was filled with resources. 2 options would eventually develop. The army favoured pushing north into Manchuria and then into eastern Russia, while the navy favoured the south, taking over the Pacific Islands and building an empire in Southeast Asia. But again, remember that the armed forces could act independently of the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, after the Wall Street crash, there were actually a couple of failed coup attempts. Like in 1931, the Sakuraki, which was largely made up of officers, failed to take over in 2 coups. The following year, the League of Blood, which was made up of naval officers, successfully killed the Prime Minister. However, even though these coups failed, their ambition to turn Japan into an empire-building nation largely succeeded. Like over in Manchuria, the army assassinated Zhang Zhuolin, believing he was an untrustworthy ally. But his son broke away from Japan entirely and united with Chiang Kai-shek. This would eventually lead to the Mukden incident, and without any authorization from Tokyo, the army invaded Manchuria. Puyi, the former Chinese emperor, was made the puppet ruler of Manchukuo, and Japan had finally taken over the region. This would be the first of many puppet states created in China, which, had Japan actually achieved victory, it would be hard to predict how they would coexist. For instance, after this, the Japanese seized Johol, while in Inner Mongolia, in the Chahar province, princes met together to discuss creating a pan-Mongolian state. They appointed a new leader and began to collaborate with the Japanese, who were already launching attacks into the region. Eventually, a puppet state would be created, which in 1939 was named Mengjiang, and we can assume that they would be granted all of Mongolia. Further afield, they actually had weirder plans for Xinjiang. This province was ruled over by Jin Shu-ren, a Han ruler who repressed the majority Uyghur population. So a rebellion broke out, and this led to the Xinjiang Wars. The Muslim Ma family, warlords from the Gansu province, got involved, while Jin had recruited White Russians. But despite this, he also received support from the Soviet Union, and together they were able to drive the Ma back. In short, it's a very complicated war, but in the midst of these wars, some Uyghurs formed their own state called East Turkestan, and as a Turkic republic, they sought to eventually unite with the Turkic people west of them, especially the Basmachi rebels, who were fighting against the Soviets, and after that, ideally, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and the likes. But Ataturk's new Turkish Republic was unwilling to aid these rebels, so the Japanese got involved. In fact, exiled Ottomans had been arriving in Japan for a while pushing for aid in creating a pan-Turkic state, while some even hoped for a pan-Turanist state. This would have involved all sorts of nationalities, including Turks, Koreans, Manchurians, Hungarians, Japanese, and anyone who fell into this vague cultural and linguistic umbrella of Turan. So Japan's invasion of Manchuria had encouraged these Turkish people, and they created the Idel-Ural Society in Japan to advance the cause further. Then, in 1933, the exiled Ottoman prince, Abdul Karim, arrived in Japan. This gave these groups the idea of placing him in control of East Turkestan, while Japanese weapons found their way to the new state. So we could have had an Ottoman ruler of a Turkic empire somewhere in Western China and Central Asia. But it wasn't to be. The Soviets were well aware of the threat that Japan posed, so they told their ally in the region, if you let them to create an independent state in the south of the province, converting it into a second Manchuria at the back door of the USSR, we will not just be side watchers, we will start to act. And the Soviets weren't the only ones to notice the similarities, as allegedly Ataturk commented that this state would be a Muslim Manchukuo. So the Soviets eventually invaded in 1934, before the Japanese could make their move. However, had the Japanese secured victory in World War II, we could expect maybe a pan-Turkic state in Western China under their rule. Thus, there would be 3 puppet states across all of northern China. But again, going back to the Turkish emigres, some in Japan hoped to create a pan-Islamic state, and apparently there were sometimes fights between these different groups. Japan, though, would use both the pan-Turanists and the pan-Islamists to spread their message across the world. As for the Ottoman prince, he was found dead in a hotel in New York with only $3 in his possession. All of this, though, meant that the Russians had once again stood in the way of Japanese expansion, and tensions along the Manchurian border led to a number of skirmishes. Although many in the army hoped to start a full-scale war with the Soviets, other units eventually opened up a war with the Chinese. In China, they eventually set up a puppet government under the leadership of Wang Jingwei. This initially began as 2 separate governments, the Provisional and Reformed, but later merged to form the reorganized national government. Obviously, he would be in control of most of mainland China. However, how they would balance the power between Pu Yi and Wang Jingwei is anybody's guess. It's hard to imagine that there wouldn't be further conflicts later on. Plus, the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War obviously brought troops away from the borders of the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, there were further border skirmishes, and the greatest battle was at Khalkhin Gol in 1939. Although a relatively minor skirmish in comparison to other battles of 1939, this greatly changed the attitudes of the Japanese rulers and the Zaibatsu, a group of Japanese businesses that controlled the country's industries. So they began to turn their attention away from the Russian resources, and a non-aggression pact was signed. That's not to say that the dream of invading Russia had died, though. Inside Manchuria, there were a number of White Russians who, under the leadership of Konstantin Rodzavsky, formed their own Nazi party with a headquarters topped with a swastika. There was also an entirely ethnic Russian unit of the Manchukuo army, the Asano Brigade, which would have invaded the Soviet Union and Mongolia when given the opportunity. Otherwise, when Germany invaded the Soviets, some recognized the possibility to seize territory. This plan was Kanto-Kuan, and it even got support from Hirohito. But by 1941, the war had begun to turn against Japan elsewhere, and it never got off the ground. Had they actually carried out the invasion sooner, they could have probably linked up with their old allies in Poland, potentially Finland, the Basmachi rebels of Central Asia, and more. And on Poland, Japan never actually declared war on the country because of their old alliance. So in their dream scenario, they could have carried out the Prometheus plan altogether, but we can only guess as to how the country would be divided. But largely their failures in the north changed Japan's focus south following the Navy's plans. They quickly took over French Indochina, the Philippines and the likes, and in all of these they placed a puppet government in control. King Sihanouk of Cambodia would rule over the Kingdom of Kampuchea, Ba Maw would take over Burma, Jose P. Laurel would take over the Philippines, Bao Dai the Empire of Vietnam, Prince Petsart the Kingdom of Laos, and in India, Subja Chandra Bose was put in control of the tiny Azad Hind. Then, although never invaded, Wan Waitayakon and Rama VIII of Siam joined the Japanese. They joined the Greater Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, and this could well have got a great deal of support had they been more successful. Like take India for example. People like Nehru would later request a visit to Sume Okawa, a Pan-Asianist who was described as Japan's Goebbels. He was involved in a number of far-right coups and wrote about a clash between civilizations, East and West. But he's probably more famous for going a bit insane and slapping the head of Tojo during the Tokyo War trials. So had Japan pushed further into India, they would have had a great deal of support, and Nehru himself said of Japan's victory way back in 1905, "Japan's victories had stirred up my enthusiasm. Nationalistic ideas filled my head. I mused of Indian freedom and Asiatic freedom from the thraldom of Europe." However, given Japan's attempts to stir up pan-Islamism, whether or not they would partition the subcontinent is up for debate. As for Sri Lanka, there was a raid on the island in 1942, and some people did hope for a Japanese victory there. Like future leader Jayawardena, he met with the Japanese to discuss the possibility of supporting an uprising against British rule. So, although not top of the list, Sri Lanka would probably be made a puppet state had the British Navy been destroyed in the Indian Ocean. So China and the Indian subcontinent would be puppeted. Otherwise, in between China and India lay Bhutan, Tibet and Nepal. I could find very little to suggest a planned invasion for these mountainous kingdoms, probably because this southern thrust was planned by the Navy. There were some small missions into Tibet, like in 1939, when Jinzo Nomoto travelled to investigate the country, but really nothing came of this. Inside the country, some like Tsiarong Dyaza favoured an alliance with Japan, but it seems even the Germans were more keen on finding a foothold there. Towards the end of the war, the Japanese did send Hisao Kimura to Tibet, but he only made it there after the war ended. So we can probably only put Tibet down as an ally of Japan after the war was won, and possibly the same for Bhutan and Nepal. Further afield, like Iran and Afghanistan, well, when they dabbled with aligning with the Axis, they turned to Germany and not Japan, despite all of Japan's pan-Islamist efforts. This makes some sense though, as even Japan didn't really look far beyond India. Their armies were already overstretched, and the Germans were advancing eastwards. So the Axis powers agreed to split their future political spheres along the 70th meridian east longitude, from the Ob River, Afghanistan, and into Pakistan. So maybe India would have been partitioned in the end anyway. But some in Germany argued against the line as it cut through existing borders, so they proposed the line to follow more established boundaries, like the borders of India, up to Tanat Tuva. They even proposed giving Afghanistan over to Japan in return for the Kuznetsk industrial basin. However, the 70th meridian was what they agreed upon, therefore Japan would have had a free hand over most of East Asia. As for Indonesia, Singapore and Malaysia, they were placed under direct Japanese control, but we could expect some puppet rulers to emerge. Like there was talk of putting Ibrahim Johor in control of United Malay Peninsula, including parts of southern Thailand. Then they had support of Ibrahim Yaqub and his leftist KMM, but I doubt they would have had much place in the government after the war. In Indonesia, the Japanese freed Sukarno from Dutch prisons after he'd been arrested for spreading nationalist sentiment, and the two began to work together. Sukarno helped rally support for the Japanese, and the Japanese were obviously removing the old colonizers from power. So Sukarno said, "Independent Indonesia can only be achieved by Dai Nippon. For the first time in all my life, I saw myself in the mirror of Asia." But this is sort of the extent of Japanese reach southwards. There were some plans to take over Fiji, New Caledonia and the likes, all hoping to cut off the route between the United States and Australia. These were called things like Operation FS or Operation MO and Operation RY. but most were just a failure. They did though move into New Guinea, and there was a strike on Darwin, but I could find little to suggest that Japan truly wanted to invade Australia or New Zealand, despite the panic in their countries. So it seems that they just merely wanted to knock Australia out of the war, but we could expect them to seize the smaller Pacific islands and even New Guinea had their navy been more successful. Maybe they'd create the federation that they planned decades ago with Pacific Island monarchs. This would have made more sense than an invasion of Australia, as the Japanese largely looked to unite the non-white world, and for this reason, they never truly looked to invade the United States either. There was an attempt to blow up the Panama Canal, they even seized an island off the coast of Alaska, but as for mainland invasions, nothing serious was ever thought of. So like in Australia, they hoped to create panic, take a couple of islands, and force the country out of the war, and thus take over the Pacific. Despite this though, there were some strange plans going on within the American mainland, and that's to form an alliance with the Black Americans. However, just to go back in time a bit, there was also talk of uniting with black people elsewhere, notably in Ethiopia. In the mid-1930s, there was even a plan to marry a prince of Ethiopia to the daughter of Viscount Kuroda, thus tying the two countries together by blood. But this didn't go down well with the Italians, who were preparing to invade. When the Italians actually did invade, many Japanese felt compelled to help out, despite their government's calls for neutrality. The Great Japan's Young Men's Association put out a call for war saying, "Arise, coloured brothers, slay the Mediterranean white wolf pounding on the black lamb of East Africa. Coloured brothers throughout the world, stand up and save your poor brother Ethiopians who are in the clutches of the white wolf." The Black Dragon Society was playing its part in raising funds and even pushing the government to come to Ethiopia's aid. But in 1936, Japan signed the Tripartite Act with Italy and Germany, thus making them allies of the invader. So had the Axis actually won the war, it seems that conflicts would arise over how to divide up Africa and Central Asia, and there could even be disputes over Poland. But going back to America, Satokata Takahashi arrived in Chicago in 1932, and he was apparently a close friend of Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam. He helped to create the Pacific movement of the Eastern world, which, as you can probably tell by the name, hoped to unite the immigrants in America with the Japanese. But they then went on to try and help African Americans migrate over to Africa. Their motto was, after all, Asia for the Asiatics, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. Plus, many prominent leaders in the African American community spoke highly of Japan and their methods, like Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, and in particular, W.E.B. Du Bois. He in fact spoke so highly of Japan that he even justified their actions in China, and eventually said Japan is regarded by all coloured peoples as their logical leader. Major J. M. Moore was sent to investigate, and apparently the group said American Negroes should be ready to support Japan on call by training their young men in modern weapons, especially aviation, instruction in which is now denied the darky. Therefore, they would act like a fifth column, aiding the Japanese invaders. And to highlight their allegiance to Japan, they should hang a purple ribbon from their windows during this conquest. But this was all the work of a few Japanese people working in America, independent of Tokyo. Sometimes they wanted to create colonies in Brazil, other times they wanted to repatriate people to Africa. Their plans changed from week to week. So, after Pearl Harbor, members of these groups were arrested and no weapons were found. This shows that they didn't truly believe an invasion was imminent, but the Black Dragons were still in America. Apparently at the Manzanar internment camp, their flag was unfurled. So maybe they still held out hopes for a mainland invasion of the United States. So the Japanese plans, as far as I can tell, was to create a series of puppet states across Asia, take over islands in the Pacific, and ideally unite with some African countries like Ethiopia. Maybe in the distant future, they would start to align once again with Mexico and other Latin American countries, and then start to dismantle the Soviet Union, creating a bunch of puppet states there as well, thus uniting most of the non-white world, as they set out to do since at least the end of World War I. Germany unified in 1871, and straight away they became one of the most powerful nations in the world. But in doing so, they took Alsace-Lorraine from France and created an enemy there. People on both sides of the border believed that war was inevitable and therefore worked to form alliances accordingly. So plans focused on Europe early on, and the idea of Mittel Europa was already an idea before the unification. The meaning of this changed over time, but it was essentially the idea that the middle of Europe should be united under German rule or German-speaking rule. I say German-speaking because before Prussia defeated the Austrians in 1866, there was the idea of uniting a Greater Germany. But the German desire to control the middle of Europe goes right the way back, in fact as far back as the Crusades, when the Teutonic Order took control of the Baltic region. Then the Hanseatic League, an early trading bloc, pushed German settlers around the continent. In fact, you could find huge German communities everywhere, and they were instrumental in building many of Europe's capitals, like Stockholm, which was 1/3 German back in the Middle Ages. Then 40% of Riga still spoke German in the middle of the 19th century, despite being under Russian control, and in the south they settled in Bratislava, Slovenia, and even found communities in the mountains of Transylvania. This expansion of German influence actually has a name, Oststieglung, which means eastern settling. And this, as I said, goes back to medieval times. Then, from the 18th century, the Germans began to explore racial superiority with Ostforschung, which just means the research of the East, and they came to the conclusion that they brought civilization to the Polish in particular, and you can see how this developed into Mittel Europa, and of course, later on, Lebensraum. So, in the end, the Germans would then have influence over a range of ethnicities in Central Europe, but the German Empire was initially led by Bismarck, who hoped to achieve a balance of power and prevent diplomatic isolation. So he signed the League of Three Emperors with Russia and Austria, thus isolating France, their natural enemy. Within his borders, though, he believed that the Germans should hammer the Poles until they despair of living. But internationally, he would act as an umpire. He didn't seek out colonies, believing that they would be more expensive than they were worth, and he actively championed French colonial pursuits like in Tunisia, hoping that it would distract them from affairs in Europe. So all was therefore peaceful until, in 1884, he sort of quickly changed his mind on colonies. No one really knows why. It could be because more Germans were demanding them for prestige, or he hoped to undermine the anti-colonial liberals in the Reichstag. But either way, Germany entered the colonial game. Before this, there were some German colonial attempts going right the way back to the Age of Exploration. The Welser family got the rights to colonize Venezuela from the King of Spain. In 1685, Brandenburg leased St. Thomas from Denmark for a little while, and they also had a colony in West Africa. Potentially the most famous strange colonial power was Courland, which created New Courland on the island of Tobago. This small duchy was a vassal of Poland, but it was a German-led state, a remnant of the old Livonian order. Even the tiny county of Hanau tried to buy Dutch Guiana and create a kingdom there. Fast forward to the 19th century, the German states, which had united into the German Confederation, began to look out again. For instance, the Hamburg Colonial Society looked to buy Chatham Islands off the coast of New Zealand, but this, by the way, like other colonial pursuits, was seen as a way to deal with Germany's emigration problem, as thousands were leaving every year to the Americas, only to lose their culture and connections on arrival. Others believed that they should create German colonies within other countries, and the new Republic of Texas proved to be a tempting target for the Germans, just as it did with the Belgians. So Count Ludwig Joseph von Buys-Waldeck purchased some land in Fayette County in 1843, but it was mismanaged and failed. Similar voyages and inquiries were made in South America, especially in Argentina. However, at this time, state-sponsored colonialism was being led by the Austrians, as they sent out ships to take control of the Nicobar Islands in 1858. This all came about during the reunification period, so the Germans were deciding on who would lead the charge, the Austrians or the Prussians. The Prussians sent Count Fritz zu Eulenburg on a voyage to Asia in 1860, and he quickly met with the British and French to discuss the possibility of colonizing Formosa. The Western powers actually agreed with this idea, but in the end, he only managed to agree on trade deals with the Asian nations, as he just didn't have the men to occupy the island. Otherwise, under Bismarck's leadership, colonies were once again just outright rejected. Like in the 1860s, the Sultan of the Sulu Islands offered to put his lands under Prussian protection. The Sultan of Vituland in Africa did the same, and in 1867, the commander of the warship Augusta negotiated with the president of Costa Rica terms to create a naval base. But Bismarck refused them all. Also, the King of Denmark, after his war with Prussia, was on the verge of losing Schleswig, so he offered to join the German Confederation and hand over Iceland to the Prussians. But this was all refused, and Iceland wouldn't really pop up in any of the future plans again. Even the Dutch offered Bismarck a base on their Caribbean islands, but again this was rejected because he didn't want to anger the Americans by challenging their Monroe Doctrine. However, as I said, in 1884, Bismarck changed his mind on colonies and the pursuit began. Luckily for him, private Germans had already been on the pursuit of new colonies. Nachtigal in Togoland, Karl Peters in Tanzania, Janssen Tormalen in Cameroon, and Luderitz in Namibia. These, however, obviously weren't the only targets of expansion. Like in 1885, Emil Nagel arrived in South Africa and tried to create a colony in Umpondo Land and St. Lucia Bay in Zululand. In Guinea, the Germans set up Collins Land, and in Nigeria, Gustav Nachtigal tried to claim Mahinland. Karl Peters also made his way up to Uganda and signed a treaty with the leaders there, but these other colonies were used more as pawns in the larger game, and often Bismarck handed them away for recognition of claims elsewhere. But probably the largest territory they set out to claim was Somalia. In 1885 they actually signed a couple of treaties with local rulers, but the claims overlapped with the Italians and the British, so were subsequently dropped. Yet as they expanded their colonies, a whole new concept began to emerge: Middle Africa. Just like Middle Europa, they hoped to claim the middle of the continent. Belgian Congo would be essential to this, but what else would have been included is sort of up for debate. Later on, Caprivi would negotiate for Southwest Africa to be expanded, and then the colonies could have been linked up via Zambia and the Congo. They would also focus most on taking colonies from Belgium and Portugal, who they believed were too weak to have such large colonial empires. Further afield, some Germans began looking into the possibility of setting up colonies in the Pacific Islands. The German New Guinea Company sailed almost in secret to the Pacific and began creating colonies, like their colony in Papua New Guinea, which was supposed to become almost like Java in Indonesia, a rich plantation colony. The Germans also began taking some islands off Spain, like the Marshall Islands and the Caroline Islands. The Spanish at this point, though, were in a state of decline, and they could do very little about it. In fact, when it came to the Marshall Islands, the Pope actually mediated and granted it to the Germans. Samoa, though, could have caused more problems. There, a civil war saw the Germans and Americans both back rival claimants to the throne. And to make matters more complicated, the British also sought concessions in the country. This all resulted in a standoff between the German and American navies in the late 1880s, but war was prevented as a cyclone destroyed both fleets. The three powers then agreed to divide Samoa between themselves, and this was cemented after another civil war the following decade. However, Bismarck's desire for colonies was short-lived, and in the late 1880s he gave up on pursuing them, allegedly offering them to Crispi of Italy, who responded, "Your Highness, I am quite prepared to sell you ours." But by then, Wilhelm II was Kaiser, and in 1890 Bismarck resigned. Wilhelm and his new Chancellor Caprivi then set about pursuing a far more ambitious colonial and foreign policy called Weltpolitik, or world politics. But the same year, the treaty with the Russians wasn't renewed, meaning that they ran the risk of a war on two fronts, and the Germans antagonized the Russians by temporarily claiming Bear Island in 1899. But the Russians soon sent warships and claimed it for themselves. Yet the Kaiser's real focus early on was Asia. He is actually credited with coming up with the term Yellow Peril and had pictures made showing Europeans uniting to crush a dreadful Buddha. But to claim colonies out in Asia, he needed more coaling stations, and one he looked at early on was Farasan Island, which he leased from the Ottomans. This, however, was given back to them when it went unused for a couple of years. Then, despite his fear of Asian nations, German warships were still sold to China, and advisors worked alongside the Japanese. They watched on as Japan crushed China in the First Sino-Japanese War and took Taiwan. The Kaiser then joined with the French and Russians in stepping in to prevent the Japanese from also taking Port Arthur. The Kaiser, after all, didn't want an Asian country to become too powerful. But also nearby, Shandong became the focus of German colonization efforts almost immediately. For a couple of years, the Germans were eyeing up other locations, like Zhoushan Island, and they even thought of sharing Taiwan with Japan. But then Admiral Alfred von Trippitz had toured Shandong and declared that it would be a good location for a future naval base. German missionaries were then killed in the Juyi incident, and this gave the Kaiser the opportunity to move in. In fact, the leader of the East Asian fleet, Otto von Dietrich, said, "May incidents be exploited in pursuit of further goals." Or, in other words, can he exploit this opportunity to take a colony? So troops landed in China and seized Kiaochao Bay. They forced the Chinese to lease the port for 99 years, similar to British Hong Kong, and they essentially placed Shandong under their influence. They were allowed to mine the area and build railroads, and, like Prince Heinrich of Prussia said, railroads would spread German culture and German conscientious devotion to duty. Afterwards, Wilhelm himself declared, "Hundreds of German merchants will rejoice at the realization that the German Empire has at last won a firm footing in Asia. Hundreds of thousands of Chinamen will tremble when they feel the iron fist of the German Empire heavy on their necks." This then subsequently panicked the other powers, while many saw the opportunity to seek out colonies for themselves. China was set to be divided up had it not been for John Hay, the Secretary of State in the United States. He got the Europeans to promise to uphold the open door policy of China, and they all largely agreed. Britain and Germany, for instance, signed the Yangtze Agreement shortly afterwards. But it should be said by 1900, German Shandong was tiny compared to the claims of the other powers, and the British even secured a port there themselves. So Germany was losing the scramble, so they just made do with their small port city. Plus, that same year, the Boxer Rebellion broke out, and the great powers united to crush them. It is from this war, though, that the Germans got the nickname Hun, because the Kaiser gave a speech to his men saying, "Prisoners will not be taken, just as 1,000 years ago the Huns under their king Etzel made a name for themselves, so may the name Germany be affirmed by you in such a way in China." But China wasn't their only failure in the East. For a long time they had been scouting out the Spanish Philippines. So when the Spanish-American War broke out, Otto von Dietrich had sent ships to the Philippines, believing he could secure a chunk of the newly independent country, ideally Sulu, Mindanao and Palawan. However, this just encouraged the Americans to take over the islands for themselves, believing, probably correctly, that the Germans would just move in straight away. And keeping on America, on the other side of the world, the Navy had been scouting out the possibility of securing a naval base and some colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. But the Monroe Doctrine was making this next one possible, but that's not to say they didn't try. One of the most interesting colonization attempts in the Americas, though, was in the jungles of Paraguay, where Bernard Foster and his wife, who was the sister of Nietzsche, created Nueva Germania in 1888. Foster was an anti-Semite, and he hoped this colony would be a homeland for pure-blood Aryans. However, it completely failed. There were other more serious attempts to find a colony in the Americas though, like the Hamburg American Steamship Line, which was sometimes the largest passenger line in the world, had a coaling station in Danish St. Thomas. But the Americans again were worried that the Kaiser would purchase the island, so they just bought it for themselves. In 1896 though, Wilhelm did actually have the opportunity to take St. Thomas and St. John, but only in exchange for part of North Schleswig, so he refused. There were some other challenges to the Monroe Doctrine, like in 1872 and 1897, the Germans sent ships to Haiti to collect debts. Then, in 1914, just before the war, the Germans threatened to seize the custom houses in Haiti if debts weren't paid. This, again though, was used as a sort of justification for the Americans intervening in the country the next year. But going back to the Spanish-American War, this did thrust America into the Caribbean. During this war, the Kaiser wrote to von Bülow, saying that the European monarchies should unite. In his words, it would demonstrate that monarchies have no intention of giving way to Republican moneybags and consolidate the Continental Union against America, which the Tsar and I have planned. However, the American speedy victory changed the Kaiser's plan for a while, like when the president of the Dominican Republic offered to lease a port to get out of debt and maybe get some protection from outside powers, but the Kaiser responded, "Oh, what sweet innocence, I'm not going to fall for a trick like that." As for other targets, there were some like Suriname, or for that matter, the other Dutch colony of Curaçao in the Caribbean. But these seemed like later ambitions, which would fall under German influence alongside the Netherlands. As Hans von Plessen said, it was highly desirable for us to get our hands not only on Denmark, but also on Holland with her colonies, if only to establish the coaling stations that were so urgently needed. So they would take Holland first, and then her colonies. But Germany's main thrust into South America would have been Venezuela. In 1901, warships were surveying Santa Margarita Island, with possibly the view to purchase it, while corrupt railway lines and German immigration were expanding their influence. Then, the Venezuelans defaulted on their debts, causing the Venezuelan crisis. Germany, Italy, and Britain all sent ships to blockade the country, and maybe Germany could have seized an island had debts not been repaid. But Teddy Roosevelt brought the parties to the negotiating table and defended the Monroe Doctrine. The Americans also apparently caught wind of German attempts to purchase a base in Mexico, the Bay of Magdalena in Baja California. This plan was discovered by an American lawyer in London who passed it up the chain of command to John Hay. Nothing obviously came of this attempt, but Mexico will prove to be a target for the Germans throughout this period. They will later get involved in the civil wars in Mexico, and they always look to secure an ally and possibly some further bases. Back home, many saw Latin America as the key target for German expansion. Like Gustav Schmoller insisted, in the coming century we must desire at all costs a German colony of some 20 to 30 million people in South America. So, along with Venezuela, colonial groups and politicians like Ernst Hasse hoped to use German immigrants in Brazil and Argentina. They would give them their citizenship back and then purchase land in Argentina, Brazil, or even Chile, creating colonies for, again, racially pure Germans. Hasse and his Pan-German League also had bold plans for Europe, displacing Poles and taking over their land. So again, you can see the origins of the Nazi Party here. But for now, as he put it, our future lies in South America. Only there will we be able to found the new Germany. In fact, in many areas the Germans were very successful. Like in 1894, it was reported that the state of Rio Grande do Sul was under the control of German businesses, as they dominated trade and owned most of the large firms. Yet some, like Karl von Clausewitz, who emigrated to southern Brazil, brought up the different colonial attitudes of Rome and the Greeks. He argued that for Africa, the Germans should annex those regions just like the Romans would have. But for South America, they should follow the Greek model, an informal empire dominating trade and expanding culture. And they did find a possible ally in Chile. At the end of the century, they were involved in a bit of an arms race with Argentina, and they employed Germans to train and equip their army. But this period was actually described by a local as German bewitchment, and still today, if you see the Chilean army on parade, you see clear similarities with Imperial Germany. So Chile, at least, was a possible ally. As for investment, the Germans were almost equal to the British and Americans when it came to spending in Venezuela, Paraguay and Brazil, massively increasing their numbers between 1904 and 1912. And in 1903, Wilhelm sent representatives to Peru, informing them that they would be essential in the forthcoming struggle against North American competition. As for American land, though, the Americans had taken over Cuba and Puerto Rico to varying degrees, and Dietrich said in 1900 they were desirable targets for us in the right circumstances. And again, the fear that the Germans would take part of Cuba forced the Americans to pass the Platt Amendment, forbidding Cuba from transferring land to a foreign power. As for Wilhelm, he often criticized the Anglophone world, angry at the Anglo-American Limited Company for international theft and worldwide incitement. And even Bismarck would describe the Monroe Doctrine as a brand of arrogance that is uniquely American. But he also believed that when it would be tested, the whole idea would crumble. So you might see where this is going. The Germans believed that knocking America out of the world stage would serve their interests, and as such, there were plans made to launch a speedy attack on the United States and open the Americas up to colonization. For instance, the German ambassador, Theodor von Helleben, warned the Kaiser about growing suspicion in the United States, but the Kaiser responded, Tell them to control themselves. Whatever is necessary for the Navy will be done, even if it displeases the Yankees. And he even wrote a dispatch to Roosevelt saying, "The Russians are sitting tight there. No, South America is our goal, old boy." So between 1898 and 1903, 3 plans were made to attack the US. This, by the way, was only possible thanks to the Tirpitz Plan, which dramatically increased the size of the German Navy. The first plan was to defeat the American Navy and then bombard Norfolk and Portsmouth shipyards, which were apparently the most sensitive point along the American coast. But this was also around the same time that the Americans defeated the Spanish, and the German Navy wasn't strong enough then. So they waited a year and came up with a new, bolder plan. This one would have 60 warships protect the movement of 100,000 soldiers. They would actually land and advance onto New York and Boston. As Manhattan was shelled, the Americans would make peace, and Germany would be free to take over Puerto Rico and Cuba. But this plan was again shelved, as many just thought it was impossible. So a third plan was made. This time they would take Puerto Rico, threatening the newly built Panama Canal, and then they'd bombard New York, or at least threaten to. However, by this point, the Americans had proved that they were willing to defend the Monroe Doctrine after the Venezuelan crisis, and in 1904, the Entente Cordiale was signed. This completely refocused the Kaiser's attention, as Germany was becoming more and more isolated within Europe. Then, during the Boer War, many Germans had volunteered to fight against the British, and beforehand, there was the infamous Kruger telegram when the Kaiser congratulated the President of the Transvaal Republic. Later on, the Kaiser would, in a bid to draw Britain away from their new allies, come up with some bold claims in an interview with the Times, like suggesting the Russians and French wanted to use the opportunity to humiliate England to the dust, and he said that he suggested plans to the English that helped them win the war. But there were still reports of funds going to the Boers from German Namibia. However, South Africa was a future target for Wilhelm. As the Queen of the Netherlands tried to put together a coalition to broker peace, he responded, "There should be a powerful fleet on the sea. When it is afloat, then at last the banners of Orange and Brandenburg will fly side by side on every sea, as in days gone by. Until then, let us be silent and work." In 1906, there was actually a very small raid from German Namibia to try and fan the flames of rebellion. This, the Ferreira raid, took place during the height of the Herero genocide in Namibia, but it was far too small to really kickstart anything. However, it highlights some of the ambitions the Germans had in Africa at least. Yet, after the Germans' plans in America failed, the Kaiser turned his attention back to Asia, as the Russo-Japanese War had broken out. And again, it should be stressed that alliances at this time were still far from set in stone. Like at the turn of the century, Joseph Chamberlain, the Secretary of the Colonies in Britain, was still keen on forming an alliance with the Germans. He said a new triple alliance between the Teutonic race and the 2 great transatlantic branches of the Anglo-Saxon race, which would become a potent influence on the future of the world. Then during the Russo-Japanese War, there was still hope for a German-Russian alliance, and Kaiser Wilhelm and Tsar Nicholas met to sign the Treaty of Bioko. This was possible because after the Boer War, the British had signed a treaty with the Japanese, and Britain very nearly entered the war when Russia sank a British vessel on their way to Asia. The Kaiser wrote to the Tsar a lot during this time, warning him of the Crimean coalition, threatening Russian influence in Bulgaria and the Balkans in general, while also warning him of the threats in Asia. He once wrote, "I got a report that the Japs are clandestinely arming the Chinese behind your and my backs against us. The Chinese troops are drilling day and night, and remarkably well." He in fact seemed quite keen for war, frequently referencing the Yellow Peril and the threats to the white race. Even to Bülow he said, if the Russians gave way even more to the Japanese, the Yellow race would be in Moscow and Posen in 20 years. He then set about trying to lure countries into a possible coalition for a war against Japan and Britain. He believed France was keen, but so too were the Netherlands and Belgium, at least after the Kaiser threatened military action if they were to remain neutral. The same threats applied to Denmark, which the Kaiser believed should be occupied to shore up their own defences in case of war. The Russians, on the other hand, believed such a coalition was impossible, as France hated Germany. But the Kaiser responded that the Alsace-Lorraine question was no longer an issue for either country, obviously misreading the situation. He also hoped to use the war to grab the whole of East Asia, particularly on the Yangtze. He even envisioned a huge global war, saying it will be the final battle between the two religions, Christianity and Buddhism, Western culture and Oriental half-culture. It will be the battle which I predicted and drew in the picture, the one in which the whole of Europe should and must come together under German leadership. Obviously this didn't happen and Russia lost the war, so Germany went right back to trying to break up the Entente. This he hoped to do in Morocco, which France wanted to turn into a protectorate. He offered protection to the Sultan and threatened war, believing that Britain may join his side. But again, he misread the situation and the Entente was strengthened. In fact, it even weakened the Triple Alliance as even Italy sided with the French, and then the Spanish signed the Pact of Cartagena with the French and British. So in one fell swoop, most of the Mediterranean powers moved away from Germany. And to make things even worse, the British signed an alliance with the Russians, dividing Europe into two camps. France and Russia then also signed agreements with the Japanese in 1907, meaning in just a year, the Germans had managed to surround themselves by enemies, all suspicious of their activity. In this climate, the Kaiser decided to look further afield for allies. And as a side note, Teddy Roosevelt probably described the Kaiser best to the English, saying, "I cannot of course follow or take too seriously a man whose policy is one of such violent and often wholly irrational zigzags." Meaning, in other words, he bounced from one idea to another. So he went from hating the United States and fearing Asians to trying to form an alliance with China and the United States. He wrote to Bülow, "My insurance treaty with Theodore Roosevelt, who is afraid of the Japanese, would be appropriate and worthy of consideration." Hermann Speck von Sternberg met with Roosevelt, and apparently the US president said, "If Japan invades America with powerful forces, our army will first suffer a crushing blow. Japan's army will be annihilated if she is left in America, and America will take her revenge." To get to the United States, though, they both theorized that the Japanese could use Mexico as a base for an invasion. This means the Kaiser and the Americans expected that a major war wouldn't come from the Balkans, but from Japan. The Kaiser initially believed Japan, Russia, and maybe France would seek to partition China, and of course Germany and America would intervene on behalf of their Asian ally. As for Britain, Roosevelt said, "I do not think that she would intervene in such a war. England knows that in such a case, we would invade Canada." As for China, Yuan Shikai supported the alliance, and the Kaiser said, "The Chinese have more self-respect than the Spanish, Portuguese, and French. We must strengthen their backs and not betray their confidence. I am very much for this." But the German ambassador for China, Count von Rex, came up with a new proposal. Keeping the secret understanding with the Americans, he tried to entice the Russians into this alliance. As he said, Russia would be allowed an entirely free hand, not only in Mongolia and East Turkestan, but also in Manchuria and Korea. Through this agreement, she would receive far more than the Japanese-French-English group has ever been induced to grant. But the Japanese quickly signed a treaty of friendship with the United States, Yuan Shikai was removed from his post, and the alliance died before it was born. The Kaiser still backed the idea of supporting China. Whether the Japanese or anyone else pulls a long face about it doesn't matter in the least. But he continued saying his dealings everywhere were challenged. Like the Brazilian president Francesca has asked me for German officers, and France has made a fuss about it. The Turks have bought ships from us. England, France, Russia threw a fit. China and Turkey are the only two countries that trust us and where we can still accomplish anything. Both must be supported by all, including financial means against England's policy of financially encircling Germany. So the Ottoman Empire was the next target to at least form an alliance with. And Wilhelm actually took a trip to the Levant and became infatuated with the Middle Eastern Islam. He wrote to the Tsar, "If I had come there without any religion at all, I certainly would have turned Mohammedan." There was actually talk across the Middle East that the Kaiser had actually converted and would be a sort of saviour of Islam, or at least would free Muslims from European rule. The Ottomans, even after the Young Turk Revolution, were quick to accept German assistance in modernising their country, and instrumental to this was the Baghdad-Berlin Railroad. This would have brought German influence right into the Middle East, provide them with a route into the Indian Ocean, bypassing the Suez Canal, and challenge the British in Kuwait, the Persian Gulf, and beyond. Now, this trip did provide some hope to a cause you probably wouldn't expect. As the Daily Mail reported, One of the most important results, if not the most important, of the Kaiser's visit to Palestine is the immense impetus it has given Zionism. When the Kaiser visited Constantinople, Dr. Herzl, the head of the Zionist movement, was there. Again, when the Kaiser visited Jerusalem, he found Dr. Herzl there. Now, there's not much to indicate the Kaiser was particularly keen on the idea of Zionism, but during the Great War, prominent Zionists will be pushing forward the cause. However, I'll get onto that later on. But I believe, though, even stranger than that is the movement to create German colonies in Palestine. The German Association of the Holy Land was created at the end of the century, and they created colonies in the Holy Land like Wilhelma and Bethlehem of Galilee. The Lutheran Templar Society, not the Templars, actually set a precedent for this, and decades earlier were instrumental in turning Haifa from a village into a thriving city. These Germans were probably unlikely to annex this land, but German influence was sure to grow in the Middle East. Otherwise, around this time, the Kaiser also began to suspect that their Italian ally was not to be trusted. Italy entered into the Triple Alliance back in 1882, angered with the French conquest of Tunisia. But slowly the Germans began to even plan a preemptive strike on Italy, as Franz Conrad von Hotzendorf suggested in 1911. This period was actually crucial, as the Italians had seized Libya from Germany's Ottoman ally. But again, the Kaiser always changed his mind, and during the Balkan Wars, he began to suspect that the great powers were planning on partitioning the Ottoman Empire without him. He said, "Be careful that the partition isn't implemented without us. I shall take Mesopotamia, Alexandretta, Messina. The perceptive Turks are already patiently awaiting this fate." He continued saying he would wait until we have consolidated our position in our zones of activity there, and are ready to annex. So, in general, the Ottomans should be seen as only a temporary ally. Otherwise, in Europe, as the Ottomans began to lose their grip over the Balkans, a German prince named Wied was appointed the King of Albania. This, however, wasn't the plan of the Kaiser, as he actually believed Prince Faud of Egypt should have been made the ruler. As for the rest of the Balkans, once again, it constantly changed. Like in 1913, he threw his support behind Greece, opposing Italian plans in the region, and he pushed for their claims around Corfu. Romania would be another target for another alliance, and he even wanted Austria to mend relations with Serbia. He said his plan was to construct a solid ring around Bulgaria, which Turkey could later join. So before the war, Bulgaria, which he believed was pro-Russian, seemed like the enemy in the region. But when the war broke out, all of this changed once again. He promised his complete support to Austria in their war against Serbia, and Bulgaria joined the Central Powers. Elsewhere, the Germans did actually make some advances. They challenged the French again in Morocco in 1911, and to appease them, the Entente allowed them to expand Cameroon. So the Germans were pushing closer to their goal of Middle Africa, as they now had access to the Congo River. But really, this new territory, New Cameroon, wasn't the most valuable, and it was filled with diseases. So the Germans still wanted more, and they created the Angola Bund, a group dedicated to taking the region from Portugal. Portugal was already heavily in debt, and they weren't the only country who looked to take colonies from them. Some Italians, for instance, wanted to do the same, but the Germans could very well have been successful, as in 1912 the Haldane mission nearly brought England and Germany into an alliance. Well, not so much an alliance, but an understanding. Britain hoped to end the naval arms race, while Germany wanted Britain to remain neutral in any future war. The new Liberal government in Britain, which included Lloyd George and Churchill, was more open to the idea of reaching an agreement to maintain peace, and they even offered to help Germany in colonial pursuits. There were actually plans to work together back in 1898, as at this time the British nearly went to war with France over the Fashoda incident, and relations with Russia were terrible because of the Great Game in Central Asia. So there were plans to start partitioning the Portuguese Empire should they take out more loans. The terms of the treaty, however, were pretty vague, but it seems that Germany would take the north of Mozambique and the south of Angola, as well as Timor. As for Britain, it seems that they would have got the Atlantic islands, but there's no real mention of Macau, Portuguese Guinea and the likes. But the British then turned their back on this idea 1 year later and made a deal with their old Portuguese ally. But then, to end the arms race, this was all brought up again. In these negotiations, Britain wouldn't allow Germany to take Timor, but they would get all of Angola and northern Mozambique on the table. Plus, it would also be possible to take southern Congo from Belgium in the future, thus finally linking some of their colonies up. In return, Germany would need to end the arms race and possibly the construction of the Berlin-Baghdad Railroad. However, this was too much for the Kaiser, so when the Archduke of Austria was shot in Sarajevo, Germany was left encircled. Straight away though, they began making plans for their victory, the September Program. In the east, they would create a set of new puppets like Poland. There was actually some debate as to who would take the lead in Poland, as the Austrians proposed making their monarch the monarch of the Polish state as well, but of course this was denied by the Germans. Many inside of Germany also wanted to take some land from Poland. Like Friedrich von Schwerin, head of administration, said, "The German people, the great colonizing people on earth, have again been given a great colonizing task. The current world war provides the opportunity for Germany to resume in a resolute way its colonizing mission in the East. As for the rest of Eastern Europe, there would be Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, and the United Baltic Duchy." And when the Bolsheviks took power and sued for peace, we can see that the Germans actually really kept to this plan. These new states would all have German rulers, like Duke Adolf Friedrich of Mecklenburg. But there were some differences between the September Program and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. For instance, they helped the Tatars come into power in the Crimea. Then, at the end of the war, the Caucasus became a chaotic state, as Ottomans, Armenians, Georgians, and Bolsheviks, White Russians, Azerbaijanis all fought for power. To sort of summarize the situation, the Turks were able to create a puppet state in Azerbaijan, and the Germans led a campaign into Georgia, creating a puppet state there. Plus, in the middle of Georgia and Ukraine lay the Don Cossacks and the Kuban's People's Republic, which even proposed uniting with their neighbours. There was also the Mountain Republic, which was led by Circassians, Chechens, and the likes as well, which was quickly recognised by Germany as a state. So we can expect German influence there, as their influence spread, connecting the Caucasus to Europe. As for the other dozens and dozens of breakaway states that emerged when the Bolsheviks took power, it's all speculative. But we can look to Finland as an example. As the Finns broke away from Russia, the Reds and the Whites fought a civil war. The Germans provided a lot of help to the Whites and even landed troops in the country. But in exchange, the Finns would have to accept the Kaiser's brother-in-law as their new king. So we could expect more of the same to happen in other nearby republics, like Utua, Karelia and Ingria on the borders of Finland. As for Western Europe, the Germans would fully annex Luxembourg and parts of Belgium and France. France would have to pay reparations, and the Germans would use this to bring the country more or less under their influence, as they would trade via Germany. But I'd argue this was probably quite hard to maintain. Netherlands, although neutral, would become heavily dependent on the Germans, and thus the Germans would be allowed free reign in their colonies like Indonesia, Suriname and the likes. And the same would apply to Denmark, although they had largely sold off their colonies to the Americans during the war. As for the other colonies, well, they'd probably seize the Portuguese colonies and then Congo from Belgium and colonies from France, finally linking up their previous colonies, thus creating Middle Africa. British colonies, however, were not mentioned, as this plan was created in the September of 1914, and it seems that they just planned to knock France and Russia out of the war and quickly sue for peace. So we're going to have to guess and say they would probably take Zambia and Nigeria, which would be included in Middle Africa. But again, that's purely speculative. However, as the British joined the war, the Kaiser became more and more convinced that they needed to be destroyed. In his words, "They set the Japanese and half-wild Indian hordes at our throats. The ultimate aim of the current war is the crushing of England, victory over France, and Russia is only a means to that end." So we can expect that he would demand a complete dismantling of the British Empire. And we do have some ideas of their plans for the British colonies from what actually took place during the war. For starters, they were trying to help the Irish rebel, so a unified Ireland under German influence could be expected. But some of their most audacious plans occurred in Asia and the Americans with the Hindu-German conspiracy. But to understand this, we need to first look at Mexico. During the war, the Germans infamously sent the Zimmermann telegram to the Mexicans, offering them chunks of the United States if they help in the war. But German involvement in Mexico predated the war, as they were actually helping to bring in weapons to aid General Huerta during the revolution and the following wars. America, of course, again was worried about this, so they sent troops to occupy Veracruz in 1914. But Mexico City, and for that matter the United States, was still home to some German saboteurs. Together they orchestrated attacks on American soil, like the Black Tom explosion in New Jersey, which destroyed millions of dollars of munitions before the Americans entered the war. Then, in 1917, they targeted a shipyard in San Francisco. The Germans also made attacks into Canada, like with the bombing of the Vanceboro International Bridge, believing this would stop Japanese troops being transported to the front via North America. So had Germany won the war, maybe an enlarged Mexico under German influence was on the table, and the British would either completely lose Canada or at least their influence would be weakened. But I bring up Mexico because it was also central to the Hindu conspiracy. Inside the United States and Canada, the Germans met with members of the Indian nationalist Ghadar movement. They were preparing to ship weapons from North America to Asia via Mexico, using the disturbances there as a cover. Then once in Asia, they'd start a mutiny and a rebellion across India, Malaysia and Singapore. The people would then declare their independence, and Germany could gain an ally in the east while weakening the British Empire. But the arms never made it across the Pacific, and those soldiers who did mutiny were left on their own and failed. And it should also be said that there were more plans that targeted British India, like one which was supposed to ship arms via Thailand to Burma, but news of this helped push the King of Siam to join the Allies during the war. So from the west, largely Hindus and Sikhs were getting German help, while in the east, the Germans were working on a different plan. Spies were placed around the Middle East, hoping to infiltrate Indian units and encourage rebellions. Some were in fact recruited into the Indian Volunteer Legion, while nationalists like Amba Prasad even brought troops through Persia and harassed the British in Central Asia and Western India. But this was all part of a larger plan, to unite the Muslims against the British. The Ottomans helped with this by declaring a jihad on the Entente powers. The Kaiser pushed them into doing so, but given past rumours of his conversion to Islam, many were happy to join his cause. And in the Middle East, Max von Oppenheim and his Intelligence Bureau for the East worked on planning uprisings across the Muslim world. And in fact, this bureau brings me back to Zionism, as many of the early Zionists worked there, like Nahum Goldman. So, like I mentioned before, maybe there could have been a push to create an Israeli state in the future at least. This intelligence bureau also began scouting out other allies, like the King of Hejaz, Hussein bin Ali, who would actually go on to work with the British in the Arab Revolt. But Oppenheim met with his son, Prince Faisal, the future King of Iraq, and they discussed the possibility of an alliance. Potentially the Germans could have promised him expansion into British domains on the Arabian Peninsula. However, there's no real mention of Yemen or Oman that I could find. But we could assume maybe a united Arab state and perhaps a German coaling station or two. But again, that's speculative. Across the Red Sea though, Leo Frobenius tried to enter Ethiopia and form an alliance there. Then the plan was that he would move into British Sudan and stir up yet another rebellion among the Muslims. So the Ethiopians and Sudanese in theory would open up another front with the British and they'd take Egypt. However, the rulers of the region like Ali Dinar of Darfur received more support from the Ottomans. And there's very little evidence to support the idea that the Dervish in Somalia received German support either. But we can assume at least that they would achieve their independence. However, Frobenius never really made it to Ethiopia as he was caught in Italian Eritrea. As for Egypt, Abbas II had already been deposed by the British at the beginning of the war, so there were plans to storm the Suez and install him on the throne. Again though, the Kaiser always changed his mind, and there were other discussions into him giving Egypt to the Ottomans along with Cyprus. So the country would have been under Ottoman influence officially, but truly probably under German influence. Then, with success in Egypt, we can assume that they'd also give the Senussi order in Libya support, rebels in Algeria, and maybe even reasserting the Sultan's power in Morocco. But that is all speculative. Their plans in Persia were a little bit more complex, as they obviously wished to remove the Russian and British influence in the country, but to do so, Wilhelm Vasmus tried to get groups like the Kashkai to rise up against the foreigners. He was actually dubbed the Lawrence of Persia for his actions, but in creating uprisings independent of the Shah's rule, what a post-war Persia would have looked like is anybody's guess. But they did send the Niedermeyer-Hentig expedition to Afghanistan via Persia. This they hoped would encourage the Emir of Afghanistan to break free from Britain's sphere of influence and invade India. For their part, the Muslim Indian nationalists formed a provincial government inside of Kabul under the leadership of Raja Mahendra Pratap. But this sort of highlights one of the major issues with the Hindu-German conspiracy. The Gadarite movement was a largely Hindu and Sikh affair, while on the other hand, many of those working in the Ottoman Empire and Persia were almost pan-Islamic. Plus, just like the Irish, many of them didn't want to swap British rule for German rule. So what a free India would have looked like in this agreement is anybody's guess, but maybe it could have somewhat mirrored the partition that took place in the 40s. Otherwise, in 1917 at least, the Kaiser planned on giving the Spanish Gibraltar, but take the islands of Malta, the Azores, Madeira, and Cape Verde for himself, while he would demand huge payments from the Allies and payments in the form of resources from China, Japan, Brazil, Bolivia, Cuba, and Portugal. Elsewhere, the Boers tried to rise up in South Africa during the Maritz expedition, but very little help was forthcoming, and it completely failed. So, in let's say short-term goals, Eastern Europe would have been a series of German puppets, and Benelux would be under German control, and French lands would have been conquered. Then the British colonies would break free, with Germany having influence in some of the new governments like India or Ireland. As for the Muslim states, although maybe officially under Ottoman control, Germany would really have influence over them in reality, like say in Azerbaijan or Egypt. Then in the long term, well, they could finally look to getting some of their old claims, seizing Caribbean islands, gaining influence over Latin American states, taking over the Philippines, maybe finally Taiwan, Shandong, and the Yangtze region. Even Mesopotamia could have been a target in the future, Danish colonies in the North Atlantic, and Scandinavia could have been brought under German influence at least. As for the Balkans and Austria, well, that's anybody's guess. The Austrians were looking to create a federation out of their empire, but maybe Germany could have annexed Austria and placed this federation into their sphere. They might have also kept the German king in power in Albania, start to work alongside Serbia and Romania as planned. It's really hard to say what's in the Kaiser's mind, as it kept on changing. But this is what I believe the Germans were planning for in World War I. The Nazis came to power in 1933, but they didn't come to power in a vacuum. They inherited decades of imperial ambitions, which had all failed in the build-up to the First World War. But before getting into their plans, it's important to establish who they believed were Aryans and the hierarchy of nations as they saw it. To run down the very basics of the idea of Aryanism, it didn't in fact begin in Germany. It began in France with the writings of Arthur de Gobineau. His writings were expanded upon by the likes of Houston Chamberlain in England, and then there were other groups within Germany which even used the swastika, like the Order of the New Templars. The basic idea is that the Indo-European languages began with a group of people known as the Aryans. The Aryans were in fact a real group of people who migrated into India from the north, but they speculated that this group of Aryans began to migrate west. According to some on the far right, they then established the Persian Empire on the way, then ancient Greece, in particular Sparta, then ancient Rome, before moving into Germany and Scandinavia. However, this idea of Aryanism began to merge with a different idea of Nordicism. This argued that all of the greatest people within Europe were Nordic people. So the Anglo-Saxons of Britain were superior to the Celts, the Franks beat the Gauls in France, Visigoths in Spain, Lombards in Italy, Teutons in Germany, etc. Madison Grant, an American, wrote a book in 1916 stating that Dante, Leonardo da Vinci, and others were all Nordic, despite being born in Italy. So as the Nazis put these two theories together, they began to produce some pretty wild claims. Himmler, for instance, sent out expeditions to Tibet to find out if the Aryans originally came from there, while Rosenberg and others began to put forward the case that they came from the German plains, or he even speculated Atlantis, but then, after some flood, they sought refuge in the Himalayas. It was all complete guesswork. The Nazis also had to deal with the fact that Nordic people were said to be tall with blonde hair, which many Nazis weren't, but many Slavic people were. However, the head of the German Labour Front, Robert Ley, said, "Even if somebody's appearance is Nordic, he might be a bastard inside. That somebody is blonde and blue-eyed does not mean that he is racially pure. He might even be a degenerate coward." Otherwise, they believed that there were a couple of major races: the Caucasian, the Mongoloid, the African, the American, and the likes. But within each of these lay a different race. Like among the Caucasians, there were Nordic people from Scandinavia, Alpine people from obviously around the Alps, Mediterranean from the south, Semitic people, which included Jews and Arabs, Dinaric, which included many people in the Balkans, Iranian, and many more. However, this in turn presented more problems, as a Finnish person would be considered Asian or Mongoloid, while a Somali and Afghan would be considered Caucasian. Many races and nationalities were then just seen as a mixture of other races, like the Indians, who were originally Aryan, were said to have mixed with the local darker-skinned people. In fact, in 1934, Hitler even said to Mussolini that the Italians were not Aryan because they had mixed with black people. So it often wasn't the case as to who was Aryan and who wasn't, but what proportion of the population was, and which individuals were Germanic, Aryan, Nordic, or whichever term they decided to use. France, for instance, was said to be 25% Nordic, Alpine or Dinaric 50%, and Mediterranean 25%. Britain was 60% Nordic, 30% Mediterranean, and 10% Alpine. While Albert Gotha said the Nordic strain was distributed in Germany more evenly, whereas in England it seems to belong far more to the upper classes. To further complicate matters for a more general view, Albert Gotha defined it as, the Aryans are one of three branches of Caucasian. They are divided into Western, that is, German, Roman, Greek, Slav, Let, Celt and Albanian, and the Eastern Aryans, that is, the Indian and Iranian, Persian, Afghan, Armenian, Georgian, Kurd. Non-Aryans are therefore 1. The members of two other races, namely the Mongolian yellow and the Negroid black races. 2. The members of the two other branches of the Caucasian race, namely the Semites, Jews, Arabs, and Hamites, Berbers. The Finns and Hungarians belong to the Mongoloid race, but it is hardly the intention of the law to treat them as non-Aryans. Thus, the non-Jewish members of the European Vogue are Aryans. The Semitic people then, although Caucasian, were not Aryan, because it seemed that they were unwilling to accept the Arabs along with the Jewish people into this category. But Hitler did later try to make some deals with the Arabs and seemed to speak of them highly. So some people who didn't even belong to the Indo-European family, like the Hungarians, Finns and Estonians, were considered Aryans sometimes, while even though the Russians and Semitic people spoke an Indo-European language, they would not be considered Aryan. It was all very confused. Practically half of the world could be given the title of Aryan to some degree, and nationalities like the Japanese were granted the status of honorary Aryans. Even the term Germanic could be equally as vague. As Hitler said, "We've lost some of our Germanics, the Berbers of North Africa, the Kurds of Asia Minor. One of them was Kemal Ataturk, who had nothing to do with his compatriots from the racial point of view." So, as I go through the various countries and their plans, I will mention the views the Nazis had about them. Anyway, going back to the plans. The Nazis inherited the idea of Eastern settling from medieval times, the notion that Germans were almost destined to expand their culture into Poland, the Baltic and the likes. This was developed into the idea of Middle Europa before World War I, but this was a vague concept of uniting the central states of Europe under German control. The Nazis obviously took this old idea, one which dates back to the Crusades and medieval settlers, and developed Lebensraum. Yet before the Nazis could even make a start on conquering new lands, they had to reclaim what they deemed to be lost German lands. This was central to the idea of Nazism, as right the way back in 1920, at the Hofbrauhaus Beer Hall in Munich, Hitler listed off 25 demands for the new Nazi party, and number 1 was, "We demand the union of all Germans in a greater Germany on the basis of the right of national self-determination." So an obvious contender for this was Gdansk or Danzig, which had been turned into a free city in a customs union with Poland. There, 95% of the population was German, but was created after World War I in order to give Poland a route to the sea. Also in Poland there was Katowice. After World War I, the Allies didn't really know what to do with this whole region, Upper Silesia, so let the people have a plebiscite. But this just presented more problems, as Katowice voted to remain German, while the countryside around it voted to join Poland. Eventually the League of Nations just split the region, and many Germans left the city until, in 1939, only around 5 to 10% of the population was German. However, given the industrial capacity of Silesia and the historic populations there, this would have also been brought into Germany. Otherwise, other German claims lay in Memel, which they took from Lithuania before the war, and of course Austria. I don't think I need to dwell too much on Austria, as the Anschluss is common knowledge. But nearby there's Switzerland, which the Germans planned to partition with the Italians as part of Operation Tannenbaum. Hitler despised the Swiss and their government, but the majority of the country is German-speaking. So, although this plan never got off the ground, Himmler planned out the entire process, from invasion to becoming a German province. And then, although minor, I should mention Liechtenstein. There was a small attempt at a Nazi coup there prior to the war, and there were even reports of German soldiers set to move into the country. So this too could have been a German province, but the coup failed, and not much attention was paid to it afterwards. As for the Sudetenland, which the Germans claimed early on, this region had been settled in by Germans back in the 13th century at the invitation of Bohemian kings. Like other monarchs, they were keen to exploit German skills like glassmaking. Then Bohemia lost a lot of their population during the Hussite rebellions and 30 Years' War, so these German settlers became more influential. They became even more so when the Austrians took over the country, and in the middle of the 19th century, German speakers made up the majority of the population of Prague, but thanks to a rise in Czech nationalism, this number dropped to less than 10% before World War I. However, it should be said that not all of the German speakers were necessarily originally German, but they could well have been people adapting to their situation, as German was the official language of the Austrian Empire, and it was essential in many government positions. However, the Sudeten Germans were just one of a few types of Germans that were given distinct names in the age of nationalism. The Alpine Germans would have included the Austrians and Swiss, and then there were the Balkan Germans, which today are called the Danube Swabians. These were scattered about the Balkans, like in Vojvodina, where maybe 350,000 Germans lived before the war. Around 100,000 lived in nearby Croatia, where they formed the German Party for a while, and in Hungary they exceeded 600,000. There were also large communities in Bukovina and across Romania, but Hitler didn't really have much of a plan to incorporate these areas into Germany itself. He had another plan for them. The Volksdeutsch, as he called them, was set to be relocated from the Balkans to places conquered in the east as part of Lebensraum. This was called the Heim and Reich policy, and it was made clear when he signed a treaty with Mussolini concerning South Tyrol. Although this was a predominantly German region, he settled the issue with the Italian fascists by giving all the locals the option to move to Germany and obtain citizenship. Many of the Gotschia Germans of Slovenia were also repatriated, ending 600 years of that community, a community which actually rebelled against Napoleon. Yet the Germans seem to have had some ambitions on Slovenia, as it would be partitioned between themselves, Hungary and Italy during the war. So these Germans from abroad would be brought back home and then sent to inhabit territories conquered in the east, like West Prussia, Silesia, Bialystok and the land of the Varta River. But that's not to suggest that the Germans would stop there. This was just the beginning of their plans. Slowly they would begin to expel the locals further east and relocate more Germans there. But I'll come onto that in a bit. Meanwhile, over in the west, there was Alsace-Lorraine, which the Germans lost in World War I. When Hitler conquered France, Alsace merged with Baden and Lorraine with the Saarland. Germany also lost northern Schleswig to the Danish, but despite some people demanding annexation or another plebiscite, Hitler refused. He seemingly wanted to accommodate the Danes and there to create a model protectorate inhabited by fellow Nordic Aryans. There were some other places though that the Germans could well have claimed but didn't, notably Bratislava. The people there were mainly Hungarians or German at the end of World War I, and they tried to prevent being put into the new nation of Czechoslovakia. So they rose up, renamed the city after the American President Wilson, and hoped to be turned into a free city. But this rebellion failed, and when Hitler moved into Czechoslovakia, he found support from among the Slovakians, notably Tiso, who was installed as a puppet ruler. So Bratislava remained in Slovakian hands. In the Low Countries, Luxembourg would be incorporated into neighbouring Mosselland, where, along with the pro-German party, they would begin to clamp down on the French language and Germanise the area, as they believed the people of Luxembourg were German by blood. The same thing would also happen to the Netherlands, who were again considered to be almost a branch of the Germans. The country was to be renamed Westland, divided up a bit, and under the command of an Austrian Seyss-Inquart, the Nazification began. But here, as elsewhere, there would be a problem that would forever pop up. The Nazis would have to try and balance their desires with the competing ambitions of collaborators. For instance, in the Netherlands, there was Anton Mussert and his NSB party. They sought to unite the Low Countries and keep Netherlands independent, but under German influence. As you'd expect, this was rejected, despite the help that these collaborators provided. Meanwhile, in neighbouring Belgium, it was a lot more complicated, but I'll get onto Belgium and northern France later on. So, as a basis, that would be the Greater German Reich, and in the build-up to the war, they obviously claimed quite a lot of it. They had gained their first ally in Slovakia, and established their first of many protectorates in Bohemia and Moravia. There, like elsewhere, they had almost two governments and two sets of laws, one which applied to the Germans and one for the locals. In this case it was governed over by Alois Elias, but he would later conspire with the resistance, so he was killed and replaced in 1941. However, this was just a temporary arrangement. As Hitler said, for 1,000 years the provinces of Bohemia and Moravia formed part of the Lebensraum of the German people. Czechoslovakia showed its inherent inability to survive, so it would, in the future, be a region for Germans to settle in. Plus, while taking over Czechoslovakia, the Hungarians moved to secure land in Slovakia. The Germans mediated peace by giving land over to the Hungarians, and thus bringing them closer into their sphere. The Hungarians would be given even more land, and their leader Horthy joined in the Axis, albeit somewhat apprehensively. For instance, after the failed invasion of the Soviet Union, there was talk of making a separate peace with the Allies, but when news of this reached Germany, they occupied the whole country, unwilling to see it leave their sphere. But, as I've mentioned before, what the Nazis thought of the Hungarians is up for debate. They after all didn't speak an Indo-European language, and were seen as transplants from the East. As Hitler said, the German people were the only bearers of culture in the East, and protected the West against barbarity. They protected the borders from Slavs, Avars and Magyars. The Magyars here being the ancestors of the Hungarians. But then, in the Journal for Racial Science on the racial diagnosis of the Hungarians, they remarked that opinions on the racial condition of the Hungarians are still divided. And throughout the war they were still debating whether German men could marry Hungarians. But for now, at least, they were spared from German expansion, and there weren't any large plans to resettle Germans there. Then, after Czechoslovakia fell, Danzig was demanded, but this was a step too far, and the war began. I think most of the major events of the war are well documented, so I'll just stick with the plans, focusing first on the East, as that was Hitler's chief plan from the beginning. As Himmler said, the war is being carried on to keep the path to the East open, so that Germany may be a world power, to found the Germanic World Empire. Their first conquest was Poland, and there they were to annex a lot of land, while a general government was formed in the south. But this was under the control of a German named Hans Frank. Frank was tasked with turning this region into a purely German area within 15 to 20 years. Where 12 million Poles now live, it is to be populated by 4 to 5 million Germans. The central government must become as German as the Rhineland. Warsaw would be completely redeveloped into a model city, and Krakow, which Hitler considered German, would be the first points of colonization. From this point they would drive the Poles out or just kill them. 20 million was set to be deported to the east, and until then, as they said, the general government is a Polish reservation, a great Polish labour camp. This idea of reservations seems to have been brought to Germany from the United States, along with some of their racial laws. Well, that's according to some historians. And they also expanded the ideas of reservations to include the Jewish people. For a long time before the Holocaust started, the Nazis were planning on relocating the Jewish people to places like Madagascar. But later they planned on creating a reservation for them around Lublin, while the city itself, they envisioned, would be 40% German by 1945. Frank wanted to turn the entire region into Vandalengau, the province of the Vandals, the Germanic barbarians. But really, nobody knew what to do with this remaining land and how to divide it. It seems that it would have been divided up and gradually annexed after the war. However, when Operation Barbarossa began, it actually expanded to include Galicia. Yet this expansion presented its own problems. This region today is part of Ukraine, but before the war it was Polish, and before the First World War it was Austrian. So the region was a mix of various groups including Jews, who made up 25% of the population of the city of Lviv. Plus, inside the city, Ukrainian nationalists united behind Stephen Bandera and declared their independence when the Nazis invaded. But the Nazis were unwilling to recognize this new state as an independent ally, free from their control. So he was sent to a concentration camp, but later in the war, they would try to call on him to help fight off the Soviets, but he refused. So the rest of at least western Ukraine was placed under German control. Here again they looked to slowly move Germans in and Ukrainians out, in an almost one-in, one-out policy. In Hitler's words, "We must no longer allow Germans to emigrate to America. On the contrary, we must attract the Norwegians, the Swedes, the Danes and the Dutch into our eastern territories. They will become members of the German Reich. Our duty is methodically to pursue a racial policy. As for the Swiss, we can use them at best as hotel keepers." He summed this up further when discussing Ukraine. "To exploit the Ukraine properly, the new Indian Empire, I need only peace in the West. We'll supply the Ukrainians with scarves, glass beads and everything that colonial peoples like. As for the 2 or 3 million men whom we need to accomplish this task, we'll find them quicker than we think. I shall no longer be here to see all that, but in 20 years the Ukraine will already be a home for 20 million inhabitants besides the natives. In 300 years, the country will be one of the loveliest gardens in the world." However, in Ukraine, there was again some debate as to what race they were. Bormann, for instance, visited the region and when looking at the children remarked, "It really is curious to think that these children will become Ukrainian adults with their vulgar, inexpressive faces." And he went on to criticize them for being Slavic. But the Nazis tended to make some exception for the women somehow, saying they were at least partially Aryan. Hitler said, "These girls bursting with health would introduce a welcome strain into the race, for many of them are obviously of sound Germanic origin." The population, however, were not allowed to be taught much, given no healthcare, and would live separate to the colonizers, merely working on fields, and given music, so the villagers will be grateful to us. Plus, on healthcare, Hitler even advocated for persuading them that vaccination and the like are really most dangerous, to stop them demanding it, while putting notices in Ukrainian language, "Beware of the trains" are superfluous. What on earth does it matter if 1 or 2 more locals get run over by the trains? So Ukraine was set to be a colonized land, and he even referred to giving them beads, like with the Native Americans, and referred to the region as his India. He in fact seems to have tried to emulate the British and Americans quite a bit in terms of colonial pursuits. He in fact talked quite a bit about how the British were able to keep down millions of people in India and said they had historically been better colonizers than the Germans. In Ukraine though, he wanted to separate off Crimea because centuries ago there were a group of Goths that lived there. Even as late as 1690, a German explorer named Kampfer wrote Crimea still retains many German words, brought thither, as is supposed, by a colony of Goths. So Hitler hoped to turn this fully German by importing people from South Tyrol. He actually had no great ambition over the Black Sea, but still believed Crimea would hold cultural and economic value. Also, on the diplomatic front, he said, "And as we have no interests in the Mediterranean, this should give us, after the war, a chance of establishing really amicable relations with Turkey." After the war, he also wanted to build a series of autobahns to the peninsula, and, along with Croatia, turn it into a tourist hotspot for the empire. The beauties of the Crimea, which we shall make accessible by means of an autobahn, for us Germans, that will be our Riviera. It's the road that brings people together. What progress in the direction of the new Europe. There was also another little bit of Ukraine that would be divided off, and that's the southwest around Odessa. This, along with Bessarabia, would be given over to Romania, who, after a military coup, joined the Axis. However, I'll come onto Romania later. In the Baltic states, a very similar chain of events happened. When the Nazis invaded the Soviets, people rose up, hoping to achieve their independence. But they were quickly crushed and put under German rule. In these areas, there were already Germans living there, descendants of the Crusaders and merchants centuries earlier. So again, the Nazis believed that there were some people here that were Aryans. They created Ostland out of the 3 Baltic states, and even Belarus or White Russia as well. Some disagreed with this, but it seems Alfred Rosenberg, who was a German from Estonia, was able to push for this enlarged state. He hoped it would be called Baltenland, but Rosenberg's plans were largely ignored. However, I bring them up to show some disagreements within the party. On race, Hitler said the Estonians are the elite of the Baltic peoples. Then come the Lithuanians and lastly the Latvians. Again, this is a strange take on his own philosophy. The Estonians speak a Finno-Ugric language, but he places them above the Latvians and Lithuanians. He doesn't go into any great detail on these points, but potentially he could have believed there was a greater proportion of German blood among the Estonians, but that's just a guess. In the long run, many of them will be deported, but some, especially the Estonians, could well have been Germanicized. And this idea that many could be Germanicized is important, as the Nazis would look among the local population to see who could potentially be Germanic or part Germanic and then incorporate them into their German Reich. Otherwise, later in the war, when more troops were needed, a new government was created in Belarus, but this was mainly just to encourage fighters, and it only survived a year. Pushing further out east, there was a plan to break up Russia into various different groups and push all the way to the Urals. Some plans were made to create entities like in the Caucasus and Turkestan. In fact, Rosenberg hoped to create a Greater Ukraine, Idel-Ural, Tatarstan, a Greater Finland and many more. But Hitler rejected these plans, saying, "We have not liberated to bring blessings." So, moving from west to east, the Finnish joined in with the German advance looking to reclaim land lost to the Soviets. Plus, they also published a book called Finnish Lebensraum, so we can expect them to seize Karelia and potentially Kola in the north. But also in Scandinavia, after the Germans took over Norway, they installed Quisling as a puppet ruler, and the far right in Norway seem to have had designs on the Kola Peninsula as well. Quisling in fact asked for further land to settle in within Russia, and some sources indicate there were plans on Bjarmeland. This would have been around Arkhangelsk, but renamed Bjarmeland as it was the name given in old Viking sagas. There had in fact been many irredentists in Norway for some time, like Gustav Smeaton, who was part of a strange plan to claim eastern Greenland in 1931 and rename it Eric the Red's Land. There's also the poet Alf Larsson, who said, "The Bolshevik enforced Russian sector up there which clovers the Arctic Sea must go. The border must be Novaya Zemlya in the east and Greenland in the west." There was also Adolf Hoel, a man credited with bringing part of Antarctica under Norwegian control, who wrote a book called Norwegian Livsrom or Lebensraum during the war. Then it was the finance minister of the Quisling government, Frederick Pritz, who came up with the idea of claiming Bjarmeland, or at least he mentioned it to Smeedel first. All of their claims fell under the Osterweg project, and some of their claims to land go back hundreds of years. Like a former diplomat, Finn Storen helped to advance the cause for Kola and Bjarmeland, saying, "In the protracted struggle against Bolshevik rule, it is of interest to note that the old Norwegian tax lands went so far down as Arkhangelsk, encompassing the entire Kola peninsula and everything to the north. Other land they therefore saw as Norwegian included Franz Josef Land in the far north, Greenland, and the Western Isles, including Iceland and even the likes of the Shetland Islands." Smeedel reported that Quisling had no doubt the final defeat of England and America will bring the old Norwegian possessions back to the north, Svalbard, Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, Shetland, and the Orkney Islands, so that our entire natural habitat and also the basis for our display of power out in the world and on the oceans is secured. There was even some talk of taking the Hebrides and the Isle of Man as well. They also weirdly claimed parts of Finland as well, as there was a Norwegian tax on the Sami people in the 9th century, and therefore they claimed it historically fell under their control. Frederick Pritz, the finance minister, created a coat of arms for this new empire, and tried to establish Norwegian settlements near Kiev, pointing to the establishment of the Kievan Rus centuries earlier as an example they would follow. So here, as with elsewhere, the Germans would almost have to mediate between competing claims from their puppets and allies. Within the Soviet Union itself, strangely they had the Zuyev Republic, which was no bigger than a village. This was set up by old believers, who rejected the reforms made to the Russian Orthodox Church centuries ago. They were able to raise an army of 300 or so defenders and fought against some partisans. Then, in return for just being left alone, they provided the Germans with some supplies, but it seems unlikely that this would have survived a German victory. More seriously though, was the Lokot autonomy. This wasn't exactly a planned state, but rather a test case. This was set up to see what a Russian collaborator would do, and then, if successful, this would be emulated in a larger planned division of the country. So here they allowed Bronislav Kaminsky to rule over his fellow Russians. Later in the war, out of a state of desperation, they allowed Andrei Vlasov to create the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia. However, many, including Hitler himself and Erich Koch, would have went against this idea early on. It obviously would have prevented Lebensraum from being carried out, and as Koch said, the oppression of any Russian or Bolshevik resistance requires an absolutely ruthless personality. The resulting tasks need not be recorded. So it seems more likely that in the case of a victory, a German would eventually be put in place. Koch there, by the way, was talking about the planned Reich Commissariat of Moscow. This would have included both St. Petersburg and Moscow. However, Hitler said, "The foundation of St. Petersburg by Peter the Great was a fatal event in the history of Europe, and St. Petersburg must therefore disappear utterly from the Earth's surface. Muscovy too. Then the Russians will retire into Siberia." He claimed the Finnish also wanted to see the destruction of St. Petersburg, and that it would be essential for the survival of Germany, as two powers could not survive on the Baltic Sea. South of Moscow would be the Don Volga, ruled over by Dietrich Klages. Again though, this would only be created if Rosenberg's plans were followed. Further south still was the Caucasus, but here it would get a bit more complicated. Obviously the region would include Georgians, Armenians, Chechens and the likes, and as always, Hitler's views on race were conflicted. On the one hand, he seemed to believe that the people of the Caucasus were Aryans. After all, back in 1934, there was a book published called The Armenian Aryan, and this was followed by dozens more, promoting the same idea. But he began to distrust many in the region, saying, "The Georgians are not a Turkish people, rather a typical Caucasian tribe, probably even with some Nordic blood in them. The only ones I consider to be reliable are the pure Muslims, which means the real Turkish nations. All others I deem unreliable. I consider the formation of these battalions of purely Caucasian peoples very risky, while I don't see any danger in the establishment of purely Muslim units. In spite of all declarations from Rosenberg and the military, I don't trust the Armenians either." Part of this distrust could come from the fact that Stalin was Georgian, yet Hitler sent a photographer to meet Stalin and take a picture of his earlobes to determine whether he was Aryan and not Jewish, as, according to him, Jewish earlobes were attached. Hitler also used the Armenian genocide as a justification for some of his own actions, saying, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" So he seemed to at least prefer Turkic people in some regard to the Caucasians in the Caucasus. Either way, the initial plan was to divide up the Caucasus into further subdivisions: Georgia, Azerbaijan, Kuban, the North Caucasus, Kalmyk, and around the Terek River. These would again be placed under German rulers and of course be exploited for resources, especially the oil fields in Azerbaijan. But Turkey may well have been offered some land here if they joined the Axis, however I'll get onto them later. In short, for now though, he wanted to promote Turkic rebellions in the Soviet Union, and these would have taken place in Azerbaijan, and maybe further afield in Central Asia. However, as per usual, there were competing ideas. Like they planned to set up another state of sorts, called Turkestan. This would have included all the Soviet Central Asian nations, and sometimes they even talked about including Udmurtia, Tatarstan and Altai. This again was put forward by Rosenberg, but like his other plans, this was rejected for the time being, as Hitler was more focused on Lebensraum. Plus, it fell beyond the Ural Mountains, and they played a prominent role in Nazi planning. Initially, they couldn't quite decide on where to draw the boundaries of Asia as such. Even Quisling chipped in with the idea of making the boundaries the Dnieper River, but this fell far short of Hitler's plan. When they were looking to invade the Soviet Union, they planned on only advancing to the AA line. This stretched from Arkhangelsk in the north to Astrakhan in the south. But then in 1941 they met with the Japanese to discuss how to divide up Asia, and they settled on the 70th meridian east longitude. This would have given the Germans control over chunks of land in Siberia, where they had no real plans, and most of Central Asia, so maybe Turkestan would have been revisited. Plus they would have been given free rein in countries like Persia and Afghanistan. Generally though, at first, Hitler didn't plan to settle Germans much further beyond the Ural Mountains. However, he expected a future war with Asian people, like the Russians, who he called Asian, and the Europeans later on. So he was suspicious of solely depending on the Urals for defence. In his words, "We must take care to prevent a military power from ever again establishing itself on this side of the Urals. When I say on this side of the Urals, I mean a line running 200 or 300 kilometers east of the Urals. It should be possible for us to control this region to the east with 250,000 men plus a cadre of good administrators. Let's learn from the English, who with 250,000 men in all, including 50,000 soldiers, governed 400 million Indians. This space in Russia must always be dominated by the Germans." But he goes on to say, "It's absurd to try to suppose that the frontier between the two separate worlds of Europe and Asia is marked by a chain of not very high mountains. The real frontier is the one that separates the Germanic world from the Slav world. It is our duty to place it where we want it to be. Asia, what a disquieting reservoir of men. The safety of Europe will not be assured until we have driven Asia back behind the Urals." He then goes on to speculate that the Russians or other Asians may invade again. "Since there is no natural protection against such a flood, we must meet it with a living wall. A permanent state of war on the Eastern Front will help to form a sound race of men, and will prevent us from relapsing into the softness of a Europe thrown back upon itself." So, at least at the beginning, the goal was to push to the Urals and a couple hundred kilometers beyond it, then set up a living wall of humans, as he called it, prepared for a future war. Hitler's main plans were focused on the east, but with the outbreak of war, new plans were needed for the west as well. Central to these plans in the west was the New Order, which was just turning Germany into a global power, so it was all incredibly vague. In many regards, they seem to have been caught off guard with what to do with conquered countries, so many plans were contradictory and constantly changing. It seems some countries would just be annexed, like the Netherlands, Luxembourg and Switzerland, as I've mentioned before. Yet Denmark, which fell quickly, was said to become a model protectorate. This may be because they were seen as fellow Nordics, or because their king Christian X almost quietly cooperated with the Nazis, while at the same time becoming a figurehead for resistance. So Denmark was left alone, albeit under German control. For this reason, it would be hard to believe that Quisling's government in Norway would have been granted Danish colonies. But the British had already invaded Iceland, and the Americans moved into Greenland to stop them falling under Nazi control and giving the Allies control over the Atlantic. However, should the Nazis have won, we can expect that these would be returned to Denmark, or maybe turned into a Nazi base. The King of Belgium also remained in his country as others fled, but Belgium was far more complicated. Far-right Flemish groups like the VNV wanted to unite with the Dutch, and they provided thousands of soldiers to the SS. But the Walloon Legion was also a large force in the SS, and they were backed by the far-right Rexist Party, a French-speaking Catholic group that wanted to keep Belgium united. In the middle of this, King Leopold III was under house arrest and banned from entering politics. We do know that Belgium would lose a bit of their German-speaking lands, and the military government they installed there actually incorporated parts of France into it, like Dunkirk. But as for the future of this state, it's all guesswork. Potentially a small French-speaking state, with Flanders brought into Germany. Hitler in fact favoured the Flemish, saying, "They have indeed shown themselves on the Eastern Front to be more pro-German and more ruthless than the Dutch legionnaires." However, he goes on to claim Mussolini made some remarks on the Walloons, saying, "He groups the Flemish and the Dutch on one side, and the Walloons and the French on the other. The solution which he is inclined to dangle before the eyes of a small minority of Walloons is hardly practicable within the framework of the greater German state. I propose solving the problems of these small states by means of brief and decisive declarations." The solutions the Duce had weren't clearly spelled out, but Hitler said he didn't arrest King Leopold because his Italian friends begged him not to. So maybe Mussolini was just trying to find allies in the north. After all, many staunch Catholics in Walloon were happy to secure independence, like Leon de Grelle and the Rexist Party. Going into France, the same problem existed. Along with the occupied area around Dunkirk, a zone in the east of the country was said to be inhabited by Germans, and Italy occupied parts of France along their border and also Corsica. Meanwhile, even though the Vichy government was set up in the south, they were expected, at the end of the war, to regain most of their country back. After all, their capital was still, on paper, Paris. But then there was also Brittany. There, some on the far right adopted pan-Celtic ideas and were inspired by the Easter Rising and independence of Ireland. Groups began to incorporate Nordicism into their own Celtic pasts, developing the idea of Celto-Nordism. They formed groups called the Black and White and tried to emulate the tactics of the IRA. Some, like Celestine Lane, became obsessed with the ancient Celts and took part in neo-pagan services with Druids. However, even though some of them collaborated with the Nazis, Hitler signed the Montreux Agreement with Philippe Pétain. In this, they just handed Brittany back over to the French. Lane saw this deal as a betrayal, but maybe in the future, this question of Brittany would have been revisited. It may seem strange that Hitler didn't want to break up France into as many pieces as possible. However, a new idea was emerging, the creation of a European Confederation, which was put forward by Ribbentrop in 1943. The leaders of the conquered states and Nazi allies would meet in Salzburg in some early Nazi version of the EU. They believed that after the war, countries that weren't invaded, like Switzerland, Spain, Sweden and Portugal, would join in, thus the entire continent would be under their control. However, they'd need to settle a number of border issues, like between Hungary and Romania, or even Italy and France. Plus, much like the EU, it would be an economic union with many trade barriers removed and potentially only one currency. Members would also supply men to the Waffen-SS, and many people were keen on this idea, like Pierre Laval in France, who was even willing to allow the Germans to occupy the north for far longer and surrender land to the Italians like Tunisia, if, in time, they would be allowed to return to a position appropriate to its continental and colonial past. Hitler was completely dismissive of the idea in 1943, however, again, this always changed. Earlier in the war, he claimed a good example from history to follow was the Austrian Empire. What a mosaic, what an astonishing conglomeration it contained, and yet it held together. No one has the right to say that minority government is a monopoly of British genius. Yet, focusing on these northwestern countries, there were all sorts of ideas thrown out. Even though Hitler initially agreed to hand the rest of France back over to the Vichy, he later said, "In Paris we'll probably have a second French government. If we succeeded in forming a second French government in Paris, the opposition in Vichy would only have one wish, that we would stay, for fear that it should be discovered how many of them are paid by us." Then he goes on to say, "Fundamentally speaking, Belgium, France and Norway are not our natural enemies. I have no desire to incorporate all Frenchmen into the Reich." So we could have potentially two French governments, each at each other's throats. Göring, on the other hand, had a meeting in 1940 in his headquarters. There they advocated for an independent Brittany, but also northern France could well have been Germanicized. As they said, the north was historically Nordic, but there was a clerical Masonic south, and they had a blood that will always be foreign to us. Belgium, they agreed, would be divided, with Brussels becoming a free city, but ideas are also in the air concerning Belgium, special treatment of Flemings there, creation of a Burgundian state. So bringing back the old medieval kingdom of Burgundy was also a possibility, spreading into France. Himmler wanted people from Tyrol to create this state in the Eastern Territory, but Hitler wanted them in Crimea. So Himmler said, "For Burgundy, we'll just have to find another Germanic ethnic group." Goebbels also expanded on this idea in 1942, saying when the war ends, "France will have to pay dearly, for she caused and started it. She has now been thrown back to her borders of AD 1500. This means that Burgundy will again become part of the Reich." And this will not be the only time that they bring back the idea of re-establishing the borders of the Holy Roman Empire. Then Hitler later remarked that he would not give up any bases on the Atlantic coast. So maybe two French states, but remarkably small French states, a German coast, and an independent Burgundy and Brittany. But also, there were plans to create a strong France in a European confederation. Again, this was all hypocritical and kept on changing. Plus, back at that meeting they called for the annexation of Luxembourg again, and even Norway. And although no serious attempts were made to annex all of Norway, they did look to create a colony there, Nordstern. This would have been a city along the Great Atlantic Wall with a huge port, allowing the Germans to defend the continent at sea. This wall would stretch all the way down through France, then possibly Spain, and maybe into Africa. Thus they would build a castle almost around Europe, with the Urals and the Living Wall on the east and the Atlantic Wall on the west. Other German colonies were needed to protect this, and Cherbourg and Brest were also contenders for German colonies. Nordstern in particular would have also protected their interests in Scandinavia, securing Swedish iron ore for good. As for Sweden, Göring believed that it would just become part of Germany, almost like the Bavaria of the north. Whereas Himmler and Goebbels regretted not invading it, as Goebbels wrote in his diary, "This state has no right to national existence anyway." Himmler also spoke of handing the north of Sweden over to the Finnish, but this seems unlikely. After all, Finland was not Germanic, and many ethnic Swedes in Finland joined the SS battalion there. So generally Hitler was unwilling to see any Nordic states unite or expand. For instance, Quisling unsuccessfully hoped for a greater Nordic peace union. So more than likely Sweden would have become a puppet initially, with Sven Olof Lindholm in charge. He ran the small Nazi party of Sweden and even drew up a list of Jewish people ready to be killed. But that's just speculation. Maybe it could have been turned into a model protectorate like Denmark. Moving across the North Sea, there's Britain, who Hitler hoped for a long time would just join the Axis. As he said, "If the British Empire collapsed today, Russia would take India, Japan would take Eastern Asia, the United States would take Canada. I couldn't even prevent the Americans from gaining a firm hold in Africa. In the case of England being sunk, I would have no profit, but the obligation to fight her successors." So he proposed alternatives, like offering the British free control of India in exchange for abandoning Europe to Germany. And he was quite hopeful of this, saying, "I'm sure that 99% of them would choose to keep India." He also talked quite highly of the English upper classes, who he considered to be Germanic, and he was particularly impressed by their role in conquering and ruling over India. Some like Hans F.K. Gunther even believed that the Anglo-Saxons, Normans and Vikings kept the English even more Germanic than the Germans themselves, while even the Scots, Welsh and Irish were at least a little bit Germanic thanks to Viking raids. but they largely believed the future of Britain should be one like Austria in the 19th century. They both ruled over a mix of nationalities and were once dominant. But after they lost to Prussia, or in this case Germany, they should fall in line and become the second power in an alliance. In the mid-1930s, a naval agreement between the two countries gave Hitler hope, and when Ribbentrop met with the British, he made promises to send German divisions to Britain for help in defending their colonies. Even in 1940, Franz Halder wrote, "We are seeking contact with Britain on the basis of partitioning the world." Then, should they agree, Hitler envisioned that England and Germany marched together against America, starting with chasing them out of Iceland and then Greenland. But still Britain fought on after France fell. Yet in 1942 there was still hope for Hitler. With the fall of Singapore, the curtain falls on the Far East. The hope that the Russian winter would destroy us is in the process of disappearing. As soon as everybody in England is convinced that the war can only be run at a loss, it's certain that there won't be anyone left there who feels inclined to carry on with it. So they planned on waiting until Britain just sort of joined the Axis. However, once again more plans were in play, like Operation Willy. This was a plan to kidnap the former king, Edward VIII, as he fled through Spain. Then, as he was somewhat sympathetic to the Nazis, they would make him the new puppet ruler of an Axis partner. This would allow the Nazis to almost keep the British Empire in their domain, and importantly, keep their navy. Thus they could together prepare for a war against the United States in the future. However, other plans were a little more dark. For instance, Walter von Brauchitsch said, "The able-bodied male population be interned and dispatched to the continent." So most British people should be enslaved essentially. And Himmler in 1943 wanted to kill up to 80% of the population of France and Britain. Parts of the United Kingdom like the Channel Islands would become holiday resorts for the German workers, and the locals were to be educated to embrace their Norman heritage over their ties with England. There was of course an invasion plan, Operation Sea Lion, but this only really envisioned invading the southeast, and then it seems the rest of Britain was just expected to surrender. Maybe the Germans would have remained in the southeast like they had done in northern France, while a puppet government would be set up, and there were a couple contenders for the new leader. Obviously Oswald Mosley was an option, but so too was David Lloyd George. This is because the Nazis drew up a list of everybody who needed to be killed in their Black Book, which included all the exiled leaders of conquered lands, prominent socialists, and politicians who advocated for war. But Lloyd George, the leader during World War I, spoke of peace, and would have been a more widely accepted puppet ruler than the fascist Mosley. He was also Welsh, but Wales wasn't really mentioned in any of their plans. The Nazis did speak of the Welsh saying, "Unlike the bright English, they are dark and small in stature. Even though they have largely abandoned their language, they have still retained a reasonably strong awareness of their distinctive heritage and culture." So it seems they would try to get rid of any Welsh nationalism, and they would just be kept under some form of English rule. In the north, there were very small movements among the Scottish to support the Nazis. Some of the early members of the SNP, for instance, debated the idea of German assistance, but in these early years, the movement was somewhat confused. Hugh MacDiarmid, for instance, wrote a plea for Scottish fascism, but he later joined the Communist Party. During the war he said, "On balance I regard the Axis powers, though more violently evil for the time being, less dangerous than our own government in the long run, and indistinguishable in purpose. And then, if the Germans win they could not hold their gain for long, but if the French and British win it will be infinitely more difficult to get rid of them." Then a future SNP leader, Arthur Donaldson, had his home raided during the war because he apparently told an MI5 agent that, if the Germans invaded, he planned on establishing a puppet state. But no evidence was produced and he wasn't charged. Finally, in 1943, a message reached the German ambassador in Dublin proposing the establishment of a Scottish Republic, which would be a weapon in the fight against the gross materialism of the capitalistic, communistic union of English Americans, Bolsheviks, etc. Weapons should be sent to the country, and then they would unite with Ireland, possibly even Cornwall, and at a stretch Brittany, to create a Celtic union with its headquarters in Dublin. However, we don't know who sent this message, and even the British Secret Services dismissed the whole movement as being too small. There were some Germans like Gerhard von Tevener who were keen Celtic scholars, but this movement also seems pretty small. So potentially only initially, Scotland would be granted some degree of autonomy. To the west though, Gestapo documents declared Ireland should be occupied, as the shortest distance from England to Ireland is 20 kilometres, and therefore many Englishmen would try to escape by motorboat. So there were some plans to land in Ireland, like Operation Green in August 1940. This could well have been a false plan though, and just designed to divert resources away from Britain. But the Germans did have connections with the IRA, and they discussed an invasion of Northern Ireland as part of Plan Kathleen. Inside Ireland, there were the Blue Shirts, led by Ewan O'Duffy, who tried to launch a march on Dublin way back in 1933. However, after fighting alongside Franco in Spain, his power began to wane by the outbreak of the war. But as a side note, one of the major political parties in Ireland emerged partly from this movement. So Herman Gortz looked to the IRA, but didn't believe they could really help as their leader, Stephen Hayes, lacked leadership qualities and became weak from alcohol and fear. During one meeting he said, "Hayes then told me that the IRA had no weapons for any sort of major action. When I learned of all that was needed in the way of weapons, I wondered exactly what was the military value of the IRA." So the plan was pretty much dropped, but Sean Hayes and the IRA did launch a bombing campaign in Britain regardless, known as S-Plan. And Hitler later said, "Ireland's neutrality must be respected. A neutral Irish Free State is of greater value to us than a hostile island." And Goring later revealed to one of the commanders, "Do not trouble yourself needlessly about Ulster. The Fuhrer does not want to invade Great Britain. From now on, Gibraltar will be the main task for you. Ireland therefore would later be occupied to stop the British people from fleeing there, and then possibly unified." On Gibraltar though, to get there, obviously the Nazis needed to go via Spain. However, Franco asked for far too much from the Germans to join the Axis. At one meeting with Hitler, he requested a vast amount of supplies, and French Morocco, Cameroon, and also an expansion of Spanish Guinea. Meanwhile, the Italians were claiming French Tunisia, but Hitler still wanted to keep Vichy France on his side. So handing away too much French territory would upset this balance. So Spain didn't yet join the Axis. And I say he wanted to keep the Vichy government on his side, not because there was a risk of them joining the Allies, but rather an alliance within an alliance. This was called the Latin Bloc, and Mussolini and Franco could well have pulled the Vichy government and possibly Salazar's Portugal into a new sphere to challenge Hitler. Hitler was sometimes in favour of these plans, but also realised they were impossible, saying in Spain there were two movements. The Papists wished to see the monarchy restored, and the old close ties with Great Britain renewed. Franco has evil designs on the French North African possessions. The Phalangists aspire to Gibraltar and a good slice of the Oran province. The danger of a pan-Latin bloc disappears owing to the enormous demands which its inauguration would make on France. In the face of them, France will turn to us for protection. I must make the Duce understand that, to meet a possible attempt at invasion by the British, I would much prefer to have a quiet and contented France. But he was still wary of the possibility. The most evil spirit is undoubtedly Serrano Suner, whose task it is to prepare the way for the Latin Union. I'm quite sure that Serrano Suner was goaded on by the clergy. His plan was to found a Latin Union of France, Italy and Spain, and then to range it at Britain's side, the whole to have the blessing of the Archbishop of Canterbury, and a little spicing of communism for good measure. So keeping France on his side was essential at this point anyway. Nevertheless, the Germans did draw up plans to invade Gibraltar via Spain as part of Operation Felix. But Franco was reluctant to allow it, as he suspected he would lose Spanish islands in the Atlantic if Britain got involved. But the fact they didn't go ahead with this plan was a big regret of many. Like Wilhelm Keitel said, "Instead of attacking Russia, we should have strangled the British Empire by closing the Mediterranean." And also Goring wanted to offer Britain the right to resume peaceful traffic through the Mediterranean if she came to terms with Germany and joined us in a war against Russia. Otherwise, next to Spain was Portugal, a country who balanced an old alliance with Britain and a shift towards authoritarianism under Salazar. The Germans didn't seek out bringing this country under their control right away, But there was Operation Isabella, which would come into play after victory in the USSR. This would have seen the Nazis occupy both Portugal and Spain, should the British use the peninsula as a base. Obviously this didn't happen, so the only real bits of Portuguese territory that the Germans wanted were their Atlantic islands, like the Azores. Hitler had to be talked down from launching such a risky operation to seize the islands, but the Azores, or even Spanish Canary Islands, would have given the Nazis a better chance at controlling the Atlantic if an invasion was at all possible. Then moving east through Europe, there's Italy. Although before the war the Germans signed away their claims to South Tyrol, as the war progressed, this began to change. They argued that most of the prominent Italians from the past were Nordic, and the Roman emperors were Germanic people ruling over Mediterranean people. This was particularly true, they claimed, for the north of the country, which Hitler said was nothing but pure German. They also said the speakers of Friulian and Latin in the north were pure German, and they should be brought into the Greater German Reich eventually. So when Mussolini first fell, plans were made to annex the north. As the Nazis began to fight the Allies in Italy, new boundaries were drawn up, like the Alpine footlands and the Adriatic, and these would eventually stretch across to France. Then, as Hitler said, the art of northern Italy is something we have in common with them. Nothing but pure Germans. The objectionable Italian type is found only in the south. So the regions of Venice, Italian-owned Slovenia, Trieste, and all former Austrian territories were to be brought into Germany itself. And Himmler declared that Switzerland was also bound to be incorporated into the Reich. As for the annexed French lands, maybe they'd just be returned to a loyal Vichy. This is because, even if victorious, Hitler began to turn against his Italian ally, which I'll get onto later. Otherwise, a Lombard state like that of the old Holy Roman Empire would also be created nearby. As Goebbels wrote, "Whatever was once an Austrian possession, we must get back into our own hands. The Italians, by their infidelity and treachery, have lost any claim to a national state of the modern type." So the best Mussolini could hope for was to be installed as a puppet ruler of a rump state in the south, and he'd be the final leader that formed the basis of the European Confederation in the west. Mussolini, Franco, Salazar, Quisling, King Edward and others, all lesser partners in this union. In Central Europe, Horthy and Hungary would have been included in this as well. Now Hungary was already given parts of Romania and Yugoslavia, but they still had historic claims to Croatia and the likes. So the Nazis would almost have to act as a referee between any future conflicts. As Hitler remarked, it's clear that the Hungarians and Romanians will never be reconciled. The Hungarians even met with him with little requests from Regent Horthy. I myself should turn a benevolent blind eye if the Hungarians started a fight with the Romanians. To do this, the Hungarians argued, the frontier between Europe and Asia was the line where the Orthodox Church ceased to hold sway. However, Hitler was pretty critical of both the Hungarians and Romanians. Like he described the Hungarians as just good auxiliaries for us, and the Hungarian is as lazy as the Russian. He's by nature a man of the steppe. Plus, from a social point of view, the sickest communities of the new Europe are, first Hungary, then Italy. Romania, though, he believed was under the correct leadership of Ion Antonescu. Before the war, Romania had been part of the Balkan Pact along with Turkey, Greece and Yugoslavia, and most of the elites were Francophiles. But as the war turned against the Allies, King Carol II joined the Axis. The more radical Iron Guard tried to seize power, but Antonescu crushed them and took over. But Romania had already lost Transylvania to Hungary, Bessarabia to the Soviets, and the Treaty of Craiova awarded southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. Dobruja was actually home to around 16,000 Germans, who were also relocated as part of this treaty. To compensate them when they joined the Axis, Romania was given Moldova and Odessa. Yet it seems that a war against Hungary would erupt later on, and I'd hazard a guess that Hitler would join Antonescu. As he said, "Of all our allies, it is Antonescu who has the greatest breadth of vision. He has realized that this war gives Romania the chance to become predominant in the Balkans." He expanded on this saying, "If the Hungarians go to war with the Romanians, Antonescu will knock the hell out of them." So Romania, with little German backing, may reclaim their lost territories. And Hitler may well have used this as an opportunity to seize Hungary itself. He claimed he listened to the people of Vienna, who were correct in saying, "Hungary belongs to us. It was we who liberated the Hungarians from the Turks, and order will not be restored in Hungary until we liberate the country again." This is allegedly what the people of Vienna were saying anyway. He also claimed that the Germans in Hungary assimilated, or in his words, degenerated too quickly. "We shan't succeed in preserving the German minorities in Hungary, except by taking over control of the state, or else we shall have to withdraw our minorities from Hungary." Withdrawal was initially the plan in order to gain an ally, but after victory in Europe, I'd say Hungary may have been the first Axis power to collapse, especially given Horthy's almost reluctance to join the Axis. Another country that would probably fall after the war was Bulgaria. Tsar Boris was another almost unwilling member of the Axis, despite being given Dobruja and parts of Greece and Yugoslavia when they were invaded. However, the Bulgarians never declared war on the Allies, and they refused to allow volunteers to form an SS division. Hitler also said the population was enthusiastically welcoming a Russian football team. The fact is that Bulgaria is strongly affected by Pan-Slavism. She is attracted by Russia, even if Sovietized. However, he also said that the Bulgarians weren't actually Slavic, but rather Turkic. He also thought that the king was unable to really stabilize his country and had very little power. So he began to favour an alliance with the Turkish, saying, "There's no obstacle to an alliance between Turkey and the Reich. The same is not true of Bulgaria, which, since it practices the Greek Orthodox religion, finds in it new reasons to feel friendly towards Russia." But before getting onto Turkey, there's Yugoslavia. Prior to the war, there were moves to try and bring the united country into their orbit, but it was later invaded, and Italy, which had already taken over Albania, expanded into Kosovo. However, when the Italians pulled out of Albania, the Bali Comprador was installed. In addressing the population, von Vieks declared, "We come to Albania, not as enemy but as friends, and there is no reason you should be afraid. We shall leave Albania as soon as we consider necessary." Obviously, this could be seen as a way to quell fears, but there weren't really any other designs on the country. So it appears they would have been somewhat independent and could keep control over their new territories. Many in Greater Albania, especially those in Kosovo, began to speculate that they were almost Aryans of Illyrian heritage. Their volunteer SS unit was seen as useful, but the officers from Albania proper were called totally corrupt, unusable, undisciplined, and untrainable by Joseph Fitsum. Nearby in North Macedonia, when Bulgaria pulled out of the war, this became a very short-lived independent republic. Ivan Mikhailov in the IMRO called for the unification of Macedonia, calling it the Switzerland of the Balkans. This is because it would incorporate parts of Greece as well, and it would have been a multi-ethnic state. Although this wasn't the plan initially, should Germany have shifted towards a Turkish alliance, this may have been part of a partition plan, providing of course the Italians remained weakened. The Italians, on the other hand, were looking into creating an alliance with the Muslim Bosniaks, but all of Bosnia would have fallen under Croatian rule. In fact, the Italians had actually tried to gain influence over the Ustashi in Croatia, but as the war progressed, the Ustashi chose to align with the Germans instead. Hitler in fact spoke quite highly of the Croatians, once saying, "What a pity they can't install Croats to rule over the Romanians." Plus he argued that they were not Slavic at all. He used mustaches as a way to prove this, saying the Czechs grew a drooping Mongol-style mustache, but the Croats didn't. So in the future, I must say, I think it's highly desirable from the ethnical point of view that they should be Germanicized. He continued, "The Croats are a proud people. They should be bound directly to the Führer by an oath of loyalty. The Croats are very keen on not being regarded as Slavs. According to them, they're descended from the Goths. The fact that they speak a Slav language is only an accident, they say." So the Croatians were included as Aryans through a series of laws, but there were still some who wanted to get the Bosnians on side. Himmler in particular was impressed by Islam, and their promises of going to heaven made them perfect soldiers for the SS. So many Bosniaks volunteered, hoping to get their independence, or even just to be annexed by Germany outright. But it seems Hitler would have continued supporting the Ustashi. Otherwise, Montenegro should have been an Italian protectorate, but again, as Italy began to decline, the Germans moved in and established a puppet. This would have been headed by Lubomir Vuksanović, or maybe Sekula Druljevic, who was in exile in Croatia. The latter already had his own armed forces and began to advocate that Montenegrins were completely different to the Serbs racially and culturally, if not linguistically. He said the Serbs were historically Ottoman slaves, while Montenegrins were free. With their language, the Montenegrin people belonged to the Slavic linguistic community. By their blood, however, they belonged to the Dinaric people. Dinaric peoples are descended from the Illyrians, all the way from the Albanians to the South Tyroleans, who are Germanized Illyrians. So Montenegro would be free under possibly more Croatian influence initially. Finally, there was Serbia. Croatia had already taken Smyrna, Hungary took Bachka, and Banat became an autonomous region. This had been home to a German population for over a century. Yet, even though Hitler repatriated many other communities, this community remained put. They hoped to become part of the Reich in a new province named after Prince Eugene of Savoy, but this was initially rejected. However, an autonomous region was created for other reasons. As Croatia, Hungary, and Romania all claimed this territory, it could be used as a bargaining chip in future negotiations. Plus, it became part of a larger plan to expand into Serbia itself. But before that, Serbia was turned into a puppet state under Milan Nedic. He seemed incredibly keen on the new order of Europe, celebrating the new world will elevate Serbia to its rightful and honourable place in the new Europe. Under the new leadership of Germany, we look courageously into the future. Nedic actually took a very active role in collaborating with German ambitions, so much so that Belgrade was declared to be Jew-free. He had hopes of cementing control over a greater Serbia and argued that the Croatians were unable to stabilise the region. Some Nazis like Hermann Neuberger pushed for this plan, and Goebbels wrote in his diary about Nedic, "The Führer believes he can make good use of him in re-establishing order in Serbia." Yugoslavia was, after all, in a chaotic state, filled with different ethnic groups, communist partisans, and nationalist Chetniks. The Chetniks, for example, would sometimes collaborate, but then again sometimes fight against the Germans. Plus, the Italians had been there, and Bulgarian soldiers were used to help occupy the country. They could well have used the Chetniks more to fight against the communists, but Jodl claimed Hitler said, "A Serbian army must not be allowed to exist. It is better to have some danger from communism." So, once the war was won, Serbia would cease to exist. Plus, as I mentioned before, Hitler had other ideas. As he said, "My Viennese compatriots ask continuously whether we shall once more abandon Belgrade. Now that we've captured the place for the third time, they say, we ought to stick to it." He agreed with this and believed German influence should expand along the Danube, especially around the Iron Gates. This is just a gorge along the Serbian-Romanian border, but Hitler believed it was essential to control. In no circumstances can we renounce our claim to the so-called Iron Gates. The Danube is a river that runs deep into the heart of the continent, and for this reason must, in a new Europe fashioned by us, be regarded as a German stream. Plus, the river of the future is the Danube. We'll connect it to the Dnieper and the Don by the Black Sea. The petroleum and grain will come flowing towards us. Add to this the canal from the Danube to the Oder, and we'll have an economic circuit of unheard of dimensions. He believed it would be hard to attract settlers there, if not for the abundant resources. However, if he did find a couple thousand settlers, "I'll build an autobahn 1,500 kilometers long, dotted at intervals of 50 to 100 kilometers, with German agglomerations, including some important towns." So it seems that the Germans would begin to slowly establish their control over the Danube. And Belgrade would become a fortress city, central to Germany's defence, but Hitler never really specified who he'd be defending himself from there. Plus, as Hitler said, the Danube is also the link with Turkey. However, before getting on to Turkey, there's Greece. It was claimed that the ancient Spartans were the first ever folkish state, and the most racially pure in history. Hitler argued the Germanic needed a sunny climate to enable his qualities to develop. It was in Greece and Italy that the Germanic spirit found the first terrain favourable to its blossoming. He went on to say that it took longer in colder climates like Scandinavia. He also said, "When we are asked about our ancestors, we should always point to the Greeks." However, there's no real record of Hitler having many ambitions on the state itself. The Germans did invade, merely to support the Italian invasion, and Greece was partitioned. The new Hellenic state was created, and a puppet government was attempted to be installed, but they struggled to find any real concrete leadership. So, generally, very little was said about the future of such a state. Yet it should be said that Greek resistance was so fierce that many claimed it delayed the invasion of the Soviet Union and ultimately doomed the German war effort. So Europe was redrawn, but going out of the continent, there were obviously some other bold plans. Hitler's plans for Europe were far from concrete, but we can expect the entire continent to fall under their control in some way or another. But on the borders of Europe, Hitler was more willing to form alliances and grant concessions. Notably with the Arabs, who he once again believed had some German blood, saying here and there one meets amongst the Arabs men with fair hair and blue eyes. They're descendants of the Vandals who occupied North Africa. But really he was just generally a fan of the Islamic religion. Like when discussing Spain, he said that the Germanic pagans were noble, but then the Muslims brought science and chivalry to Spain, and had Charles Martel not been victorious at Poitiers, then we should in all probability have been converted to Islam, that cult which glorifies heroism and which opens the seventh heaven to the bold warrior alone. Then the Germanic races would have conquered the world. Christianity alone prevented them from doing so. In 1943, Himmler tried to find passages to provide Muslims with the basis for the opinion that the Führer has already been forecast in the Quran. Ernst Kaltenbrunner couldn't find such a passage, but settled on pushing forward the narrative that the returned Isa, or Jesus, defeats the giant and Jew king Dajjal at the end of the world. 1 million pamphlets were produced saying things like, "O Arabs, do you see that the time of the Dajjal has come? Do you recognize him? The fat curly-haired Jew who deceives and rules the world and who steals the land of the Arabs. O Arabs, do you know the servant of God? He has already appeared in the world and already turned his lance against the Dajjal and his allies." Hitler began to buy into all this, saying, "I'm going to become a religious figure. Soon I'll be the great chief of the Tartars. Already Arabs and Moroccans are mingling my name with their prayers. Amongst the Tartars I shall become Khan. The only thing of which I shall be incapable is to share the sheikh's mutton with them," here alluding to his vegetarianism. However, Mussolini obviously had plans to annex Arab lands. However, as the war progressed, the Nazis began to realise their mistake in siding with Italy. Hitler even said, "Our Italian ally hampered us almost everywhere." For example, he prevented us from employing revolutionary policies in North Africa. He also claimed that this alliance led many in the Muslim world to see Germany as another oppressor, and the Duce's claim to be regarded as the sword of Islam arouses just as much laughter today as it did before the war. So Hitler felt like he missed out on what he called a grand policy toward Islam, because of our loyalty to the Italian ally. So we know that Italian claims in the Middle East would have gradually been ignored, and possibly 3 Arab allies would have emerged. The first was the Grand Mufti, who Hitler said had features which showed more than one Aryan among his ancestors, and one who may well be descended from the best Roman stock. The Mufti had been wanting to unite parts of the Arab world for decades, specifically a Greater Syria. This would have included Palestine and Jordan as well, plus from his exile, he was the leader of the Palestinian revolt against the British prior to the war. So when war broke out, he encouraged Muslims to join the Axis armies, saying the people must fight against the British and also Bolshevik Russia. And of course, another mutual enemy of theirs was the Jewish people. And the Grand Mufti said in his speech he wanted to drive all Jews from Arab and Mohammedan countries. But then there was also King Ibn Saud, who sent diplomats to Berlin before the war and received weapons from the Nazis. One German foreign policy memo from 1938 said, "Germany's policy in the Near East could be effectively supported through Saudi Arabia, the centre of the Mohammedan world." Another ally, though, was al-Gaylani in Iraq. For a long time, the German ambassador Fritz Grober had encouraged Iraqi officers to turn to Germany, and in 1941 they did. They launched a coup, put al-Gaylani in power, prompting the British to invade the country. But even though he had actually taken over a country, albeit temporarily, Ernst Voormann said the Grand Mufti still had the real power. There had never been any doubt that al-Gaylani was subordinate to him, and after he was removed from power by the British, he, like other leaders, remained in exile. So in 1942, Ribbentrop had a meeting and produced a memorandum named Germany's Advance Toward the Arab World. This laid out some of their plans, but central to them was their occupation of the Caucasus, specifically Tbilisi. The exiled leaders would meet there and then call upon the people to rise up against the Allied forces. They then marched south to Basra and established contact with the Japanese, heading towards Ceylon. Then Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen and Egypt would remain independent states, and that Syria, Lebanon, Palestine and Transjordan would be united into a greater Syrian state. Independent Iraq would be allowed to annex Kuwait, while Saudi Arabia would take Aqaba, Oman, and the rest of the British colonies in Arabia. So Egypt was said to be free, but Ribbentrop agreed that Italy had political primacy in Egypt. What this means is vague, but we can expect it to be sort of like British involvement in the country, with troops being stationed there and the likes. Mussolini, however, continued to warn Hitler about these plans, saying, "I hope we do not live to regret promises you've made to the Arab leaders. You do not know them like we do." And he went on to say that the Italians had been betrayed by them in Libya. But to avoid what Voormann called the Arab game, other Nazi leaders like Hans Bohler advocated for a total Arab federation, obviously under German influence. But the breakup of Arabia seems more likely. Yet, as always, more plans were on the table. Hitler still wanted to keep the French on side, so giving away Syria and Lebanon would of course go against this. And Hitler said he would not issue any proclamations on the subject until our troops were in Mosul. And on Mosul, there could have been other plans there, as Turkey remained out of Germany's influence. Here again though, his ideas on who were Aryans were odd. As I've mentioned before, he said the Kurds were Germanic, but so too was Kemal Ataturk. How that would have played out later is anybody's guess, but it seems that the Kurds would have just been abandoned to Turkish rule. Inside Turkey though, some celebrated the fact that they were later regarded as Aryan by the German leaders. An alliance with Turkey would help protect the Black Sea, which Hitler himself just called a frog pond. So Hitler hoped that the Finns cover our flanks, Turkey covers the other, that's an ideal solution for me. And he goes on about the importance of this alliance, saying, "The first thing to do is to conclude a treaty of friendship with Turkey, and to leave it to her to guard the Dardanelles. No foreign power has any business in that part of the world." The Allies were also trying to win over Turkey, promising them parts of Syria, the Greek islands and Bulgaria. But the Germans went further. Inside Turkey there were groups looking to unite the Turkic people, and even a movement called Pan-Turanism, which looked to unite people who fell under a very vague linguistic family known as Turan. The Germans allowed these groups to work within the Caucasus, hoping to start a Turkic rebellion in Azerbaijan, and maybe further afield in Central Asia, connecting with the Basmachi rebels. Plus, in some discussions with the Turks, Iraq could have been placed under their influence, and northern Syria would again be given over to them. Hitler also, after carving up Greece, took over Crete. But he said he did not intend to make Crete into a German strongpoint. The only thing he wanted there will be to maintain a centre for our strength through joy organisation, or in other words, turn it into a bit of a holiday resort. Crete though could be used as a stepping stone to capture Cyprus, and given the fact Hitler didn't want any of these islands, they too could have been handed over to Turkey. Again though, Mussolini did claim these islands, but they also claimed Malta and failed to act there. The Germans on the other hand did draw up plans to invade Malta as part of Operation Hercules, but this never got off the ground. It seems the Italians would have taken it after the war, but the other islands were all up for grabs, including potentially even the Italian-controlled Dodecanese Islands, which von Papen suggested giving over to Turkey after the war. But Hitler was unwilling to make any concrete promises until Turkey joined the Axis, and the most they could achieve is a non-aggression pact. Further east though, after signing a deal with the Japanese, Persia would have fallen under German influence. This was ruled over by Reza Shah, and although he declared neutrality, the Allies believed he would side with Hitler if Barbarossa was successful. Hjalmar Schacht oversaw huge investments in Iran, and it's been said that a German diplomat convinced the Shah to formally change the name of the country from Persia to Iran to reflect on their Aryan origins. The Shah was also said to be a keen admirer of Hitler, and, trapped between the British and the Russians, Germany was a natural ally. There were, however, disagreements over racial policy. Specifically, the Shah believed Iranian Jews should be seen as Iranians and not Semites. But Hitler said, if there's anyone who is praying for the success of our arms, it must be the Shah of Persia. But just like with other countries, there was a debate over whether or not they were Aryans or not. But the ties between the Nazis and the Persians were still worrying enough for the Allies, who invaded and removed the Shah during the war. But we could expect a Nazi-influenced government in Iran shipping oil to Europe. Next is Afghanistan, where King Zahir Shah began to form close ties with Germany, as the Germans began to invest heavily in their industry and infrastructure. Plus, it recently came to light that the king made requests to annex land in British India should the Germans win. In 1941, the legation in Kabul sent a message to Berlin saying the king wishes the German luck in the war, and he inquired whether the German aims in Asia coincided with Afghan hopes. He stated that justice for Afghanistan would be created only when the country's frontier would be extended to the Indus. So a greater Afghanistan should have been the end of German influence. However, I'd suspect later they'd push much further, as Hitler often worried about a future war in Asia. Like he said, the present conflict is one of life or death, and to that end we are quite ready to make an alliance with the devil himself. Here he's referring to Japan, and responding to claims, our alliance with Japan is a species of betrayal of our own racial principles. And on Japan's entry into the war, he even declared it was a turning point in history. It means the loss of a whole continent, and one must regret it, for it's the white race which is the loser. Hitler even allegedly said to Ribbentrop, we have to think in terms of centuries. Sooner or later, there will have to be a showdown between the white and yellow races. This idea worried the Nazis so much that some like Erhard Wetzel began to question the idea of preventing the Russians from having children, as, he said, a greater Asia and an independent India are formations that dispose over hundreds of millions of inhabitants. A German world power with 80 or 85 million Germans by contrast is numerically too weak. Others, including Himmler, expanded on this concept of a future when the mass of humanity of 1 to 1.5 billion lines up against us. So with this in mind, they begin to undermine the Japanese in their designated zone, starting with Tibet. This dealt with all sorts of wild ideas like the world ice theory, and their branch of thinking had its predecessors like the Thule Society and the Atlantis House in Bremen. Now with government backing, they set off to prove where Aryans came from. They went to go explore ruins in Italy and Scandinavia. They looked at the idea of Aryans being in ancient Mesopotamia. One expedition just went to go meet a Finnish witch named Miron Aku in 1935, and they went all over the world on other expeditions I'll get onto later, like for instance Antarctica. But in 1938 they sent a team to Tibet which included Ernst Schaffer. Their goal included measuring the faces of the locals to find out if they had Aryan roots, and this would allegedly prove that when Atlantis was destroyed, the Aryans moved to the tallest mountains before moving on to Germany. Like Regent Retting sent a letter to Hitler referring to him as a German king and exalted lord. I am glad that you are well and your good deeds of success are crowned with success. I cherish the desire the existing friendly relations between our two residences intensify. There weren't any large plans for moving into Tibet, but the Japanese also didn't plan to invade either. So maybe this would have been up for grabs after the war. Bhutan and Nepal were equally left out of plans by both powers, so again maybe there were some allies to be had there. Hitler did gift a Mercedes-Benz to the King of Nepal and was a keen admirer of Eastern philosophy, saying, religious teaching like that of Confucius, Buddha and Muhammad offers an undeniable broad basis for the religious-minded. So potentially, Bhutan and Nepal, and also Tibet, could have been brought into the German sphere of influence in the distant future. To the east though, the Nazis had been working with the Chinese long before war broke out. Advisors like von Seeckt and von Falkenhausen helped train up the Chinese army to crush Mao's communist forces. Plus the 80,000 troops they did help train began to goose step around this time. German aid also led to the construction of railway lines to major cities like Guizhou and major steelworks and arsenals. All this was built with a 100 million Reichsmark loan. H. Kung, the Chinese finance minister, visited Germany and argued that the Japanese could not be trusted, and for the Chinese, the Germans seemed like a natural ally. After all, they again had no colonies and therefore no ambitions on China itself. However, initially Hitler seemed to be happy with his choice in aligning with the Japanese over the Chinese, saying, "One must be grateful to Ribbentrop in having understood the full significance of our pact with Japan. Our navy was inspired by the same state of mind, but the army would have preferred an alliance with China." General Yamashita also said that Hitler had been a fan of Japan since boyhood. He read carefully reports of Japan's victory over Russia, impressed by Japan's astonishing strength. Yet again though, as you can see, Hitler had conflicting ideas. On the one hand, he said that the Chinese and Japanese belong to ancient civilizations, and I admit freely that their past history is superior to our own. They have the right to be proud of their past. But then, as well as fearing a war with the nation power, he also said, compare the civilization of the Greeks with what Japan or China was at the same period. It's like comparing the music of Beethoven with the screeching of a cat. And he also developed the idea that some races were culture creators, some like the Jews were culture destroyers, and Japan was a culture bearer. This meant that they were able to take technology and ideas from other races, but not really able to create their own. So their alliance with Japan was one of pure convenience. Anyway, within China there were two nations essentially. Japan's puppet state led by Wang Jingwei and Chiang Kai-shek's independent China. Both of these men came from the KMT originally, and this group had a far-right element in it. Like in the 1930s, there were the blue shirts, who obviously tried to emulate the Italian fascists. Also, Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son served in the German army. Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son also served in the German army, plus Wang Jingwei continued to meet with the German Nazis until 1941. So, although Germany was willing to cede China over to Japan initially, maybe this old alliance could have been rebuilt. Plus, if Russia was to fall, this would have opened up other opportunities, like in Xinjiang. There the Uyghurs had rebelled and tried to set up an Islamic East Turkestan Republic. The Japanese were busy trying to set up a puppet state there, with an old Ottoman prince on the throne. But the Soviets invaded and enforced the rule of Shen Shikai. So, if Germany took Russia, well then Xinjiang would have been open for conquest. And given that Germany was willing to encourage some Turkic rebellions, maybe they'd have just fallen under their influence. Bey Mirza Hayat, for instance, served in the Turkestan Legion and would later write a series of books advocating for uniting Turkic states, including East Turkestan. There were already some German agents, engineers and missionaries working there in the 1930s, like George Vassel, who was hired to build railway lines by the central Chinese government, but he was arrested by the Soviets. The former ruler of the region, Jin Shu-ren, even sent some people to study in Germany, so connections between Xinjiang and Germany were made, albeit very loose connections, and nothing really major was planned. Mongolia too would also be open. On the Mongolians, Hitler spoke quite highly of Genghis Khan, saying he was a great organizer of men. He also said he led women and children to slaughter with premeditation and a happy heart. History sees in him solely the founder of a state. There could have been some options as to what to do with Mongolia, as many Kalmyks had joined the Nazi forces, and this resulted in their deportations to the Far East. So some ethnic Mongols were willing to enter Nazi service, despite Hitler often speaking quite badly of the Mongols. Yet Japan already had a Mongolian puppet state, so it seems more likely to fall under their influence along with Eastern Russia. However, many Germans like Kriebel didn't even believe that the Japanese could actually hold on to China from the beginning. So again, a possible alliance with China and Mongolia could have been possible in the future. Hitler also said, "I don't think that the Japanese will embark on the conquest of India. They'll surely confine themselves to blockading it." So India too could well have been up for grabs. However, Hitler was far more disparaging of the Indians. For instance, India at present numbers 388 million inhabitants. The chief reason for this increase is the reduction in mortality due to the progress made by the health services. What are our doctors thinking of? Isn't it enough to vaccinate the whites? Before the war, he advised the British to shoot Gandhi and described their independence movement as a fight of lower Indian race against the superior English Nordic race. So even though historically they believed their Aryan roots were tied to India, they believed it was long gone in the subcontinent itself by this point, as they had mixed with different races. Hitler even admitted, if we took India, the Indians would certainly not be enthusiastic, and they'd not be slow to regret the good old days of English rule. Or when discussing allowing the Indians to continue some of their traditions, like cremations by the river, he said, the Indians can think themselves lucky that we do not rule India. We should make their lives a misery. This is largely because he would just ban any of that sort of stuff. Then, as I've mentioned before, he seemed impressed by British rule in India and feared that the Russians could move in if Britain fell. Within India there were a couple of movements for independence focused around leaders like Nehru, Bose and Gandhi. Bose was open to siding with the Axis and met with the Japanese and Germans during the war. Hitler even claimed, Nehru has been eclipsed by Bose. Nehru's fate will be like that of the socialists in 1918, who was swept away by the masses. Here he's referring to the German socialists who revolted after World War I. But he also said that the Indians would try any form of government, including Bolshevism, to get rid of the English. Nobody cares about the state of anarchy that will follow in India upon the departure of the English. Some, like Ribbentrop, supported calling for Indian independence, and an Indian Bureau was established to aid in this. But even Bose realised waiting for real German assistance would have been a waste of time, so he went to meet with the Japanese. There was a unit of volunteers in the German army, but Hitler had no real love for it, saying, the Indian Legion is a joke. There are Indians that can't kill a louse and would be prepared to allow themselves to be devoured. They certainly aren't going to kill any Englishmen. So what would have happened to India is pretty much guesswork. It seems that in Hitler's ideal world, he'd have been happy to make a pact with the British and allowed them to keep hold of it. He often said things like, it might be possible to negotiate a separate peace which would leave India to England. Failing that, the Japanese could have moved in, and the subcontinent would have been divided, with Germany or Afghanistan taking what would become Pakistan. So it would have been partitioned almost along the same lines as it would later be partitioned by the British. As for Southeast Asia, Hitler was again unhappy with Japan's advances. What is happening in the Far East is happening by no will of mine. For years I never stopped telling all the English I met that they'd lose the Far East if they entered into a war in Europe. The Japanese are occupying all the islands, one after the other. They will get hold of Australia too. The white race will disappear from those regions. Obviously here the Japanese were taking away Dutch colonies like Indonesia, British Malaya and French Indochina. Mussert, a Dutch Nazi, said to Hitler, 3 centuries of effort are going up in smoke as European rule was, in just a couple of years, ending. Himmler, however, wasn't too fussed about this, as he was, as always, more concerned over race, saying in this way the Dutch people will maintain its integrity, whereas before it was running the risk of corrupting itself with Malayan blood. So he was happy to see all the white people leave Asia. No plans were made to move into the region regardless, but Hitler was unhappy to just hand them over. Maybe this would have been a future battlefield, as the Germans would try to reclaim the former European colonies. Plus control over places like Singapore would give him a route further east. Also, he mentioned Australia before, and this should have been in Japan's sphere, but the Japanese again made no real plans to invade. As for German plans, I found a paper in 1939 called the Mercury Paper, which reportedly uncovered Nazi plans to occupy the island. This may well have been a complete fabrication, but it states a former Nazi named Paul Grisar revealed to them Italian and German partition plans with allegedly Japanese agreement. Queensland, with its great number of Italian settlements, together with New South Wales and North Australia, is intended to come to Italy, with Sydney as capital. Victoria and South Australia, where the greatest number of German farmers live, would be taken by Germany. Japan should, according to this agreement, keep her hands off Australia. Again though, there's no real proof of this plan elsewhere, so it could have just been made up. Inside Australia though, there were some small groups like the Australia First Party, which included the daughter of the suffragette Emmeline Pankhurst. They advocated for independence from Britain and an alliance with the Axis. This, however, was particularly small. There was also the Centre Party led by Eric Campbell, which even had its own small paramilitary, the New Guard. They wanted to remain united with the British, but never got more than 1% in the elections. Nevertheless, if Britain fell, maybe an alliance with a right-wing group would have been possible, like the United Australian Party, which is the predecessor of the Liberal Party in the country. Although this was just centre-right, they were vehemently anti-communist, and one future Prime Minister, Robert Menzies, travelled to fascist Europe and said, "Abandonment by the Germans of individual liberty and of the easy and pleasant things of life has something rather magnificent about it. They have erected the state, with Hitler as its head, into a sort of religion which produces spiritual exaltation that one cannot but admire." Plus, after the war, many war criminals were able to find a home there, like Victor Padani and Laszlo Magay. Magay actually became head of the Liberals' Migrant Advisory Council. Plus, given Australia's long-held fear of an Asian power rising, it seems likely they'd choose Germany over Japan as an ally. After all, Yellow Peril played a prominent role in Australian politics for decades, and they adopted a White Australia policy. Even during World War II, Prime Minister John Curtin said, "This country shall remain forever the home of the descendants of those people who came here in peace in order to establish in the South Seas an outpost of the British race." This is in response to many people complaining about the number of Asian immigrants entering the country. Then, going back to the end of World War I, the Australians rejected Japan's request for racial equality. Then Prime Minister Billy Hughes said, 95 out of 100 Australians rejected the very idea of equality. So, in the event of Britain falling, maybe Australia would just fall under Axis influence. In nearby New Zealand, Campbell Begg formed the New Zealand Legion, but this wasn't necessarily as fascist as the name would suggest. After all, after Begg met with some Nazi officials, he described their whole philosophy as absurd. Hitler, on the other hand, described the Maori of New Zealand like animals, saying, "Where does the boundary between the lowest New Zealand native, the bushman, the tree climber, and the ape lie? Where practically is the boundary here?" This, by the way, was brought up while discussing the extinction and extermination of weaker species. Then, way back in 1925, he said, "For example, many New Zealanders live in trees, and many still climb around on all fours. So, had the Germans arrived in the country, we could probably expect mass killings. But how or if they'd even get there would just be guesswork." However, there could well as always have been another plan. Goebbels wrote in his diary, "The Japanese have come so close to Australia. It has ever been the territorial aspiration of Tokyo to possess this fifth continent as territory for emigration. Therefore, Australia, and probably New Zealand, would become Japanese." However, Goebbels later wrote of German conquests in Russia that their chief task was finding people to fill it up. That is the question that the Japanese too are facing. To conquer Australia won't be hard, but to fill up Australia will be a difficult task. The English didn't succeed, and that's why they are going to lose Australia. So there could well have been a sort of population transfer, with Anglo-Saxons from Australia sent to inhabit conquered eastern territories in Europe, and the Japanese would therefore be free to settle in Australia and New Zealand. But again, all guesswork. Neither Germany nor Japan had clear plans there. However, in the Pacific and beyond, there were some attempts to claim back former German colonies. After the First World War, the Germans lost a number of colonies. In the Pacific, they used to have Samoa, Nauru, and New Guinea, among others, and you may think that the Nazis had no involvement in the region. But there was a small battle that took place here, the Battle of Nauru, when they shelled the Australian mining facilities in 1940. Otherwise, Samoa was passed over to New Zealand after the war. There, Alfred Mattis formed a Nazi party and received propaganda from the foreign branch to spread in the country. Mattis also reported that he received a letter from Hitler and told his followers, "What happened in the Rhine Valley is going to happen also to Samoa and New Guinea." Meanwhile, the German consul in New Zealand, claimed the government in Wellington was indifferent over their new islands, so they could be reclaimed. However, in 1938 the New Zealand authorities reported the group was pretty small though. For example, in one meeting they debated creating a women's branch, but there were only 2 full German women in Samoa. And they also banned non-Germans from joining the party, despite a few Samoans being at the same meeting. These Samoans, by the way, were members of the Mau movement, which tried to gain independence, but obviously this wouldn't happen if the Nazis took power. Plus, some Germans had married locals, and there were some debates over proving that Polynesian natives are not what is considered as coloured negroid. Yet when the New Zealand authorities began to crack down on the group in 1938, it dissolved before the war broke out. New Guinea, on the other hand, was handed over to Australia, and here Heinrich Rudolf Wahlen had plans before the war. Weirdly, he wrote to Walter Hevel about British plans to resettle Jews in Australia, or potentially New Guinea. Wahlen, though, advocated for taking over the old German colony, and even the rest of the island. Hevel actually had a great deal of interest in pushing into the rest of Indonesia as well. In one letter he wrote, "I would like to learn more about the Dutch East Indies in order to be able to inform the Führer, who often asks questions about the Indies." Many Germans were particularly interested in Bali, like Wilhelm Ostrau and Walter Spies, who began to publish works on the island. Then, going right the way back to 1933, the Navy printed a handbook for the East Asian archipelago. This was printed every year until 1940 and included a Malay phrasebook. This they believed was the dominant language of the entire region. Walter Hevel continued to push for colonising the East Indies even after their alliance with Japan. And there were some reports of German weapons finding their way into the hands of Indonesian freedom fighters, the PETA. To further cement their position in the region, the Germans constructed bases in Penang, Singapore, Batavia and Surabaya. From these naval bases, the Monsoon group of U-boats worked alongside the Japanese during the war. But come the end of the war, maybe these bases could be turned against the Japanese. Now, one other possible conquest in the region could have been the Philippines. After all, the Kaiser had plans there, but really I could find no Nazi plans at all. The closest I could find is a Spanish Phalangist party which hoped to gain power, but really very little else. Across the Indian Ocean, there also wasn't really much mention of Sri Lanka either. Goebbels believed that the Japanese would take it, so as to paralyse all shipping around India. That will strike at one of England's main arteries. But this attack never came, and there was only a small Sri Lankan mutiny during the war. But the independence group that launched this mutiny looked to Japan for assistance, not Germany. Yet there was in fact a small community of German Buddhists on the island, but many had actually fled from Nazi Germany, like Nyana Pokatera, who was born a Jew in Germany. Plus, during the war, most of these people were interned and sent to India, so there was really no chance of forming an alliance there. The remaining independence groups also largely turned to Bolshevism, or they just waited for the British to give them their freedom. Further across the Indian Ocean, Africa too was left out of their major plans, but that's not to say there were no plans at all. Obviously, Hitler spoke very poorly of black people in general, but most of his anger was targeted towards black people in Germany, the Rhineland bastards as they were called. They were the children of black soldiers in the French army during their occupation of the region, and Hitler, like many other right-wing Germans, saw their presence as part of a larger Jewish plan for bringing Negroes into the Rhineland with the ultimate idea of bastardizing the white race, which they hate, and thus lowering its cultural and political level so that the Jews might dominate. Then in Mein Kampf he wrote, "It is criminal lunacy to keep on drilling a born half-ape until people think they made a lawyer out of him, while millions of members of the highest culture race must remain in entirely unworthy positions." As for ruling African colonies, he again drew comparisons to the British, who he believed kept their empire so long because they were not interested in washing the dirty linen of their subject peoples. What we would like to do, on the other hand, would be to rub a Negro until he becomes white. Before the war, according to the British ambassador in Berlin, Germany is a furiously expanding universe. Herr Hitler, as Germany grows stronger, will certainly point at small countries such as Portugal and Belgium, with large and rich colonies. Some in Britain, like Lord Plymouth, even believed that Germany should be given back territories like Togo and Cameroon. Yet he didn't believe East Africa and Namibia should be given back to them. Goebbels even said in a speech in 1936, "We are a poor nation, we have no colonies, no raw materials, but we must tell the other nations that the time will come when we must demand our colonies back." Franz Ritter von Epp continued to advance this cause, saying to his fellow colonialists, "The struggle that we Germans are pursuing in Europe today is also a struggle for our goals, because it will decide the fate of our colonies." As for the fate of other nations' colonies, like Belgium and Portugal, Hjalmar Schacht was very keen on bringing Angola into the empire before the war. Eric Phipps, the British ambassador, revealed that the Nazis' minimum claims were Cameroon and Togo, all of New Guinea, parts of Dutch East Indies, and at least parts of Angola. He also mentioned parts of Congo, but which parts I do not know. These, by the way, should have been given to Germany in exchange for Germany entering the League of Nations. But, Phipps said, the German colonial program now advocated a redistribution of Belgian, Portuguese, Dutch and possibly Australian possessions. Would not be a mere surrender on our part, it would also be betrayal. Yet the British Secretary of the Colonies, Ormsby Gore, did say that the Belgian king had told him that while Belgium could not possibly contemplate the return to Germany of Rwanda or Burundi, she might be prepared to make some contribution in West Africa. So, potentially, the coast of Belgian Congo. It's really hard to tell here. The British also learned of German negotiations with the Portuguese for mineral concessions in Angola. However, Ribbentrop did announce in 1937 that Schacht's views did not represent the views of anybody but himself. And Ribbentrop also hinted at the idea that the British and French were trying to drive a wedge between the Germans and the other European countries. However, there were many people who had no interest in Africa at all. Like Bormann in 1942 said, "We have no interest in turning the eyes of the German vogue towards Africa for the time being." So there could have been two plans. The first would have been to repatriate the many ethnic Germans living in their former colonies, or they could have started dividing up the continent. Starting from the bottom, they did have allies in South Africa. Many Boers had joined the OB party and they embarked on sabotage missions. The British suspected that most of these missions were orchestrated by Leopold Wirtz, the German consul in Mozambique. Then Ribbentrop, through agents, held talks with Daniel Malan, the future Prime Minister of South Africa. And there were talks of granting lands over to South Africa if they were to leave the war, like Botswana, Zimbabwe, Lesotho and Swaziland. In return though, Namibia would be returned to Germany. The desire to reclaim Namibia isn't too much of a surprise. There were a number of Germans living there, and the leader of the Reich's colonial bund was Franz Ritter von Epp. He was in the region when the Imperial German Army committed a genocide of the Herero and Namakwa people. And so too was Eugene Fischer, who began to experiment on humans in concentration camps. In fact, one of his students was Joseph Mengele. Epp, on the other hand, would go on to kill many Roma people, so it was almost like a training ground for many future Nazis. Mozambique and Angola may have been left under Portuguese control officially, but with Germany free to exploit the regions. Or the South Africans may have expanded a bit into Mozambique and the Germans would have just taken over all of Angola. Again, nothing was set in stone. Also, at least at the beginning of the war, Germany did plan on taking French Madagascar. Eichmann released a memorandum in 1940 which called for the annexation of the island, and then it would be used as a settlement for the Jews. Up to 1 million would be forcibly relocated there, and control would be given over to the SS. This plan, the Madagascar Plan, actually got approval from Hitler, but as the war dragged on, the Nazis just shelved the plan. As for Central Africa, Hitler said, France must choose one of the following. A. She must renounce her metropolitan territory, transfer her seat of government to North Africa, and continue the war against us. Or B. She must join the Axis powers. She must intervene in Central Africa, and ensure for herself possessions there, which will compensate her for the loss of territories which she will inevitably have to cede when the peace treaty is signed to Germany, Italy and Spain. He expanded on this territory, saying she must resign herself to the idea of satisfying the territorial demands of Germany, Italy and Spain, both in Europe and in Tunisia. She will be able to compensate herself by conquests in Central Africa. So Italy would take Djibouti and Tunisia, the Spanish would get Morocco, and the French would just have to move south somewhere. But how far France would be allowed to expand into Central Africa was never specified. But it does seem that they would be able to take quite a lot. As the German diplomat Rudolf Rahn said, the Führer further explained that he did not intend to deal with the French as they had done with us in 1918. He is prepared to make concessions on a few important points that are of significance for the French. Here he is mainly talking about points in Africa. Again though, there was as always another plan, and that was just for Germany to take over all of Central Africa and bring back the old claims of Middle Africa. While they of course would take back their old colonies, in 1940 General Franz Halder wrote, "French and Belgian Congo are claimed for us." That same year Ribbentrop met with the Italians to discuss dividing Africa into blocks. Italy would take the north besides Morocco, South Africa would expand in the south, and Germany would seize the entire centre. However, this would pose quite a few problems, as some territories lay unclaimed or disputed, like Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, Portuguese Mozambique, Liberia, the Sahel states and others. Plus, as I mentioned before, Hitler later wanted to encourage Islamic uprisings in North Africa. All of these plans, as always, seem to contradict one another. Yet it should be said that the victory in Western Europe came as a shock, and many believed that the war would come to a quick end. As such, Hans-Heinrich Lammers requested that the highest Reich authorities give the colonial political office all of the support they are responsible for in the most generous way, and to do their utmost to help prepare for the assumption and administration in our future colonies in the shortest time possible. So there was a rush for colonies. 100 or so German volunteers joined the armies of Italy and Eritrea, and Admiral Erich Raeder said he could deploy 6 of his merchant cruisers to Africa, and occupy ports along the coast. Walter von Brauchwitz also ordered colonial troops to be trained in Norway. This was all very rushed, and nobody seems to know what to do. The largest real plan to take over land in Africa came in 1942. SS leader Otto Ohlendorf summarized his plans to Hitler, writing that the Sasal group, headed by Böhler, would seize East Africa, while the Banana group under Ruberg would seize Cameroon and, importantly, Nigeria. This sort of action would have had quite a lot of popular support, as the Reichskolonialbund had over 2 million members in 1940. They even opened up training centres to educate a tribe of colonial experts who would pass on their knowledge to others. A couple thousand police officers actually passed through this training, while the Navy and Army provided troops ready for use in the colonies. Meanwhile, the Labour Sciences Institute came up with whole plans on how best to divide the populations and put them to work. For instance, they proposed encouraging Africans to continue their own farming to keep self-sufficient, but on top of that, the Germans would also put them to work. Recruitment would also be taken away from tribal chiefs and put in the hands of Nazi agents. They also said it is necessary to compel coloured employees to act very disciplined toward their white employers. The Deco Group also produced reports detailing everything from labour contracts, use of mandatory labour, workers' pay, the number of white guardians needed, and the likes. But a US journalist who analysed their reports declared Africa would be one great German slave plantation, operated on scientific lines, and thriving on low-cost production of tropic staples for export. Most colonial planners also wanted to almost herd African populations into reservations. But not all Africans would be treated equally. For instance, the Khoikhoi were deemed unsuitable for hard work, and would therefore be deported or more likely eliminated. Richard Dunwald compared this plan to that of the Aboriginals or Native Americans, while the Colonial Economic Committee planned it out in even more detail. First, they would give Europeans suitable land and move the locals on. But even they recognised a problem here, as there would be no workers on the most fertile land. So they also planned to give Africans some land as far away from the homes of white people and naturally not the best soil. so they were equally as confused on how best to govern Africa as they were on how to divide it. Hitler was also completely uninterested in the idea. He once said to Speer, "I wouldn't go to war one day longer just to get a colony. You can practice colonial politics once you have Europe. I only want our Cameroon back, nothing else." Cameroon therefore was a must. It seems likely that they would connect this to Nigeria and onto the Congo and eventually Tanzania. But France should also be compensated with some land in the region. Italy was set to expand, but Islamic rebellions were encouraged. What should happen to Liberia or Kenya? It's as always up in the air. Then, before getting on to the Americas, I should mention Antarctica. Hitler placed Göring in charge of the aptly named Fat Plan. This was a plan to find substitutes of fats and oils in case supplies were cut off in war. Whale fat was previously bought from the Norwegians, but to become self-sufficient, they sent Captain Alfred Richer to Antarctica to claim a chunk of land in 1938. They, in theory, created New Swabia, but they never actually were able to build a whaling station there before war broke out. Another strange expedition that took place was in French Guiana. Dr. Otto Schultz-Kampfenkel was the leader of an SS-funded trip, which on the surface was just to explore wildlife in 1935. However, they reported back to Himmler on the feasibility of setting up a colony. In their report they said, "The two largest scantily populated, but rich in resources, areas on Earth are in Siberia and South America. They alone offer spacious immigration and resettlement possibilities for the Nordic peoples." He then added, "For the more advanced white race, it offers outstanding possibilities for exploration." Obviously, nothing came of this, as Himmler lost interest in South America. But this could be an option in the future. As for the rest of South America, Roosevelt revealed a map which showed Nazi plans for the continent. According to this map, they would have united Guyana and Suriname under Vichy control. They would have brought back New Spain and split up the rest of the continent between Chile, Brazil and Argentina. However, this was a complete forgery made by the British. The Nazis again didn't have any concrete plans for the continent, and Hitler believed that Latin America had been made weak due to racial mixing. He said, "North America, whose population consists for the most part of Germanic elements who mixed very little with lowered coloured peoples, shows a different humanity and culture than Central and South America, in which the mainly Romance immigrants mixed with the natives." Otherwise, Rausching Hermann did claim that Hitler made some plans there. However, some historians disregard his work as complete fiction, so take this with a pinch of salt. He claims Hitler apparently said, "We have a right to this continent, for the Fuggers and Welsers had possessions there." Here he is referring to the bankers who set up a colony in Venezuela centuries earlier, and this presented justification for setting up a new Germany. But where this would be is again not specified. However, it should be said that many did in fact begin to celebrate these bankers in Nazi Germany, and many books were published on German conquistadors. So if the public did begin to call for it, I'd suspect that the European colonies would be taken over there. Hermann also claimed Hitler said, "If ever there is a place where democracy is senseless and suicidal, it is in South America. We must strengthen these people's clear conscience so that they may be enabled to throw both their liberalism and their democracy overboard." Again, there is some truth in this, as Operation Boulevard did see many German agents in South America, finding allies and maybe helping in coups. Plus, there was also one weird plan discovered to just outright conquer Uruguay. This was discovered when an ethnic German from Argentina, Arnold Fuhrmann, was arrested with papers detailing an invasion. But it was in his own handwriting, and the German minister in Montevideo said he was of weak mentality and should not be taken seriously. So it just seems like one of his dreams. But Uruguay would serve as almost a base for Nazi agents in the continent. As a Time article from 1940 wrote, Uruguay was selected as the main headquarters for German propaganda in South America. Führer and propaganda chief Felix Schmidt has installed the usual Nazi setup: Labour Front, Hitler Youth, Women's League, and Ortsgruppe. Centre of the fifth column activity is believed to be the German firm Siemens Bauer Union, which has imported a large force of Germans to erect a hydroelectric plant at Rio Negro. Axis collaboration soon resulted in the National Socialist Dante Alighieri Society. This, however, as the name suggests, was an Italian society, and there really was no strong fascist movement in Uruguay at all. As for the rest of the continent, there were two possibilities to expand their influence. The first was to use the many German immigrants in South America. Hitler seemed keen on this plan, according to Hermann, allegedly saying, "The task of getting a firm foothold in Latin America and squeezing out North America and Hispano-Portuguese influence could only be carried out by new, energetic, unscrupulous representatives of overseas Germanhood." In fact, he was quite fond of German migrants, saying that they were the most determined and most adventurous man in his village, while the coward and weakling would rather stay at home. But many German agents went with the other possibility, going over the German migrants and just trying to find allies in governments. So, starting with Brazil. There, Germany, as elsewhere, increased their trade with the country, hoping to turn them away from the Americans. Then the fascist integralists tried to launch a coup in 1938. It was believed by President Vargas, at least, that they had some support from Germany. However, they were more closely tied to Mussolini's Catholic fascism rather than the Nazis. Regardless, afterwards, Vargas tried to remove German agents, but as Goebbels wrote, "There a bitter fight is on between President Vargas, who is pretty much on our side, and Foreign Minister Arana, who is evidently a character bought by Roosevelt." And the same Time article from before wrote, "Brazilian fifth column ace is Herr H. von Kossel, who, as trainer of the Integralists, skipped following their abortive coup against the government, but immediately returned as cultural attaché of the German embassy. He has disseminated aggressive culture among Brazil's 750,000 Germans, formed storm battalions to beat up those who would not go Nazi, smuggled arms and ammunition, distributed the usual films and literature." How accurate this is up for debate, but again, this is the same pattern that occurred across South America. So an alliance here could have been possible. They would need to maybe remove Foreign Minister Arana from power, or perhaps replace Vargas with the Integralists. Another possible ally was Chile. The country had historic ties to Germany, who helped train their armies, and they even had their own brown shirt-wearing National Socialist Party. This was headed by the likes of von Maris, and in 1938, they even tried to launch a coup. But even before then, many in the party had turned away from the larger German party in an attempt to attract more support. So they denounced the Nazis' racial policies and mainly focused on combating American imperialism. After the failed coup, they formed a new group, the Popular Socialist Vanguard, which included Miguel Serrano. He was a diplomat who continued to support the Nazis throughout the war and believed in all sorts of conspiracy theories, even the idea that Hitler escaped to Antarctica in 1945. But this group didn't receive much support. Then, as Goebbels noted, Chile sent a note warning the Axis powers about further torpedoings. The South American states are now gradually awakening from the doped state into which the United States put them. Now, however, they see German submarines everywhere off the North and South American coasts, and must pay in blood and treasure for the Anglo-American War. So Chile probably wasn't a good option for an ally either. Their best chance of a regional ally was in Argentina. Here, like in Chile, German schools were very popular and spread Nazi propaganda. But then President Oritz had been fed false information that the German spies were trying to encourage separatism in Patagonia with the eventual goal of uniting with Chile. So initially, Nazi activity was suppressed. But his successors like Castillo, and in particular Ramirez, were more inclined to support the Axis. These presidents were also fearful of a war against Brazil, especially after Brazil joined the Allies and began receiving American weapons. The Germans were very aware that something could be done in Argentina, even after war was declared. As Goebbels wrote in 1942, "We shall have to handle Argentina very, very carefully in our commentary. It may become extremely important for further developments in South America." So German agents von Thiermann and Meinen were given $500,000 to win over influential Argentinians, but they already had supporters. For instance, former President Uriburu helped set up the Nationalist Liberation Alliance, which was at least fascist and vehemently anti-Jewish. Juan Carlos Goyeneche then travelled to Germany and was promised concessions like the Falkland Islands, while Osmar Helmut was sent to acquire weapons from the Axis to bolster Argentinian forces, but he was arrested in the Caribbean. More importantly though, in 1943, Ramirez took power, and this could have been the first step in a much larger plan. Otto Reinebeck and Theodor Pafgen revealed that their plan was to create an Andes bloc, with Argentina as a base. Then they would go on to support coups in countries like Bolivia, and for a while it very nearly succeeded. In Bolivia before the war, the Allies were worried that President German Butch had Nazi sympathies, and he did in fact request assistance from the Germans to cement his authoritarian rule. Then, even before that, Ernst Röhm served in their army, while 25 Bolivians served in the German army every year. But Penaranda came to power in 1940. He discovered plans of a Nazi putsch, and expelled the German ambassador and made many arrests. This plan, however, was discovered by the Americans, and was a complete fabrication, made again by the British. Yet Ramirez of Argentina held a conference with the head of the revolutionary nationalist movement, and discussed the possibility of a real coup. This coup took place in 1943, and Villarroel took over. He was described as the Mussolini of the Andes, and some believed he was a puppet of Buenos Aires, as Ramirez was the only leader in the region to recognize his government. Plus, at the same time, Marengo was president of Paraguay. This country was home to the first branch of the Nazi Party in South America, created way back in 1931. Even the chief of police, Mutishito Villas-Boas, named his son after Axis leaders. So his son's name was Adolf Hirohito Villas-Boas. He was just one of many high-ranking people in Paraguay who favoured an alliance with the Axis. And off topic, but it seems that this head of police was named after a former emperor of Japan, but I can't seem to find out why. Anyway, in 1943, there were possible allies stretching from Argentina to Bolivia, and again German agents were working in all of these countries, bribing officials, encouraging support for the Nazi Party, and the likes. Going north, you'll come to Peru. Germans had settled there in towns like Pozuzzo in the 19th century, and there was a fascist movement in the 30s, the Revolutionary Union. Their founder was actually the old President Sanchez, but when he was assassinated, they couldn't generate much support. But then Prime Minister Riva Aguero launched the Catholic Action Patriotica movement. However, this was more in line with Italian fascism or Action Francais. Plus, he was also probably a bad leader of a fascist movement, as he used to appear in public dressed as a woman. More importantly though, President Benavides admired fascist Italy. He supported them during their invasion of Ethiopia and spoke out against sanctions. He also hired German military advisors in the 30s, but this was probably the closest the two countries ever got. Relations worsened weirdly because of a football game in the 1936 Olympics, and in 1938 the president held a conference aimed at uniting Latin American countries against the work of German agents. Peruvians also feared a Japanese invasion, and during the war they worked closely with the Americans and in turn Japanese people. So Peru wasn't likely to be a possibility at the beginning at least. Ecuador and Colombia were even less likely to be allies. Yet early on, Ambassador Hentig reported that Germans did hold sway in the Colombian aviation industry and even prospecting for oil. But he believed there was no real possibility to sway many in the politics of the country towards fascism, as even those who disliked the Americans were more sympathetic to Spanish Bolsheviks. Also, German U-boats operated in the area. They bombed oil tankers and challenged the Americans in the Panama Canal, but this just turned many even further away from the Germans. While in Ecuador, the American Raymond W. Ickes found many people ready to report suspected fascists. As he said, the going rate was $50 for such information. So many people were anti-fascist. As for Venezuela, some Americans feared that they would join Germany if war broke out. And if you play Hoi 4, President Contreras is marked down as a fascist. Now his politics could maybe be tied to that of fascist Italy or Spain. For instance, he too opposed sanctions on Italy. but I'd say even though he was a dictator, it's debatable that he was a fascist. Before the war, their oil reserves did encourage some Germans to seek out an alliance. Like Arnold Marjorie, created a group to begin winning over Venezuelan elites through diplomatic and, ideally, military missions. But most people again were anti-German, and even the Nazi group, led by Kurt Reich, only had 90 members. Wilhelm von Faupel saw the problems early on. He created the Ibero-American Institute, which hoped to play up Spain's Falange movement, and he believed in doing so he could appeal to the Catholics of Spanish descent to drum up support. This is because, like elsewhere, Arianism didn't hold much sway. But President Contreras proved to be pro-American when war came, so I'd say Germany only really had possibilities in the south with the Andes bloc. Regardless, in all of these countries, there was the small foreign organization. Emil Prufert headed it in Colombia, but this was remarkably small. These members, by the way, also had to follow certain rules. Identify yourself on all occasions as an NSDAP party member, or obey the laws of your country in which you are a guest. This group did manage to have more members in Central America, and some were actually quite influential. Like in Costa Rica, they created a branch of the Hitler Youth. Plus, President Leon Cortes Castro was actually close to some members, like engineer Max Effinger, and he even appointed him as head of immigration. Castro even sent his son to study in Germany, so Costa Rica could have been an ally. The Dominican Republic also had a larger group, and a president sympathetic to the Nazis, Trujillo. He had already strengthened his military and cult of personality, and began to massacre other races. In his case, it was the Haitians on its borders. So he sent representatives to Germany, and the Germans sent a ship there before the war. In the words of one British minister, Hitler wanted to exploit the generally pro-Nazi and anti-American sympathies of the Trujillo regime. There were actually larger plans in neighbouring Haiti though, prior to the war. Hjalmar Schacht designed a scheme to economically take control of the bankrupt country. In short, Haiti had been occupied, took out huge loans, and were desperate for money. So in 1938, German representatives in Haiti discussed the possibility of loans in exchange for control over raw materials. This was initially accepted, but the Americans soon stepped in, and the government sent $5 million to Haiti to stop the Nazis gaining a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. Yet, in the future, if America was weakened, this could be revisited. Sticking in the Caribbean, Batista of Cuba may have been a dictator, but he was pro-American and even called for a war against Franco's Spain, or at the very least, he would have supported it. As for what would happen to the rest of the Caribbean, well, there's really very little mentioned about it. German U-boats did operate there and they even bombarded Curacao, but I could find no plans for colonies. Maybe they just give all the islands back to the European colonizers. Back in Central America, George Ubico of Guatemala could also be another ally. He saw himself like Napoleon and Hitler, even once saying, "I am like Hitler, I execute first and give trial afterwards." There was also Carrillas Andino of Honduras. He spoke highly of the world's fascist leaders and tried to create his own sort of racial program, claiming that the Hondurans were the inheritors of Mayan civilization, but also promoting European immigration and interracial marriage. Plus, in San Pedro Sula, people celebrated Hitler's birthday, and many named their children after him. There was also Hernandez Martinez of El Salvador. He had recognized the Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo, making him one of the only world leaders to do so. Plus, he increased trade with Germany so much that they were trading more with the Reich than America by 1940. He also sent soldiers to train in Italy, and many children were taught to do the Hitler salute. Finally, there's Panama, which very briefly had an alleged fascist sympathizer in power, Arnulfo Arias. He won over 97% of the vote, and he was at the very least a nationalist who wanted to limit American influence and oppose immigration. This would have been a very important ally for the Axis, given the threat to the Panama Canal. So, when he was ousted in a coup in 1941, just a year after taking power, it's probably no surprise to hear many people believe that the Americans were involved. Much of Central America could therefore fall under German hegemony in one way or another. The only real country that wasn't a possible ally was Nicaragua, where President Somoza ruled. He had been educated in the United States and was closely tied to the country. Going further north, Mexico would obviously have made a good ally. Going back to Hermann, he claimed Hitler didn't want to repeat the same mistakes of the Zimmermann telegram. But if we had that country, said the Führer, we should solve all our difficulties. Mexico is a country that cries for a capable master. It has been ruined by its government. We need something new. You could get this Mexico for a couple of $100 million. Why should I not make an alliance with Mexico, a defensive alliance and a customs alliance? But this was probably unlikely. There was a fascist party there in the 1920s, but it died in a couple of years. Even the Italian ambassador said this party was not anything other than a bad imitation of ours. The Mexican government, on the other hand, was one of the few countries to protest the Anschluss of Austria and provided support for the Spanish Republicans. So Mexico seems to have been one of the first countries to be incredibly anti-fascist. Yet all of these plans would have been useless if they couldn't knock America out of the war and generally weaken the country. For instance, Hitler believed that the Americans would always succeed from a European war, saying, somehow or other, the Americans will get a grip on Martinique. And then, if the British Empire collapsed today, the Americans would take Canada. I couldn't even prevent the Americans from gaining a firm hold in Africa. Hitler was very aware that there was a large German-American population, saying, Americans as a young racially select folk confront old Europe, which has continually lost much of its best blood through war and emigration. Also, our country today is overpopulated, and the numbers emigrating to America are incredible. How I wish we had the German Americans with us still. Insofar as there are any decent people in America, they are all of German origin. So, like elsewhere, there could have been plans to repatriate these people. Many German Americans actually formed societies like the Free Society of Teutonia back in the 1920s. This was renamed the Friends of Hitler movement in 1932, but it was later absorbed into the larger German-American Bund. Hess had given the authority to form this group, which wore Nazi-inspired uniforms, spread Nazi propaganda, and even established training camps. They also infamously held a meeting at Madison Square Garden, where over 20,000 people attended. However, this group soon began to break up when its leader was arrested for embezzlement. And I'm going to lump Canada in with America here, as Hitler did, and there Adrien Arcand proclaimed himself the Canadian Führer. He was a French-Canadian but wanted to keep the country united and within the British Empire. He made plans to send Canadian Jews to the Hudson Bay area and wrote a lot to Oswald Mosley. But probably more importantly, he is alleged to have had connections with the Conservative Prime Minister R.B. Bennett. Arcand was arrested in 1940 for plotting to overthrow the state, yet in prison he seems to have had quite a lot of support, as some prisoners built a throne for him where he would sit and almost hold court. So there were no real possibilities for an alliance in North America. But initially, Hitler believed that America would become the world's largest power if Europe did nothing. He claimed in the distant future, one could then perhaps imagine a new association of nations, composed of individual states of superior national quality, that could then perhaps challenge the imminent overpowering of the world by the American Union, because it seems to me that the existence of England's world domination inflicts less suffering on the nations of today than would the emergence of an American one. Hitler actually spoke quite a lot about this future war between Europe and America. But as the 1930s and the Depression dragged on, Hitler began to believe that America was weaker than first imagined, and it could be possible to strike them and almost cripple the country. He said, "My feelings against Americanism are feelings of hatred and deep repugnance. Everything about the behaviour of American society reveals that it is half Judaicized and half negrified. How can one expect a state like that to hold together? A state where 80% of the revenue is drained away for the public purse. A country where everything is built on the dollar. From this point of view, I consider the British state very much superior." As for Canada, Hitler said it was every bit as materialistic, racially bastardized, and decadent. The Nazis knew that a straight-up invasion would be unlikely, but there were some Axis plans to strike the USA. The Italian Junio Valerio Borghese looked to hit New York Harbor using midget submarines, while on the other side of the United States, the Japanese sent balloon bombs hoping to strike some targets and start forest fires. Also, to cripple American trade and power in the Atlantic, there was Operation Pelican. This was a plan to haul planes with folding wings on U-boats to Colombia and then bomb the Panama Canal. But the real plan was the America Bomber. A plane, which as the name suggests, would be able to bomb America. This was actually brought up prior to the war, and according to Speer, Hitler was obsessed with seeing New York in flames. Goering also said, "I would be extremely happy to possess such a bomber, which would at last stuff the mouth of arrogance across the sea." To accomplish this, they would need to establish a base at least in the Azores and possibly an extension of the Atlantic Wall through Spain and maybe onto Morocco and beyond, thus turning the Reich into a fortress. A lot of the planned targets were factories involved in airplane production, and once they were bombed, as well as some cities, they believed America would just be crippled. U-boats and ideally the British and French navies would then help crush the Americans at sea. Yet if all this failed, Erich Schumann began to lobby that Germany develop a biological warfare program. America must be attacked simultaneously with various human and animal epidemic pathogens, as well as plant pests. Hitler actually rejected these plans, but it could have been a possibility in the future. And then Germany was developing nuclear weapons, so, speculation, they could have also been used in this grand future war with the United States. But I could find nothing in the way of true invasion plans, even though some of the Allies did make up their own. If the German plans went ahead and the United States just left the world stage, well, the Nazis could gain economic hegemony over the other American countries, and, just speculation, our Kant could be placed in power in Canada. However, it could have went one step further. Rausching Hermann summarized Hitler's grand plan as this. Above all, he was interested in the former Great German Island Empire, embracing the Dutch possessions and the whole of New Guinea. Japan must not be allowed to grow too big, Hitler remarked. It must be deflected against China and Russia. But Hitler also anticipated a Central African dominion of Germany as well as a complete revolutionary transformation of the USA. With the breakdown of the British Empire, Hitler believed he could also break Anglo-Saxon influence in North America, and substitute for it the German language and culture as a preliminary step towards incorporating the United States in the German World Empire. So, if this is to be believed, America could eventually start turning towards the Reich, preparing for a future war with Japan.